It's Alex. Everything. Welcome to day 3 of our calibration setup stream. You guys are here joining us early this morning. Welcome. It's glad to have you. We've got a few things on our list to take care of today. We've got a few lenses left. Not the 7 that we ended with yesterday. We've got a few done. So 3 cloud rays left, and then the Jolly Star. So 4 total plus 1 ray is wrapping up right now. Hopefully you can hear me, give me some feedback, let me know how the mics sound. I didn't touch anything overnight. Audio sounds okay, great. Mic test 1, 2. How's this sound, guys? We'll just do fucking 30 minutes of audio tests before every stream, I guess. Hopefully this sounds better. Let me know. Is that good? Much better. Better. Okay, everybody says better. Great. So, again, welcome to Laser Everything. Glad that you guys could be here with us this morning. I know it's early, but we wanted to get a head start today. We've got a lot to do. We don't have all the lenses left that we had yesterday. We've just got a handful left. We got some done in the meantime. Rhiannon's over here right now plugging away. What are you on, 175? Yeah. She's on the 175. We have the Jolly Star 175. We've got the 220 and 2 300s to do after that, and we should be caught up. So these are first priority today. Second priority, we have some jobs to do. I'll show you guys those really quick. Let me go grab them. I was going to do videos about these individually, but just don't have time. We got to get these back out to the customers. So we're just going to do them while we're live today. First one is a door knocker. It's brass-ish. We're not entirely sure. It may just be a brass paint job, but it does look pretty brassy in there. So I'm going to assume it's brass for now until we see otherwise. It's just getting a name on it. Super simple. So we'll be knocking that out. We also have 2 interesting items. These are for holding joints. So if you like to light up, this is your project right here. Nice mirror finish brass. We'll be doing a white mark on these with the fiber, so as not to scratch the surface with any bits and pieces of metal. I probably shouldn't be touching this. I'm already getting fingerprints all over it. But just 3 words. 1, 2, 3. Super simple. And then probably the one that a lot of you guys are most interested in today, we're also going to be taking a look at the ornament from the How Not to Engrave an Ornament episode. There it is. If you guys want a little bit of a closer look at it, it does have this like plasticky coating on it, and whatever weird metal decided to just blow up when we marked it. This was really interesting. So you can see the colors here on the outer parts of the frame are slightly different. So we're just going to steal the inside from the new ornament, and we'll end up hooking it back onto the old outer piece. This job, I think, just due to the way that this blew up when we made that episode, will be done on the UV laser. So we'll definitely be breaking out the UV plus 2 fiber jobs. So that's secondary. I do want to get through the lenses, but we also really have to get these jobs done. So that's going to be a priority for us as well today. And then finally, what else? Dot size. Yeah, so we'll be breaking out the microscope. We've got the microscope all set up to start measuring some dot sizes. So you guys will get to see our dot size measuring process, and we'll be recording that data in our spreadsheet as well. Here is, let me move this over so I can still see chat, but I can also handle OBS. Let's see. Here's the microscope, guys. There's not much to see right now. It's dark because I have the tungsten lamp off. Those tungsten bulbs burn out very quickly. But you can see our little mouse pointer there in the middle. So this will be really cool. It's all set up. It's ready to go. We've done all the testing to make sure that we're not going to have any technical problems. So it should be interesting. Don't jinx it. So it should be interesting to be able to check out that process. Over here, we have our spreadsheet, guys. Right now, we are working on this 175 lens. This is the Cloud Ray 175. We measured the focal distance at 286 millimeters, and Rhiannon is doing the red dot or scale corrections for it now, and then the red dot. So we're moving quickly. We're just going to try to get through these as fast as possible, and of course, be chatting and hanging out with you guys along the way. Rhiannon has reached the point where the caliper is no longer long enough to take the calibration measurements. So she is using a ruler at this point to measure that. And it's millimeters, so at least it's like somewhat accurate. And she reports that it is working. So we have that going for us. They do make XL calipers, Rhiannon. So we should probably get one at some point. Yeah, for the larger lenses. Yeah. Let me know if you guys can hear Rhiannon all right. I want to make sure that all that audio effort was worth it. You're saying the scale's done?
Yes.
All right, so let me copy those into our document really quick. So we got one set for the 175. X-axis 87.5706. Got it. And 80.5507 for the Y. Okay, recorded onto red dot calibration. All right, you guys can't really hear Rhiannon. Good to know. Is your mic on, dude? It might have like a sleep timer.
But it's been charged this whole time.
Yeah. I'll check on that, guys. In the meantime, we are just trying to get this done. Focus on what you're doing, dude. Don't worry about it. I'll try to take care of it. Also, because we're starting so early today, guys, we are going to end up taking a lunch break, probably around 11:30, just so we can slam some food, and then we'll be back a little after noon. I do have a BRB screen that we will throw up at that time. We'll just let the stream keep running so we don't have to mess with it or create a second live stream that we have to deal with. So that's kind of the plan. That's the outline for the day. If you're just joining us, welcome. And we're going to work on these lens corrections and go from there. So thanks, guys. Great to see everybody. I'll be back in a second. Instead of Was it blue when it was on before? Yeah. All right. Well, we'll give it 15 minutes. All right, I think Rhiannon's mic is dead, so we'll just let that charge for a few minutes, and then maybe we can get her going. But yeah, guys, so we're just, like I've said many times, just doing some lens corrections, trying to wrap up lens availability on the fiber. Yeah, see, it's even further off now.
What?
The
Yeah.
red dot. Yeah.
No, it was better.
Oh.
I was trying to do the scale.
Oh, the offset. I see. I'm already ready for lunch.
Something happened. Sure.
We've got 19 people hanging out with us right now. Not bad considering the time. Oh, 24.
Yeah, it's really early on the West Coast.
Yeah, true. People on the West Coast are just crawling out of bed. Resin says she's working and lurking. Yeah, Kyle's nowhere near up. Kyle will probably get up around noon at best. I'll be surprised if he joins us earlier than that. And we'll see Anthony when we see him, I suppose. Oh, speak of the devil. Anthony says, I'll be late. Cup shopping for a job I got. Wasn't ready for this early. All good, man. We're just chilling. Yeah, that looks a lot better.
That's why something is wrong.
I think Rhiannon is getting good enough at this now that she's starting to be picky about her results.
I feel like I've been pretty picky most of the time.
Good.
Might be faster at picking like how far to go.
Maybe you have more freedom to be picky. You guys can't see it on camera, but I like your little collection of Rhiannon hair that's building on the edge of the tape over there. All I can think about right now is food, dude. Oh well, when it gets a little closer. TJ Michael says, I'm new to fiber lasers. Can you please do a brief explanation of what Rhiannon is doing with the lenses? Yeah, right now, so this is a multi-step process. We are trying to pre-configure all of the lenses we own for this specific fiber laser. And that involves some setup and some tweaking and calibration in order to get things the way that we want them, and to get them set up in a way that we will have confidence that they're going to do a certain thing when we tell it to do a certain thing. And that involves multiple steps. So the very first thing that she's doing today, which we haven't shown on camera yet because we're kind of 3/4 of the way through a lens right now, is the focal distance testing. So we have to actually find the focal distance of a particular lens. They're all different. If we don't have the correct focal distance, that throws off everything that comes after it during this process. So that's step one. Step two, we have to do lens calibrations. Since we are projecting a square workspace with a circular lens, there is a bit of warp and skewing that can occur just due to that projection. But when we mark a square, we don't want a wobbly square. So we have to correct for that. And there's a process built into Lightburn for accomplishing that. Step three is scale. So just because things are square and parallel as they should be, doesn't mean that they're the right size. So we have to go through a process to measure and adjust the scale to make sure that we agree with Lightburn as to the size of things that are being marked by the laser. And then step four is what Rhiannon's doing right now, which is aligning the red dot. So we want to know for certain that where the red dot is falling on the material is where our fiber laser is actually going to hit when we hit the mark button. There's a few different ways that you can do that. You can either do it in one of three ways. You can do it so that the red dot is falling just inside the marked line. So you know the outer edge of the red dot is where the laser is going to hit. You can do it so that the red dot is straddling the marked line. So there's a little bit of red on the inside and the outside. Or you can do it the way we have been doing it, the way I personally prefer it, which is that the laser is going to fall just inside of that red dot. So the red dot's falling just outside of the marked line. And so in order to get that consistent, you have to kind of guess and check it and make small adjustments, which is what Rhiannon just finished here. She just gave me the thumbs up. So I can jump back over to the PC. And what I'm doing, guys, is I'm transferring the data as she collects it. Let's see, this is Discord. We don't want Discord. I'm transferring the data as she collects it into the spreadsheet so that we can use it as a lookup table. And there's a few different components that we are tracking, right? So the first is the machine. So MTFP80M is the fiber laser we're on right now, but you can see we've done this for multiple lasers, and those lasers have different serial numbers. The second thing that we are tracking, if I scroll over, is going to be the specific lens. Now, every lens is different. Even two lenses of the same marking area or working area are going to have different properties for the values that we're recording. So it's really important to identify those lenses individually and make sure that you're using the settings for that specific lens. In order to solve that problem, we've gone through and marked these serial numbers on each of the lenses so that we know exactly what lens these settings are for. In the case of our 110s, you can see we actually have 4 110 millimeter lenses. We've got 2 from Cloud Ray or the Cloud Ray style, I should say, and we've got 2 Ronar Smiths, and they're all 110, but these are all their focal distances over here, which you can see all vary. Beyond that, if I scroll over a little bit further, you can see the lens correction data here for each of those 4 110 millimeter lenses are very different. So we need to know exactly what lens our focal stick has been cut for and exactly what lens our corrections have been made for, so that we're not mixing them up, right? I don't want to load a light burn profile for this 110 lens and actually grab this 110 lens. That would be a disaster. Nothing would work right. Our squares would be wobbly still, or curved or rounded, and our scale would be off because we're projecting a different distance. So making sure that you have each individual lens tracked and you know the data for each of those lenses is really key in getting consistent work done. From there, once we have that data cataloged, we can cut and mark our focal sticks. Can I get one of those focal sticks again, please? So I'll show you guys here. So each focal stick that we cut for each lens is marked specifically with two things. It has the specific laser. So this is a UV focal stick. You can see MT-UV5. So that's our laser serial number. And then we have the exact lens that this focal stick is for. The 355 is the wavelength. So 355 is UV. Then we've got UV to signify that wavelength in text. Fused silica is the lens material. And then we have 210, which is the approximate focal distance, the rated focal distance of that lens, not the exact one, the rated one. And then we have 150, which is the approximate work area. So this lens is for the Mactron UV laser paired with this specific 150 millimeter lens. This will not be used with anything else, just that exact combo. If I had another UV laser, then I would cut a new stick for that laser and this lens combination. So that is why we're serializing things. That's why we're tracking all of this data, so that we know each specific set of laser and lens combinations, the settings that they require, the corrections that they've had done to them, and what's focal stick is required in order to mark accurately with that data. So I know that's a lot. Hopefully you've kept up with it there. I do need to copy over this red dot data because Rhiannon just finished it. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that into the spreadsheet I just showed you guys really quick. So let's see here, red dot, and I'm just going to copy it right off of Rhiannon's screen. Is that 0.38? 1.020, 0, 0.60, 1.022, and 0. So that is done. And now we're going to move on to the next lens. So you'll be able to see this entire process that I just described from the beginning. This time we're going to be doing another 175 millimeter lens, but it will be the Jolly Star. Rhiannon's just going to go ahead and re-export this profile to overwrite the old one so that all of our changes have been saved. This serial number is identical, Rhiannon, except it has -JS at the end for Jolly Star. So you won't have to change anything about the serial number except adding that once you get it in. TJ Michael asked for the brief explanation. Yeah, sorry, dude. It's a lot. There's a big pile of stuff going on. We haven't even gotten into the intricacies of any of it. If you want some narration as to what she's specifically doing as we go, make sure you ask. Right now on screen, she has exported the work that we've done as a new light burn device profile, so that we don't lose all of the work that she just did. And now she's creating a copy of that profile, which we will edit to be the next lens. So like I said, two of the same working area lenses are going to be vastly different. We just finished our Cloud Ray style 175 millimeter lens, but we have another 175 millimeter lens from a company called Jolly Star. So we have to create a separate profile and do separate corrections for that specific lens. And as I enter the data, you're going to see, just like with the 110s, it's fairly different than the data we just recorded, which is why it's important for us to do another. So she just created that copy, and now she's loaded that copy in as the active device, and she's going to go ahead and swap the lenses so that we can start doing our calibrations for this lens. The first thing she's going to do is that focal distance. Then she's going to do the lens corrections, the scale corrections, and the red dot corrections. So you'll see the whole process here from scratch.
Big one.
Yeah, it's like a thick boy. Yeah, it's like chonky. Yeah. Yeah, I think, and I don't want to like say for certain because I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure that's a quartz lens instead of a fused silica lens, but I'm not positive.
Shout out.
Yeah, oh yeah, grab some tape, Rhiannon's. So Rhiannon's method here is the tried and true for doing these kind of corrections. Black masking tape works really, really well as a backer when you're trying to do these lens corrections because you can mark it over and over and over again. And when you're done, you can just peel it up and slap some new tape down. You get a nice bright white mark that's very easy to measure. This specific tape is particularly good because it's got a really Goldilocks adhesive on it that's strong enough to stay put, but weak enough that you can peel it back up without destroying what's underneath. We use it for everything, and we get it from one of our co-hosts, Anthony Montez, who runs beamituplasertape.com. So if you need some of this tape and you want to do these kind of calibrations, I really recommend getting it from Anthony. He has handpicked it from dozens, literally dozens of tape samples to be used for this specific purpose. So go support our buddy Anthony. He works really hard to help the community every day on Discord, the Facebook group, and the Laser Master Academy, and he does it for free out of literally the goodness of his heart. So help support Anthony. Go check out beamituplasertape.com. K&A Pop says, this is the kind of knowledge dump that we get from Laser Everything. This is so rich of information, and so is their Laser Master Academy. I'm coming from zero knowledge a month ago and being power leveled by Ellie. It's so great. I'm so glad you're having a positive experience, especially with the LMA. Everything that we do here is thanks to the Laser Master Academy. We would not be able to do it without the support of people over there. So if you're interested in supporting the channel, check it out over at masters.lasereverything.net. Here's a look at the PC. Rhiannon is doing her prep here to find the focal distance of this new 175 millimeter lens. It could be a little bit different, Rhiannon. It could be a little closer or further away. So you might want to crank the height of the tower down a bit so that you're starting from kind of a lower point before remeasuring, because it could go anyway. Up, and Rhiannon's breaking out the stool. Shoddy. If you are looking and you can't tell, yes, the cat on Rhiannon's sweater is giving you the finger. What did your aunt think it was? Shushing? Her aunt bought it for her because she thought that the cat was shushing. It's pretty funny. So what Rhiannon's doing now is just raising and lowering the tower to try to find the point at which the laser is the loudest and brightest on this aluminum business card. We've already done our focal distance testings for the UV and the CO2 Galvo, which are far more difficult. They require special processes. But with the fiber laser, it's fairly easy because you do get the audio and visual cues that tell you when the laser is in focus. So now that she's done with that, she'll go ahead and take a measurement to find out exactly what the focal distance is so we can record it and use that information later to cut our focal sticks on the CO2 laser. So our last 175 millimeter lens that we did was 286 millimeters. Significantly what? Different. And this one is significantly different. So that just serves to show, guys, that you really do have to measure the focal distance and do these calibrations for every lens, because just the fact alone that the focal distance is different is going to throw the numbers we got for our last 175 off substantially. Here we've got 295, 96, 97, 98. It's like 98 and a half. I'd call that a half. Yeah, so this is actually, even though the, and I'll show you guys what this looks like really quick on my overhead here. So here's the focal distance tester. If you search for We Do Widgets on Etsy, you can grab these. These are great because you can find that focal distance and then you height this to match, and then you can simply read it and it gives you the focal distance of your lens. If we take a close look here, let me get my hands out of the way and it's upside down. Sorry, everything's backwards in the camera, guys. You can see, if I angle this a little bit right there, that we're past the line for 298, but we cannot see 299. So I'm actually going to call that a half. We are going to measure a half. And when we cut the focal stick for this lens, we have to make sure that it's exact. So I am reading 298.5 on this, Rhiannon, and that's what I'm gonna note. 298.5.
Also, so, what was the previous one?
The previous one. Yeah, so the previous 175 millimeter lens that we did was 286, right, which is a huge difference. Yeah, it's a massive difference. So this new focal stick is going to be 298.5 for the same exact working area.
It's a good one to show right after you did.
Yeah. Yep. Smoke Show saying I suffer from tinnitus, which is the hearing ringing. I get that too sometimes. It comes and goes. Luckily, I don't have it all the time, but it does bother me when it's particularly quiet and there isn't sound. So he uses a sound meter for this process, which is really smart. So you can use like a decibel meter and just crank the tower up and down until the sound meter reaches its peak, and you take that as your focal distance as well. That works really well. Again, it's not so easy for UV and CO2 galvo lasers, but for fiber lasers, you do get a really crisp, audible sound, and so that does a great job at letting you know when you are in focus. Here you can see what Kyle was talking about, Rhiannon, with the corners. You're going to lose the corners there, which isn't very surprising. Are we at about 86% of the size? Because it does look rather big. 150. So yeah, we can try to run it. We'll see if we actually mark the corners or not. But if we don't, then I might lower that and try it again. I see. And there we go. So if you guys missed it, this is the Galvo lens calibration menu. Here we're selecting the orientation of the dragon to make sure our X and Y axes are both noted correctly and the proper mirroring orientation. So you do want to make sure that matches exactly, as a lot of those are similar. And now it's just a matter of measuring each of these lines. It gives you 1 through 6. We'll do the horizontal axis first and the vertical axis second. And Rhiannon's just going to use a caliper here to measure each of those lines so that we get a nice comprehensive lens correction. You want marks again today? Hmm?
I would eat it.
You would eat it? Okay.
We have food, but I don't think it's enough. So I'm sure it's just leftovers from dinner. So
Yeah.
we can start every day.
Every day a pizza party. Do, 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 do. Not happy with your measurement? Remeasuring? Oh, you're in the middle. Let's see.
No, the only reason I would think anything else is just the fact that I finished all of them and one was like particularly different.
Yeah. You don't see that very often. They're usually similar.
Probably.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get mozzarella sticks today. Yeah. Benji Boy's asking, what can you say about SIG polymer? I can say there's two major types of firearm polymer. There is Glock polymer, which it's a very, very specific proprietary formula. And then there's like everything else polymer. And SIG polymer generally falls into the everything else category. You can't really engrave it safely. So you're not going to be getting depth on it. Engraving polymers can be toxic depending on the individual ingredients and the quote unquote recipe. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You really have to know what's in there before you start because polymer is a very general, generic term. That said, marking it with the laser is generally pretty easy. You want to use a low power density, so like a nice big lens, something like a 300, that'll give you a larger spot size so that you're not over focusing that power, and then a high frequency to keep the vigorousness of the mark as kind of gentle and light as possible, and you can get some nice light marks on it. If you are dead set on marking it, or engraving it rather, and you know that what you are ablating is safe to ablate with a laser, then you're going to take the opposite approach. You want a smaller lens, something that's going to really focus that energy down into a small point. A problem with engraving things with a large lens is that the energy is so spread out that by the time you're pumping enough power into the mark to actually get it to engrave, you are reaching such a high energy density that you kind of skip over ablation and go straight into melting whatever it is, or setting fire to whatever it is that you are trying to engrave on. So generally smaller lenses reach the required energy density sooner, and thus you get cleaner engravings with them. So if you are dead set on doing a engraving with depth, I would go for the smallest lens possible so that you require as little energy as possible in the system to achieve that ablation. Man, after my third day of streaming like this, I am starting to lose my voice. You hear it? I brought like a giant jug of water with me today, specifically for that reason. I'm going to go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. Resin says, mozzarella sticks. Hell yeah. They're like the good ones too, not the like crappy TJI Friday ones. Like they're like the good.
I like mozzarella sticks, but I get scared of eating them because I've choked on them.
Yeah, dude, I always feel like I'm gonna choke on the mozzarella
Like really
cheese.
slow.
We've definitely had this conversation, yeah. The best settings for Glocks we actually have recorded, Benji. So if you go to lasereverything.net and click the free fiber laser starter library link there, you'll find our entire library. It's pre-converted for every laser, every wattage, every lens combination. Kyle did a ton of work getting that ready for everybody. And we offer that for free. That's something we used to hide behind our paywall over at the Laser Master Academy, but last year we decided it should just be free for everyone. So we uploaded it there for free. It gets semi-regular updates when we do have big changes or new materials, but it's pretty mature now. So it doesn't change as much as it used to. And you can find that right over there on the website at lasereverything.net. So I would check that out because we do have a pretty good Glock setting in there. We also have the community library. So if you, again, head over to lasereverything.net and you go to the databases page, you'll see the community settings database. And there, anyone can upload a setting for any material with any laser. And you may find some settings over there that help you out along the way too. The free settings library isn't exact. It'll get you 80% of the way there. You'll probably still have to do some tweaking to really dial it in and get it as good as it can be. But it does a lot of the work for you and gets you pointed in the right direction. So you can check out that free resource over there. And I think that's really going to help you out. And yes, I'm talking about the ones from Mark's Miranda. She says, if you're talking about the sticks from Mark's, it's because they're in a liquid battery and deep fried instead of that crumbly stuff and air fried. But it's probably going to give you a heart attack. That's okay. That's a trade I'll take. Sounds good. You're welcome, Benji. Hope that helps you out, dude. If you get stuck, let me know. I am just kind of sitting on the laptop watching Rhiannon work here today, so I can show you where that is specifically if needed. It's pretty easy to find, though. Oh, okay, great. Our corrections are ready. So Rhiannon has finished the lens corrections for the new 175 lens, so I'm just going to go ahead on the next line here and input those, except for the scale. The scale is almost certainly not correct. So we are going to correct for scale next, and I'll talk about that process in a minute after I get the details from her computer copied over. So I'm going to just take a beat and do that really quick. All right, that's done. So for scale, and we talked about this a lot on yesterday's live stream, but Rhiannon's just basking off the stuff that we've already done. And then what she's going to do is mark a box, a certain size, something in the middle of the field. So she's got a 175 lens on there right now. I think we did 140 for the last one that we measured. She's saying yes. So we'll mark a 140 millimeter-ish sized box. And then we're going to tell Lightburn the size of the box that we asked it to make and tell it the size of the box it actually made. And it will do the calculation for us and attempt to correct that scale. And we're just going to repeat that process until what we're asking for is what we're getting. It's very straightforward. And it starts here with remasking this plastic. So
I think it's one of the more obvious ones to tell there's a problem too.
Oh, the scale?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very obvious when there's something wrong. Yeah, definitely.
A rectangle.
Benji found the library. Great. Glad you were able to find it. Let us know if you need any other help. If you do need more advanced help than we're able to provide during the stream too, because we do have to keep running the show, you can always reach out on the Discord or the Facebook group or the Laser Master Academy. There's links to all three of those down in the description. It's a great place to get a little more in depth on issues that require some specific attention if needed, because we've got an awesome community that is always trying to help people out with this kind of stuff, as well as a bunch of volunteers and staff. So there it is. There's the 140 millimeter box that she asked it to make. And so now, what? I mean, it still looks good. I think it's usable. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. So now she's going to measure this box, and we're going to let Lightburn know what it produced. So again, it can make those corrections to the scale or the sizing of the things that are being marked. But you can see it's not warped. All of that kind of wobbly, not straight line stuff that was happening is all gone. We have a nice square now. We just need to get it the right size.
I think this one's good.
Really? Great. Perfect. Just pull that menu back up for me so I can copy those scale values over, and we'll move on. Rhiannon's saying we're getting a nice measurement, 140 by 140. Yeah, for sure. So 89.0786 by 81.3169. And that's recorded. So with that done, now in the top right corner there, you can see her red dot settings. So she's just going to, did you move it? I've been making the smaller box, right? You just told me that. So she does like to make just a slightly smaller box for her red dot corrections. For whatever reason, that's her preference. She just likes to do it. So, yep. So she'll mark a box, and then without moving anything after the box is marked, she will frame that box again so that we're comparing exactly what was marked with exactly where that red dot's falling, and we can make adjustments as needed. Yuri's saying, howdy, loving these early streams. What's up, Yuri? Good to see you, man. I feel like that looks good too. Yeah? Because of the previous one or something? It could be because of the previous one, yeah. I'm
like questioning the photo. You know?
Why?
I don't know, it just felt so different.
I mean, it's marking, though.
Yeah.
I put another, if the previous one, we can test it if you want. You can just get another business card. Yeah, we have the focal stick. So if you're a little, so Rhiannon basically just told me, while this one seems fine, and I do need to copy those red values over. While this one seems fine, she is questioning the focal distance of the last 175 lens we did, because this focal distance for this 175 lens is 298.5, whereas the last one we did was 286. And she thinks that this might not be right. So we're going to set our variable focal stick, which again, you can get searching We Do Widgets on Etsy. We're going to set our variable focal stick to 286, throw that other lens in, and just double check that that is in fact the correct focal point. I think it is. I think that they're just very different lenses, but we can double check it if it'll make you feel better. The last thing she has to remember to do too is re-export this device profile for the Jolly Star 175 to overwrite the initial data values. Otherwise, all of the work that we'll have just done will be lost. So we want to make sure that we do that too. I am. Yep, I'm recording your red dot adjustments right now. All right, we got that recorded. So here's the devices list, and she's just going to select the 175JS. Again, that stands for Jolly Star. It's just the brand. It's just a different brand. And she's going to save and overwrite the initial one that we created in order to begin the lens testing process. And now she's reloaded the original 175 lens that we started with, just to make sure that that focal distance of 286 millimeters is correct.
And what was the focal length that we wrote down?
286. As you guys can see, it's a big difference between the second 175, which we just removed, and the primary 175, which she just put in. Quite a bit of refocusing has to happen here. And she's just going to run this on continuous and then rock it up and down just to make sure that the point that it's at is truly the point where the laser is in focus. It does. Does sound good. Looks good. Yeah. Part of the confusing part about the larger lenses is that the focal the depth of field is getting so large that there's a lot of right answers. And so the target here should be the middle of the area that it's in focus rather than just the only area that it's in focus.
Well, I think that's fine.
Okay, great. Ready for the next one then? So this is the 330-220. So we have an approximate focal distance on this lens of 330 millimeters with a approximate field size of 220 millimeters, or a rated, I should say, is a better language to use, a rated work area of 220 millimeters. What would Smoke Show wants to know? What would drive that bigger of difference between the lenses, lens quality, brands? Yeah, there's no one way to focus a beam. You can the different pieces of glass inside of a lens like this are called the elements, and the elements can be spaced differently. They can be curved differently. They can be sized differently. They could use different materials, and all of those variables are going to affect the true focal distance of that lens. And they're also going to affect the corrections that need to be made. So there are no two identical lenses. Even two of the same exact lens from the same exact manufacturer produced on the same day that arrive in the same condition are going to have different warp adjustments, especially on the less expensive end of the lens spectrum. So you really should be doing this for every single lens you own. Even two lenses that I have that are identical, like the two cloud ray style lenses that we have in the 110 millimeter range, that had very different values. And we can see that those lenses are nearly identical in every possible way, including the focal distance. But as you can see, as we move over in the chart here, they have very different warp correction values. Right? So in order to get a square out of those two lenses that have the same exact focal distance and the same exact working area, the warp correction values are quite different. So that is something that you have to pay attention to. It's not an area where a shortcut is okay. Are they close enough that it would work for most things? Probably, probably close enough. But they're also different enough that when you are trying to do something that really requires precision, you are going to notice problems. And that's why we're doing all this work now, so we can work with any of our lenses that we have in our catalog of lenses that we have available to us with 100% confidence.
220, right?
This is 330, 220. Yeah. If we move back over to Rhiannon's computer here, you'll see she's just importing a fresh laser lens and renaming it. She's created a new device profile file, so we're not overwriting anything when we do save these this profile, and just kind of getting that set up. There is one thing I noticed, Rhiannon, that may be a problem, and I'm not positive, but if you go to the wrench and screwdriver icon for the laser machine settings, you'll notice it says Galvo configuration. The first thing under that says load core file, and we have a core file loaded. Do you see that? Yeah, so we want to hit clear on this. We don't want core files affecting our lens corrections because they're not going to be right. A core file is a file. I forget you don't know this. A core file is a file generated in EasyCAD, which is the software that comes with this controller to make those lens corrections for us. And in the past, and I don't know if it's still this way, and it's a good thing we've written down these values. In the past, having a core file loaded when you run your lens corrections prevents the light burn lens corrections from being applied to the lens. Does that make sense? Because there's a core file there, so it locks that up. So what we want to do basically is we'll continue forward. We'll continue forward with this lens with that core file having been cleared. And then we'll go back at some point and clear the core file and see if it affects the lens corrections that we did. If it did, we have the values that our lens correction process gave us in the spreadsheet, and we can then just input them manually. So that is something that you want to keep an eye on too. That's a big mistake on my part for not noticing that. But you do not want to do the lens correction process with a core file loaded in because that will affect the ability, or at least it used to affect the ability of Lightburn's lens correction values from being inserted into the profile. So that is something we're going to have to look at, and we'll take a look at that again once we're through our current sorry, what? Yeah, just a little bit more power. Rhiannon's asking if we need more power because we're using a larger lens. Tape's very easy to mark, and this is black tape. And because it's black tape, it's absorbing, or black aluminum, it's absorbing every wavelength of light really well, at least on the visible spectrum. So the settings aren't going to change too much here. Where you're really going to see big settings changes are on materials that are reflective of lasers, like silver or brass or copper are very, very reflective to laser light. And so when you have a larger lens, those are the kind of materials you're going to see the biggest change on. But aluminum, and then on top of that, the black paint on this aluminum or the black masking tape, again, absorb that laser light really, really well, especially in the near infrared kind of range, like the 1064 of the fiber laser. So it's not going to be as much of a problem here because we're already getting a great rate of absorption of the laser beam. So hopefully you guys are following along with the stuff I was just telling Rhiannon about the core file. We did have a core file loaded in, which is not great. So that's something we're going to have to go back and just check our work on. Very glad now at this point that we have this listed, and I've been writing these warp correction values down from the screen that it gives you after the fact. So these should be accurate regardless of our core file values that we've input. But I don't know. What I don't know is if they've actually saved to the device profile or not because the core file was loaded in. So that's something that we're going to have to check out. But we're going to finish the lenses we have on deck first. And Rhiannon's just finding that focal point now for the 220 millimeter lens. And as she's discovering, it is much harder to do here. I mentioned this just a moment ago, but because the depth of field is so wide or so deep, I suppose, on something like a 220 millimeter lens, you go from finding the point at which the laser is in focus to the range at which the laser is in focus. And when you're doing that, you really want to try to find the middle value as far as focal distance, so that when you are focusing with a focal stick, you know that you are focused to the center of the range at which the laser is in focus. So hopefully that makes sense for everybody. If you're confused, let me know. I'll try to explain it better, but that should help out. You're also very much so reaching the limit of what your variable focal stick is capable of measuring. Yeah. Is it just right there at the bottom?
Yeah.
So from this point, you have a couple options. You can either use the ruler, right, which is okay. It doesn't need to be as precise because we do have such a wide range of laser that is in focus. Or you can tighten that up, measure the distance, and then find out what the difference is. If there is a difference, measure that and add those values together to get a total focal distance. This can take a little trial and error. Sometimes I get all the way through cutting the stick, and I realize, oh, it's off by a millimeter or whatever, and I have to cut another one. And that's just kind of the way it is. Let's take a look.
I don't even know if there is that line.
Yeah, I would say 57. You were literally at the edge. Yeah, so here's the workspace view, guys. And Rhiannon cannot push this down any further, but it is just, it's accurate. It just happens to be the perfect length to focus this lens. And we are at the very last line here. So 355, counting down, 56, 57. So 357 millimeters, I would say close enough for a lens this size. We should have good results with a stick at that length. It's 357. Yep, 357. Noted. Content with that? All right, Rhiannon says she's happy with that. Tucker's asking, since it's been a topic today, I've recently purchased a 50-watt Raycus fiber laser. Nice, congratulations. Would that laser be able to engrave block polymer? The setting y'all used had a higher frequency than my laser. Yeah, you can. You can compensate for not having the same frequency range. What I would say is just use the highest frequency that you have available to yourself and try to use adjustments in speed. You'd want a faster speed to lighten the energy that's being output, and power, a lower power to lower the energy that's being output. A combination of those can help you make up for some of the discrepancies caused by your lower limit of frequency. It is not a one-to-one. You're not truly making up for the fact that your frequency is lower, but it can help. So that would be my recommendation to you as far as trying to find that setting. Again, if you haven't already, check the library, both libraries, the user submission library and the starter pack library settings from lasereverything.net. You may find a setting in there that helps with that. If you don't, that would be my suggestion. Try lowering the power and raising the speed slowly at first and then more as needed to try to compensate for the fact that you don't have that higher frequency available to you. It's not perfect, but it's a good start. Benji's asking, where did you say we can get those focal sticks? If you mean the variable ones, yes. Vince is there. He's got it. We Do Widgets. Search for We Do Widgets. His name is Rob. He's a good friend of mine right here from the Rochester area. And he's on Etsy, and you can find those sticks from him. He does a great job. They work very, very well. I have the medium small one and the kind of medium large one, but I'm pretty sure he produces an even smaller one now for the really small working area lenses. And if he doesn't, I'm going to tell him I need a larger one for these really large lenses because we're hitting our max now. UL Adams is saying, couldn't you put a toothpick or something under one side of the card and run a line? Under one side and run a line. What? To focus? I'm not sure. Let me know what you mean. Probably. What you're saying sounds reasonable, but I'm having kind of a hard time picturing it. So if you want to expand on that a little bit, I could let you know how that would work. And Rhiannon's moved on here to measuring for our lens corrections for the 220 millimeter lens. Oh, a ramp test. Yeah, indeed. You can absolutely do a ramp test, and that's something that we have to do for the CO2 galvo and the UV. I touched on that earlier, but I didn't really get into it because it's not what we're working on right now, and I don't want to confuse people. But if you prefer the ramp test method, then yes, absolutely, you can also use a ramp test to find the focal distance of a fiber laser as well. All right, dude, I'm getting us some food. I'm starving. Yeah, like a ramp test for finding the focal point. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. There's no reason why you couldn't do this with a ramp test. I find the light and sound to be accurate and significantly faster on the fiber laser, but just because that's how I do it certainly doesn't invalidate the ramp test. Again, we use that on the CO2 galvo and the UV laser to find the focal distances for those. So that's a perfectly valid option and would certainly work fine. Bro, I don't want Burger King. I want Mark's. UL's asking, does anybody know where the refurbished fiber lasers and galvo lasers can be found now? I probably wouldn't recommend. Oh my goodness, that's loud. Sorry guys, I have my ringer on because we are open. The shop is open, so if a customer calls, I have to answer it. I don't know of anywhere that I would buy a refurbished laser from, and with confidence that I wasn't going to have a serious issue with it. Personally, I haven't seen a place like that, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. So if you guys in chat have any suggestions for UL, let them know. I would buy a new one. The new ones have enough problems as it is. Like, the last thing I need is something somebody else touched.
How much bigger does this go? Space-wise? 220.
300 is the final lens size. So yeah, we're on 220 right now, and then 300 is a square foot. So it's like 11.88 inches, I think. I think you'll be measuring the boxes on the 300 millimeter lens with the ruler as well. UL says, yeah, that's been my same issue. I don't want to buy a bigger problem than just buying a new one. Yeah, I would highly recommend getting a new one from a reputable dealer. There are so many different places that you can choose from to get a reputable laser at many different price points. And, whether you're looking for something super inexpensive or you want something that is a little bit more robust, and built for a lot of use. There are a ton of options out there. We have a lot of recommendations on the buying guide, which you can find over at buyingguide.makearmy.io if you want to see some of the brands that we recommend and the companies that we've worked with over the years that we have faith are providing at least decent customer service. I would go check that out. That's buyingguide.makearmy.io. I'm interested to see now, once we complete this set of corrections, whether or not the core file options will be grayed out or white and adjusted, and whether or not they'll match what we get on the end of the calibration screen. I think there will be some hints in there as to what we need to change for previous lenses, because we forgot to remove the core files from them. The reason the core files loaded into every single one we've done, by the way, is because we started with one that had the core file loaded in. Yeah. So again, guys, I can't stress enough, make sure you remove that core file before you start if you are using a core file, because that will throw a wrench in what you're trying to do.
I noticed it on the third to last.
Yeah, and we'll go as we go, or we'll figure out as we go what steps are needed to correct that. You've only got 2 lenses left. Yay. It won't be a huge deal. We'll be able to, if they are wrong when we remove the core file, we'll be able to just copy them out of that spreadsheet. So we have that at least. Yeah, we don't have to remeasure everything. The one thing I'd say we should probably just double check after putting the spreadsheet values in where the core file values are would be the scale. Yeah. Just to make sure that that's right. But if we check it on one and it's right on one, then it will be right on the rest. So it's not like you weren't making adjustments, you know, like you could change that box during that part of the process. So it should be okay. And here's what I'm talking about here, guys. So we haven't been recording the correction values from the laser settings screen. We've been recording them from this screen. So they should be accurate. This should not take the core file data into account at all. This should just be raw test results. And since we've been recording those test results from this screen, I believe that they'll be accurate, even if the ones loaded in under the laser settings are not. So we will check that out as well as we move back and take another look at some of those lenses. So we've got 1.0452, 1.0017, just copying Rhiannon's data into our spreadsheet here. So glad suddenly that we decided to do the spreadsheet. 0.9619, 1.0002. Just so that we know what to expect, Rhiannon, once you hit done on this, can we go take a look at the laser settings screen just to see what it looks like there? You all says, thanks, do we have a visual system for focusing the laser or another laser like those measuring lasers that you can buy now? Not to my knowledge. You know, there are like the red dot systems that come installed on lasers for being able to tell when they're in focus. So there's two red dots, they're spread apart. And when you lower the tower into the position in which it is focused, the two red dots come together and create one dot. And that can work, but it only works for one lens. The second you change that lens out for another one, those two dots are no longer going to align in the correct area. So that is the downside to that. I'm done with that. Yeah, I have those values, so we're good there. Yep, so we'll take a look at the laser settings. And so for bulge, you can see these are not grayed out under scale, right? So for bulge, for X, I'm just going to read down the list. Let's just make sure they match, okay? I have 1.0452, 1, 1.0017, 0. Yeah, that's for trap. And then on the Y, 0.9619, 1, and 1.0002. So we'll probably have to copy these values into those fields after removing the core file. Yeah. Which we can go through and do later. For now, we can correct the scale. On the 220, I bet maybe 100. Yeah, I think 100, like half the field. Yeah, you can do 150 if you want, 140. Yeah. I don't think that it really matters. It should be consistent. Kyle told me it should be in like the middle-ish of the field. So if the field is 220, the middle-ish would be like 110. You know, I don't think it's an exact science though, Rhiannon. I don't think it really matters. The larger you go, the more accurate your measurement will be because you're crossing a larger distance, you know. But also not being able to use the caliper is a bummer. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Sure. Let me see if this mic is on again. Let me know if you guys can hear me on again. I don't see the battery thing at all. I just like share with blue the whole time. Yeah, maybe that could be it up on battery power. Yeah. Let me know if you guys can hear this mic. Thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever. Can you hear me any talking? Say something. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I'll get out of your space.
Space.
TJ wants to know what lenses that come from Haoshin quality lenses, or do you recommend aftermarket? With Haoshin, each extra lens is $70, so I'm getting all 5. They're fine. They're just the bottom tier lenses. I would consider them on par with like cloud rays or wave top signs. They all come from the same place. There are very few manufacturers of f-theta lenses. So it's not a huge gamble. If you are happy with that price, those lenses will work fine for anything under like 80 watts. If you go above 80 watts, you really want to look at quartz lenses from companies like Ronar Smith, which you can also find on AliExpress from stores like Wave Top Sign. But instead of $70 to $100, expect to pay, $200 to $300 for those lenses because they are quite a bit more expensive to manufacture. Miranda says your mic's still not working. Typical. Boo. Boo. It's always something. And you all wants to know, can this laser be used like a CNC in metals like aluminum and brass? Technically, kind of, yes, but with nowhere near the precision due to the hourglassing that the lens's focal depth of field ends up giving you when you get that deep into metal. So it ends up becoming very, very messy when you try to use this as a cutting tool to cut away or through metal. Generally, I would relegate that to the CNC world. Even if it didn't have those downsides, it's still going to take just an immense amount of time, just so tremendously ridiculous that it would be very hard to justify the time spent on it. And that's still true, but on top of that, the final product that you end up getting out of it is going to have problems, pretty serious problems. So in general, no, I would not recommend this laser for that kind of use. It really should be for marking, engraving, or very thin, very, very thin cutting in limited use cases. Is there a reason why? It just doesn't take off that much metal. I mean, we're talking about, layers that are tenths to hundredths of a millimeter at best at a time per pass. And if you're doing any kind of considerable amount of area, it would just take so long. Oh, the efficiency is the reason why. Yeah, and again, you are going to have warping. Due to the nature of the f-theta lens, the only place in which the laser is striking the material at a 90-degree angle straight on is at the very center of the lens. As you start to move out in the workspace to the sides of your work area, that laser is no longer coming straight down at a 90-degree angle, but coming down at some other angle, be it 1 degree, very, very close to center, or 45 degrees at the very edge. And so your cuts are going to be at those angles rather than dead on like you would get with something like a water jet or a fiber laser cutter on a gantry. And beyond that, again, you do have the hourglassing issue. The laser through an f-theta lens is focused to the point, kind of like a triangle. So a large beam goes into the f-theta lens, and then when it comes out, it's coming out at an angle where it's being focused down to. Picture like a ray of light through a magnifying glass. And once it reaches that point of focus, those two lines intersect, and then the beam starts to get wider again as you move past the point of focus. And when you're doing very, very deep engravings to the point where you're removing sections of metal from something, you're going to see that hourglassing shape, and it's going to interfere with the shapes of your cuts. So there are a lot of reasons why. The efficiency is probably the biggest one, but there are many reasons why this isn't super suited for CNC use. Keith Etheridge says, checking in to say hi. Can't usually check these workday streams. Merry Christmas all. Merry Christmas, Keith. Happy holidays to everybody. And I'm so glad that you could stop by, dude. Definitely check out the reruns. We've had some interesting conversations the last couple days that are worth catching up on, in my opinion. TJ wants to know, how deep will a 60-watt MOPA engrave? Would like to make leather stamps. You can definitely do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that at all. You can get, with larger, I would say medium-sized lenses, the larger lenses aren't really going to have the energy density to remove material fast enough to be efficient or effective. But with something like a 150 to maybe 200 millimeter lens, you are going to see depths of like 3, maybe 4 millimeters before focus really starts to be an issue. That's at most. I'm kind of overestimating a little bit, but certainly enough for leather stamps. So that is definitely something you can experiment with and try. And I think you'd be happy with the results of that after some tinkering and getting things dialed in my opinion. Would the 70 millimeter lens be too much? It's a really good question. We talked about this on yesterday's stream a little bit, so I will keep it brief. But the main issue with using something like a 70 millimeter lens is, yes, with a 70 millimeter lens, you get a very focused beam, right? You're getting a ton of energy density. It's going to do a really good job at ablating. The problem with a 70 millimeter lens is the depth of field is so incredibly shallow that after you've made a few passes and removed a certain amount of material, you are going to fall out of focus very quickly. And all of a sudden, you're going to lose all of that energy density that you've gained by using a 70 millimeter lens, because you're going to fall out of focus so quick. So if you're looking for an even mark throughout the depth that you are trying to engrave, using a larger lens counterintuitively is actually the better option, because your depth of field is going to be larger at those marking stages as you kind of move through the material. So that would be, my recommendation. Of course, you have to try a few different lenses. You might find that the 110 works best for your use case at the depth you're trying to achieve. You might find that that ends up being the 150 or maybe even the 70, depending, if you have a really shallow mark and you want to get through it really quickly. The energy density that you gain from a smaller lens does much more for your speed at which you can remove material than it does for the depth. If you're looking for depth, really it's going to be the larger depth of field giving you a nice even removal of material over time. That's going to help you be more successful. A 70 can remove a ton of material really fast, and then it stops. It stops being effective very quickly. So that's kind of the trick with that. You all wants to know if I know if anybody's working on a program for self-adjusting towers to be able to adjust their height as they engrave. They do have that already, but they don't adjust the focus with the tower. They do it with the scan head. So they're literally moving the focusing lens that is allowing you to project the beam physically up and down to change the focus as you mark and engrave. 3D scan heads are a completely different game. They're very, very different from the 2D lasers that we usually work with here on the channel. And so we don't cover them a lot here. Me and the team that are here have a kind of basic knowledge of them. We can help a little bit with some things more than others. But no, I don't know of a lot, if any, equipment manufacturers that are currently producing something that has a variable tower height. I think that mostly has to do with the controller, which doesn't really support it. There are some weird things on the older original EasyCAD 2 boards, not the light boards, but the original ones, that could technically support that, but it would be, there'd be some engineering and programming involved. It would not be like a straight shot to success on that. All right, what are we on? Scale? Red dot. Oh, scale's done. I didn't even take the scale down. Oh, well, you should do scale then.
No, I did scale, but I'm saying maybe I didn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So I can write the scale down? Okay, 86, 1282. 79.0667, and then red dot, we've got offset 0.54, 1.017, 0.84, 1.018, and 0. All right, sweet. We are done with that lens. So now Rhiannon's just going to re-export this device profile so we can save our changes to it that we've made. The driver is completing another order nearby. We are going to take lunch soon, guys. We'll be gone for maybe 30 to 45 minutes, and then we'll be back to continue the stream. While we wait, before we start the next lens, do you want to go back and try to fix? Yeah, let's see what matches and what doesn't, so we can see what leaving the core file in is messed up. Let's start with the 50. That way, when I'm updating the spreadsheet, we can just go kind of top down. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to see if having the core file loaded in when we ran the lens corrections stopped or interfered with Lightburn saving those corrections. It may not have. It may have recorded those corrections and just isn't using them. It may be completely ignoring it. I don't really know, and we're going to have to find out. You're grabbing just that bottom one? Yeah, you got to turn both at the same time. Yeah, Jack, if I don't make time for lunch, I'll just like start shaking and go into like a blood sugar crisis or something. So I definitely need to shove some food into my gullet. I don't think I would be very functional if I didn't do that. This is when I wish Kyle was here, because this is like too mysterious for me to be comfortable. I want to know exactly what we messed up and exactly how to fix it, and Kyle would know that stuff. $50 should be the back left corner. Yeah. F63. Yeah, that's the 50. Yep. We don't even necessarily have to put it in yet. Yeah, let's just see what the core file looks like. Yep. That's fine. That's a separate issue. We'll deal with that later. Library, loading the libraries in for each of these lenses. That'd be a great thing to do on stream, though. And then laser settings. Yep. Oh, see, look, there's no core file loaded in for this one. Okay, well, that's good. So I'll just read them off to you. Let's just double check. Yep. So Galvo 1 is x-axis, and this is for the 50 millimeter lens. I have for bulge 1.0774. Okay, so let's put that in 1.0774. Then skew is just 1, and trap is 1.0043. Yeah, all right. So this definitely causes a problem still, guys. For Y bulge, we have 0.9911. Yep. And trap is 0.9991. And just hit OK. And then let's re-export this. Oh, no. You're on the UV, dude. Yeah, it's too late. Re-import that one. Well, I didn't export that, right? It's not going to save it. No, it'll definitely. I mean, it's saved in like the temp. So just go to. It's okay. Go to devices, and then delete the 210 150. So just remove that, and then we'll hit it. Hold on. Lightburn is kind of weird. If we just do stuff right now, it won't save that we removed it. So hit OK first, and then reopen devices, and then re-import the 210 150 for the UV.
values that MT.
Yeah, that's MTUV. It should be the top.
Oh, but I have
Oh, that's okay.
MTUV.
Yep.
So, like,
Yeah, I believe it's 210, 150. Yep. Okay, now hit OK. Yeah, you can bring it back up. All right, now open that again and let's make sure it reverted. Yeah, you have to do it from the drop down. Yep. Yep. Okay, good. All right. Woo!
okay, so back to the right, which is 50.
All right, so we now have the MTFP 80. This is the 50 mil. Oh my goodness, this is so loud.
Okay, and that's why
Holy shit. Hold on, let me just turn this shit off. I can't do both of these things at the same time. Okay, so you can see the core files in there, but the numbers are the same. So I think it's just going to use the core file while it's loaded in. If you clear that, boom, now our values that we've actually written down are there and should be used. So now we can hit OK. That's a good question. Probably not good. So I don't know why the skew is not 1. It might be from the core file. For bulge on X, the first one, I have 1.0774. Then the skew should be 1. So let's set that to 1. Then the trap is 1.0043. Okay. Then on the y-axis, we've got for bulge 0.9911. Skew set to 1. They're all 1 all the way down. And then the trap is 0.9991. I don't know if the scale will be the same or not because I don't know what values it was using when you did your test. But I'm assuming they'll be accurate. We have matching values. I just looked at them. So my spreadsheet scale values match what you have in the laser settings. So essentially, we'll have to test a box. And we can do this when we get back from lunch. We'll test one box on this lens and see if the scale is still accurate. If the scale is still accurate, then we don't have to fix that for anything. In the meantime, I would re-export this 50 millimeter lens profile over the one that we just loaded in so that we know that that's not a problem anymore. Yep, 6350. Yep. Perfect. So that should be good now. So, all right, guys, we're going to take a break here. We're going to go eat something, fuel up, and then when we get back, we're going to finish fixing the giant problem that we made by doing our lens corrections with our core file in. And then we have some jobs to work on. So we'll be doing the joint holders. We've got a door knocker and a Christmas ornament that all need to be knocked out.
glass bottle too.
Yeah, we do have a glass whiskey bottle we may or may not hit up while we have the UV laser because that's needed tomorrow, right? We need to have that done by tomorrow. And then we have some, I think it's Friday, a Monday. One of the two. I don't remember either. If it's easy, we'll just knock it out. And we have some dot sizes to measure. We haven't been measuring any dot sizes, so we'll be working on that too. Plus, we've got 2 lenses left to make corrections for here. So with that, guys, I'm going to leave you. Oh, Anthony's here. How long have you been sitting there, dude?
Just in time to say goodbye.
I literally can't hear you. Hold on. I have the wrong speaker selected for my speakers. Give me a second. Test 1, 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Nod yes or no to this question. Do you want to stay and talk to people and hang out while we're eating lunch, or do you want me to throw the break screen up? Because I'm going to go eat.
We could let the people choose
Yes
that.
or
If
no?
they want to be bored by me, then
See his mouth. He's like still talking to me, even though I can't hear him. I'll message you on Discord. You want to stay? Yes.
yeah, I'll stay, man, for sure.
I don't know what he's saying. What do you want me to do, Broham?
I will stay.
Stay. He's yelling stay. All right, great. So I'm going to leave you guys with Anthony then, I guess. I'll remove myself. I'll just throw us backstage. And then we'll be back in like 30 to 45 minutes. Have fun with the audience, Anthony.
Ooh. It's going to be just me. Oh. Hi, everybody. How are you today? You said you can stay, Alex. All right, there we go. Let Ramon stay and talk. All right. So, sorry I'm late. I have a good reason. If anybody wants to see what's going on outside there. And yeah, so I just got back to the shop after driving to a nearby town to go to Dick's Sporting Goods and pick up like 24 Stanley water bottles for a friend I'm doing a job for. So yeah, it's Christmas time. Everybody wants cups, right? I have 15, 25, probably about 70 cups sitting around waiting for me to go ahead and engrave on. So that's what I'm going to be doing for the next probably 8 days to get all those done. So resin, I'm in Iowa. So I'm in the southeast corner of Iowa, right on the Mississippi River. So I could see Illinois from where I live. In fact, if I took my camera outside, you could see Illinois from where I'm at right now, because I'm only a couple hundred yards from the Mississippi. And then we're about 20 miles north of Missouri. So I'm just kind of tucked in that little corner, little tri-state area there. So let's see. I saw Jack mention something that I'm pretty interested in, because that's a cool conversation. We don't necessarily have to talk about lasers right now, but I saw Jack say he went 52 hours without eating once. So he's doing intermittent fasting. Yep, here we go. Nothing like last minute orders. I started intermittent fasting at the first of the year. I need to get back on it. Longest I went with only water was 52 hours. That's impressive, man. A lot of people don't have that kind of discipline, dude. 48 plus of sleep, I guess, is probably about what that is. So yeah, that's an awesome feat. Keep it up, dude. I did a 5-day once, and that was probably the most I'll ever do. That's about the most people recommend for not doing it with medical supervision. So 5 days was a stretch, let me tell you. So we got Vinny. You have other Iowa friends say, yeah, lots of snow. It's not a ton yet. We got last Monday, like maybe an inch and a half, and then it all melted. And then today we're looking at probably a couple inches already, and more to come. It's still coming down, so we'll see what happens. Smoke Show said he's type 1, can't go without eating. Yeah, that's a rough one, man. That's real tough. Diabetes is that's a real limiting factor there for that, for sure. You got to make sure you keep your blood sugar levels up, or bad stuff can happen. Jack said after you get past the first hunger, the rest is not that bad. It really wasn't that bad. And I didn't do a water only fast because I'm an energy drink junkie. So I probably had about, I don't know, 20 rock stars throughout that time frame too, or ghosts or C4 or whatever I was on at the moment. But yeah, that was a trip. Let's see, anybody else have any? If you guys have any questions for me or just in general, feel free to shoot away, because I've never had to fill this kind of dead air before. I'm all grown up. You guys can see my new cool sign. I haven't shown this off yet, I don't think. This has actually gotten me a few jobs already. So this is one of those dual layer acrylic signs with the standoffs. These are LED lit standoffs that are pretty cool. hence the cable management coming down from behind it. But yeah, I leave it on at night and it gives a nice glow, and people that drive by and walk by on the streets can see it. And it's a really, really nice sign. My kids love it when we drive by. My youngest is infatuated with LEDs, so he likes to drive by at nighttime any chance we have so we can take a look at them. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is. I think it's beautiful. It was probably my first like big scale acrylic job. I've done a bunch of cuts and stuff, but never like a sign. So there's some people that live in the tenement above me who are opening like a hobby train store down the street, and they are going to be doing I think a 2x3 sign like this with their logo on it. So that'll be a cool little job. So what is up with the Jersey drones? Jack wants to know the hard-hitting questions. It's government conspiracy, dude. I don't have any tinfoil, so I can't get too deep into it. But yeah. Let's see. Vinny said he used to be type 2. Ketovore changed all that. Zero meds now since 2020. That is, yeah, a lot of people are, some doctors that are kind of in the know on nutrition and stuff like that are definitely they're having people who suffer from type 2 diabetes. In some cases, they can put them on like a keto or ketovore diet. And since you're not introducing exogenous carbohydrates, your body has a lot better time dealing with sugar levels. So that's cool. It's nice that hopefully you were medically supervised doing that. If not, then good job, but definitely talk to a doctor because I am not one. Blue beam, yeah. Blue beam, green beam, magenta beam. I got all the beams. I like blue beams. That's how I started. 455, baby. Dr. Barry. Very cool. Very cool. I'm glad that that was under the supervision of a doctor. That's smart. Yeah, I used to do crazy stuff with diet. As you can see, not so much now. I'm getting my chins back. So yeah, doing glass today. I was gonna do some tumblers. I have 15, so 13 because I did 2 already. I have 13 Owala water bottles I need to get done in time for Christmas. And then I have those 25 plus probably another 10 that they didn't have in store that I have to order. That those Stanleys, the ice flows. So I went to school and grew up with this guy in Cali, best friends from childhood, and he now runs his family's lawn care landscaping business. And so annually he likes to give away the cups. So now that he knows I do the laser engraving, he hits me up every year around Christmas time now. And yeah, they like the Stanleys. So that's what we do. Also went from 262 to under 200. That's nice, man. Very nice. I got to get back down to my fighting weight. I think for me, between 225 and 245, because I'm a big build, is like the perfect weight. So I got some work to do on that and start hitting the gym again. But anybody have any laser related questions besides the blue beams from the sky that Jack in the shop is curious about? Maybe once Alex gets back, I can kind of move some things around because I would like to get some cups done. I still have to get the wheel hub off of my car to put the new one in to get it roadworthy again. But I got a few hours to kill today. It's snowing. I don't feel like crawling around on the ground in this kind of weather. I do have to definitely get it done today, though, because I have a feeling if I wait too long, my kids are going to be not in school tomorrow because they cancel school for the silliest reasons. And supervising 5 kids while climbing around under a car just doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. But yeah, I got, if anybody ever does these things were kind of a pain. Let me know in the chat if anybody else has done these Owala water bottles. I keep wanting to say Odwalla because it's like a company that makes those juices. but these are Walla Walla Bing Bang. Supervising. Yeah, supervising at that point. Just control the chaos, man. Gotta keep it to a minimum. But these things, the powder coat on them is crazy. Like, it's not super thick, but I had a hard time. I mean, white's kind of a pain anyway, but and then I think the font isn't really making it much easier either, because you have some really narrow areas here, and then you have some real wide areas here. So the laser tends to focus harder on those narrow areas, and you get a lot of heat generated there, and it'll vaporize the powder coat off pretty quick. Whereas these wider spots, the beam travel either going this way or this way still has a wider gap to cover, so the energy isn't as focused. So the trick is to find the right angles and speeds to get it so that you don't really scorch these parts, but you still have enough power to ablate these parts. So it's just been kind of tricky. And all my settings I've used on other white, like Yetis and stuff before, just didn't really do much to these. So you can see probably there's just a touch of annealing. You can see at the bottom of the A, and then I think on the L somewhere, you can see just a little touch, yeah, on that left-hand side of the L right here. Just a little touch of annealing. So using the rotary tool and a little light touch and some metal polish gets rid of that. And then on Discord, we've discussed, there's a guy, Adam, on there who has discussed how he uses a electro weld polisher. That's kind of like a little mini welding unit. It looks like a little mini welding unit, but it runs DC through it, and you use like a solvent, I think an electrolyte, and a wire brush, and just kind of brush it over the stainless. And it turns like black and multicolored stainless welds to just silver again. And it does the same thing for cups too. And you can get those things online. Oh, I think on eBay for like 65 bucks usually with free shipping, or even like AliExpress or something like that too, I'd imagine. But I mean, they're all coming from the same spot. They all look identical. So it's just very, very handy machine. And for $60, $70, that's two of these things. You know, you save 2 cups because you accidentally darken the metal a little bit, and you've just paid for that machine. You do a big batch of cups that have different difficult colors and stuff, then you could pay for that thing several times over by the time you're done with those jobs. So yeah, I got 13 more of these, and there's like a electric yellow color that I have to do that's going to be interesting. It's kind of like a tennis ball color almost, greenish yellowish. So that's where I'm at the moment. Anybody else have any questions? Otherwise, it's gonna get boring and awkward. I'm the king of awkward. Let's see what else. There's not a whole heck of a lot else going on. Christmas time's coming, obviously, so just trying to manage all of those jobs coming in. Glass work. Alex asked if I was doing any glass today. I have been messing around with a lot of glass. I have some like 3-inch glass ornaments that I have been, here we go, I have one right here. Local coffee shop right down the street. The guy that helped me actually get into this place. So I've done a couple dozen of these for him, for his coffee company. And then on these same ornaments, I actually took a photograph of the fort that was built here in like 1803 or something like that, that as the rivers flooded out that fort a few times, they've torn down walls and stuff. And so it's kind of like there's a revitalization project going on right now with it. So they're trying to do fundraising, and I actually had the people who are members of the board of that came in and we talked. And while she was waiting, I like digitized this photo that I had taken and turned it into an SVG through an online converter and just engraved it on the back of this ornament. And it was so cool. It turned out really good. So pretty stoked about that. Let's see. All right. So Resin said, I'm going to be working on lasers this weekend. My UV laser came with a hole tapped at an angle on the base plate. Oh, got my new base plate and we'll install it this weekend to start my test. Oh, so like one of the, to hold the tower up, one of those holes were tapped at an angle? Because that stinks. You can't really use it without the base. How did you first introduce yourself to businesses to get work through companies instead of individuals? That's something I actually love to talk about. I love talking about that all the time. I will talk till I'm blue in the face about like business development. It's something I think this past year I really kind of stunk at, and I have noticed as the year drew on, it's easy to kind of like get lost in the noise. So I have gone through some like revitalized efforts to try and like get my name back out there and go through the Chamber of Commerce and have them drum up some, you know, some noise for me and stuff. But for me personally, like my grassroots way of driving business has been just to get a couple dollars worth of stuff together. I order these on Amazon. These are actually something you could definitely get from JP Plus as well, and that's a sponsor of the podcast. Grab something like this, and they're $6, $7 a cup, right? You buy a case of 8 for like $48 or something. So you get some cups and find some local businesses that you want to do business with. And I try to focus on small town businesses that are locally owned and where there's a person, a decision maker on site that I can talk to try and like get my name out there and introduce myself and get that business. So my very first stop was a coffee shop that my wife likes to go to, and it's a drive-through called Lost Bear Coffee. And they're kind of like, if you know, like Dutch Bros or something like that, where you just drive up to a kiosk and, you know, order your coffee and they give it to you and then you're on your way. So I dropped off a cup very similar to this that was, I mean, in comparison to what I can do now, just so crudely done. But you could see like how the hatch lines were going against the grain of the steel, and it was just a mess. But I dropped it off to the lady. And I was like, "Hey, I'm just getting started. Just drummed up the whole. We moved here from California to escape the craziness, and I'm trying to start a business." And made a little metal card for her with my information on it. It was like, I'd love to work with you guys. If you guys ever sell insulated cups or anything like that, just hit me up and I'll do the best I can for you to get you guys good deals on stuff and quality work. So that was my first stop. And then the ornaments that I just showed you, another local coffee shop. Like, I think that local coffee shops are a great place to start off at. And then, I just showed up to his spot with another cup and like some other stuff. And he's real kind of like, I don't want to say like hipstery, but that's just kind of like the vibe they have. Like, they play vinyl records on the player in the store when you go in there. And it's like a real chill vibe. And he's just a cool dude. So we, yeah, Miranda, he did. I showed up and I was backstage like that. And he's like, "Oh, we're going to take a lunch break." I was like, "Oh, I came at the perfect time." And then he's like, "Hey, do you want to stay?" And I volunteered. So yeah, need an adult. But yeah, so basically that's just kind of what I do is like, in order to get local business, I go to local businesses and just kind of introduce myself and say, "Hey, I'm Anthony," and I have no shame at plugging the fact that I'm a veteran and, I'm the owner of the business. So I have on my business cards, proudly veteran owned and operated, and, just tell people my story, and just get to know them and kind of put a face to the name so that if they do need something in the future, that they'll come to me. And I mean, there are a lot of businesses that they will do a lot of marketing, or they spend a lot of money on marketing, and putting their name on stuff is like a big part of that. Like financial groups, people that manage wealth, for like retirements and stuff like that. They spend a lot of money on marketing for that, where they put their logo on things and, you know, they give it to new customers who sign up or, you know, whatever. Jimmy's the one to make a video on this topic. Yeah, I love I love networking with local places too. It's like really cool getting to, like, as a business owner, getting to know other business owners, and that kind of networking and that kind of stuff like is huge in a town like this too. I'm in a town of 10,000 people, so like it's very much who knows who around here, and that works well if you have small town energy too. Yeah, so it's just finding those local businesses that, like I said, there's a decision maker there that you can introduce yourself to, give them a few things. There's this guy that owns a trucking company in our town. We've crossed paths numerous times in different parts of our lives, but he owns a trucking company, and so like when we had Great Lakes Laser Supply on, he talked about these hat clips, you know. So I bought a couple dozen of those, and I'm going to stop by later this week. His mom told me that this week wouldn't be a good time, so next week would probably be a good time. But just these hat clips, because it's a trucking line, so I mean, trucking hats are pretty much synonymous with trucking. So I got some red and some black ones, so I'm going to throw those on there. And then I had from JDS, I had like this money clip that has just been laying around. So it's one of those artificial leather magnetic money clips. And actually, I think I got these for free when I ordered some cups last year. They're like, oh, a free gift. Or no, maybe I ordered this sample kit so I got free shipping. That's what it was. I had like $13 to spend in order to get free shipping, and the sample kit for these was like $17. So I was like, I'll take that deal. Basically paying $4. So didn't get a pleasure of knowing Jimmy. I didn't really get the pleasure of knowing Jimmy either, but he was awesome. He was definitely an interesting character here on the channel, and he has definitely had a lot of knowledge in some areas that he'd shared and helped people out. Let's see, need to get some of those hat clips. Yeah, those hat clips are awesome. My friend that does the landscaping thing, I'm gonna send him a couple freebies of them just to see maybe how that tests where he's at. And again, he's a small business owner, and as a business owner, you want to market yourself and get your name out there. So I think that some of the cups that he's ordering, he's actually going to be giving to like his reps and stuff from different companies. So I think the hat clips might be a cool thing. We'll see. I'm not sure. Eli says, I'm an introvert, so this stuff is difficult for me. I'm trying to get my other half to do some of this stuff since I can't get her to stop talking, but no luck. I think maybe just kind of dip your toe in it, you know. If there's a place you like to go to get coffee every day, or if there's a place that you like to go to get a morning bagel or anything like that, that's a small business, just kind of, you know, chit chat a little bit. Hey, how's business for you guys? You know, I run a business too, so I was just wondering how the holidays are treating you. And just kind of dip your toe in it and just get a little bit of chit chatty going. And then over a couple visits, then you'll kind of build up a little bit of rapport with them. And maybe you'll feel comfortable introducing yourself and the services that you could provide to them. And if, you know, you give a good impression, then that's something that they could definitely choose to do in the future. It's not, I'm kind of an introvert, but when it comes to business, like I've been in sales pretty much my entire life, even when I was in high school. And when I was in the military, I usually had like a part-time job selling something. Bath and Body Works. I was at Bath and Body Works for like 3 years. But yeah, it's something that I don't think maybe comes naturally to me either. But I also know that it's my business, and, you know, for the first time in my life, you know, whether or not my money is made is 100% up to me. So I just kind of am willing to put myself out there and say, all right, well, maybe it's not really comfortable to walk into a place that I'm not super knowledgeable of or don't really know the people there too well, but still just kind of lay it on the line and say, all right, well, kids got to get fed, bills got to get paid, so let's do this. So Alex is definitely an introvert. Yeah, I think the whole like online personality, or just the fact that we're willing to talk in front of a camera, doesn't necessarily mean that we're like these bombastic people. So it can be challenging too. But just a little bit of practice, and like I said, dip your toe in it. You just get kind of a little bit more comfortable as you go along, and hopefully it'll help. And I'm more than happy to have like an offline conversation or off-screen conversation about it too. I do a lot of recommendations and talk to a lot of people on Discord. The LMA would be a great place to conversate about it too, because there are a lot of people that are running successful businesses on the LMA who would be more than happy to share their opinions. I've even gone so far as like with a few people, they're like, hey, I'm really striking out. I'm not having much luck. This is what I'm trying to do. I've gone on Google Maps and looked up where they live and found like construction companies, pet supply companies, like small pet boutiques that are privately owned. And I've ran down 5 or 10 places that they should go pitch to, and I've had some success with that. So I'm not above doing that too. Like I'll look you up on Google Maps and give you 10 places to go visit and try and drum up some business. So, and you can do that for yourself as well. Smoke show, my pleasure for my service. It was 6 of the most interesting years of my life spent in Wyoming. So funeral homes, a little weird, but it's a good one. I have done far more memorials and urns than I ever thought I would do in 1 year of business, having like the storefront. We just last month hit our first year being here. And yeah, it's been dozens. And I'm sure there will be dozens more. But yeah, funeral homes are sadly, not sadly, it's part of the circle of life. It's just part of what we do and who we are, and we're humans. We don't live forever. People are going to die. People die every day, and somebody needs to provide those services to those people. So it might be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's still, to me, I look at it like, yeah, it sucks having to deal with death. But at the same time, if it was my loved one and I wanted something done, I would want it done as well as possible by somebody who was caring and compassionate. So by being caring and compassionate, catering to the wants and needs of the people that come in with these requests, I feel like I'm doing something that I would expect somebody to do for me eventually. Hopefully not too soon, but it's going to happen. And so kind of dealing with that uncomfortable truth and just accepting the fact that it's part of what we do, and just always, those are the ones I take extra care on, and communicate very well with the people, probably even too much, but just make sure that they're getting the services and the service that they need the most in a very troubling time. So yeah, until they bring you their filled urn. I had a guy walk in with a wooden heart like this big, and it had part of his brother in it. And he's like, can you engrave on this? I was like, is there somebody in there? And he's like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. It's especially wood. It's not ceramic or metal. Wood you can burn through if you use the wrong settings. So that was kind of a interesting situation there. I got to know him and his brother at the same time. Let's see. Interesting. Introverts don't usually like sales work. I am an anomaly. I'm a very quirky person. Never would have guessed that, Miranda, maybe because, yep, funeral homes. Yep, if I didn't force Alex out of the house for things that doesn't work, I don't think he'd ever leave. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable at home too. And I don't know. Everybody's different. We all have different brain chemistries and experiences, and it's just good times. Definitely takes a special person to be a mortician, for sure. For sure. Don't let grandpa out. Right? I don't know if you're talking about introverts or urns, but yeah, ditto both ways. Let's see. I had like 5 urns. Only one was filled. A bunch of memorial plaques, and I've even done a couple pet ones. Yeah. The pet ones, it's something I tell people all the time too. If you are looking to break into something or just make money, pets and kids are 2 things that somebody will spend money on regardless of their financial status. As a struggling parent, I'll buy something for my pets or my kids before I buy something for myself, you know? And this time of year, a lot of people who are struggling are wanting to provide nice things to the people that they care the most about. And those people might be dogs or cats or their kids. So yeah, that's, I mean, for sure in any industry, if you can make stuff for kids or pets, then I think you're gonna probably have some degree of success depending on the quality of the work that you do. So taking notes on business that I am probably the epitome of those who can't do teach, but yeah, I definitely have lots of great ideas. Maybe not the best at executing them all the time, but definitely having that feet to the fire aspect of the success or failure of my business is lying right here on these shoulders. It's a driving factor or driving force. You know, I held off on the submission of it, which is probably a good thing because there was a change in the police chiefs. But I was going through the process of filing my FFL paperwork, and you have to CC and send a copy to the local police chief. Well, when I was going through, it was one police chief, and then I just saw that there's a new police chief. So I actually got one of these cups and put a vectorized version of the local PD's logo on the cup, put Chief so-and-so on it, and did one of the stainless steel like 0.8 millimeter business cards that I have. On one side, I put the Miranda rights, just broke it down. You have the rights from assailant, anything you say to you can be held against you, all that stuff, put it on one side. And then on the other side, I used the laser to put a black mark and put his name and the police logo and all that again, and just put the card in the cup and stopped by the police station. I was like, hey, is the chief around? And he came out and I was like, I just want to let you know, this is who I am, this is what I do. Here's a little congratulations on your promotion. You know, if there's anything I can help out, I do awards, I do plaques, I do this, I do that, I do signs, I can do anything that you want. You know, and here's a gift. And it cost me $7 for the cup and $1.50 for the card, maybe. I don't even remember how much those cost because I bought them in a big pack. But, you know, it was another case of marketing and getting my name out there. First responders, a lot of awards are given out annually for stuff like that. A lot of retirements happen. You know, so you have people who join a police force or a fire department and they work their whole careers in one spot because that's just who they are, that's what they do, and they get that pension at the end. So they will a lot of times give out pretty cool awards or plaques or retirement gifts to those people, and that's a great community to be tied in with because you have firemen, you have police, you have EMS, you have a lot of different aspects of that one community, but they're all one community, and usually they're fairly tight knit. There might be a little competition or, you know, crap talking between them, but for the most part, if the police have one guy that they go to for their awards and that person does a great job, then the fire department might pay you a visit. And I've already had a few visits from the fire department. I've done some work for them for personal and fire department business. So let's see, we want to get to FFL, but whenever I look, it can be overwhelming. It's a lot, and it's kind of, you know, it's kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Intimidating, I guess. But I think ultimately in the rural area that I'm in, it's going to be a good thing. So, let's see. Love that networking. New York probably isn't the best place to get an FFL. Upstate New York is a little bit more rural than the city, so I think it's probably not as bad. Let's see. Whole huge deal. Godspeed, Miranda. Yeah. And it looks like Alex and Rhiannon are back.
What up, dude?
What's up? Hopefully I did an adequate job at filling the space for people.
I wouldn't know. I didn't listen. But I'm sure it's fine. You live stream on your channel. Make sure you go to Anthony's channel. It's Beaming Up Laserworks on YouTube.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I love live streams, honestly, because it gives you a chance to just kind of answer questions randomly. We've had some pretty off the wall stuff that we've answered questions for or like experimented with. Like I did a whole live stream trying to find green on a titanium plate.
Stool.
You know, and it was just like that's just what the live stream was. We tried different patterns, we tried different fill methods, we tried different settings, and just tried to find green. And ultimately we got kind of in the neighborhood, but we also had a lot of fun and got to.
Anthony in general is a much better person than me, so if you've enjoyed the last 45 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes, definitely go sub to his channel, because there's a lot of stuff over there already, and you haven't even been doing it that long, and you keep talking about it, you're doing more, so I'm excited to always see what you're doing over there. And it's a very different style than what you get from Laser Everything, but Anthony's just every bit as capable as Kyle and myself and Matt and Rhiannon, so there's no reason you shouldn't be over there. Keep an eye on his channel.
I will appreciate the plug.
I turned my gain down a little bit. Let me know. Is that better? Do you hear blowout, Anthony?
That's much better. I've just got the one headphone in, so it's not real easy to pick it up, but it does sound a lot better now, I think, compared to what it was. It was kind of grainy before, but I think you're good. Much less of the tin can effect. And now I don't hear anything. Coming from Cali to Iowa, getting different farms to be a lot different. And I was up in NorCal, which again is kind of more of a, red area. So, I mean, there are some pretty strict fire alarm laws in California, definitely. So you could not get your hands on a lot of stuff. But for the most part, yeah, it's cool. The Iowa, you can get like a card, and then you just walk into it. It's basically like a pre-background check, so you can go in and drop that on the counter and buy a gun and take it home that day. And I was like, what? You can do what? So yeah, things are definitely a lot different, and a lot of other things too, like crazy crackheads and homelessness and stuff like that. So my earphone's not dead, so Alex just must not be talking. And another reason for the FFL thing that kind of happened after I made up my mind to do it was that were basically two places in this town that you could buy a firearm from. One is like a farm and home, like Tractor Supply, basically, something along those lines, which is a corporation that's kind of a big box store or whatever, and this place that was just down the street from me called Faith's. And it was actually one of the coolest things that drew me toward wanting to live here in this town, because I came out here in 2012 for my father-in-law's wedding. And after the wedding and the reception and all that, I really, for some reason, wanted a cigar. So my father-in-law was like, hey, there's this great place down the street. And we stopped by, and it's called Faith's, F-A-E-T-H. And it was called the ATF store. Alcohol, tobacco, firearms. And literally it was like a gun shop that would shut down, and then there was a bar there after the gun shop closed, and then like a whole wall of cigars and stuff. So it was like a one-stop ATF shop. So be nice to Lake County. Oh, there's nothing wrong with Lake County. It's a beautiful place to live. Actually, some of the most beautiful country in California is in Lake County. The mountains, the lake. It is a beautiful place, but unfortunately, some of the people that live around that area aren't so beautiful. But yeah, where we lived wasn't any better. Butte County, but with an E at the end of it, and that's kind of what it was. So Very beautiful, very real with drugs. Yeah.
Can you hear me now, bro?
Yes, and you sound excellent.
It sounds excellent. Okay, great.
Yes.
I said something. I don't remember what I said, but I guess it wasn't important because I would remember it if it was. What were you talking about before the ATF
I don't know.
store? Oh, I was going to ask if they gave out 357s with your Happy Meals because I was pretty sure that was a thing in Iowa.
Oh, the Happy Meals. I'm not sure. That might have been before we moved out here, but
That was sarcasm.
Oof.
I don't think they actually do that.
no, I don't know. I picked it up.
The sound is much, much better. Okay, great. I'm glad. Rhiannon, so we fucked up, Anthony. I don't know if you were watching. How long were you sitting backstage, by the way? I couldn't hear you when you answered before.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, good.
Maybe 10 max. But
so-
I was watching on the way or listening. I had my phone running through the car while I was driving, but I was white knuckling, so I obviously wasn't watching anything. But I
Yeah,
did catch
totally.
the core file situation.
Yeah, dude. So it turns out that the values are stored if you do your light burn lens correction, but they're not used until you remove the core file. So we removed the core file from this profile. This is our 50 millimeter lens. And now Rhiannon is checking to make sure that the scale doesn't need to be readjusted, because when you have the core files loaded up, everything is grayed out as far as warp adjustment goes, except for scale. So she did her scale while the core file was loaded in. So basically now we're just trying to find out, do we have to redo our scale? Was it using some kind of like core file measurements? And is that affecting the scale? Do we need to remeasure it on every single lens? Like what kind of the deal is with that? So she's measuring now. She's saying it's really close, but is it really close?
It was 20.4 something, and then my box is 20. So
It's 20. It was 20.4.
yeah, that was like the first box, and that was about on both sides.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, it's like the time limit.
And you requested 20. So it's probably fine. Let's jump to something bigger next. Let's do like maybe one of the 110s. And we'll try that one. For now, we'll say, okay, the scale seems accurate. You did the height and the width? Yeah.
The same.
And they were both the same? Okay, good.
It's a good sign.
So some 1/10 of a millimeter, give or take. That could just be down to human error too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because measuring with the caliper is not an exact science. You could have stopped in a different spot. Your focus could be slightly different. Yeah, you could have twitched a little bit with your thumb. You know, like, I mean, any little thing will throw you off a 1/10 or a 100th of a millimeter for sure. So we're not looking for exact numbers, but they should be very close as far as looking at like from millimeter to millimeter. Yeah, let's do one of the 110s. Just let me know the serial number that you're planning on testing. In fact, let's see. You did adjust the scale. By how much? That 0.4? I'm just deciding if I even want to change. Like, I guess if we did it, we might as well as update it. What was the X scale? And what was the Y scale? 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, sure. So yeah, it's to get to the point of what I'm talking about, it's a sticky situation that we're trying to make up for without redoing everything we've already did.
Yeah, that would suck.
The nice thing is it does seem like, again, Lightburn saved the values from the corrections. It's just not using them while the core file's loaded in. So we should only have to go to each device profile and remove the core file from it and then re-export it so that it saves over that device profile file, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I've done that myself too.
Yeah.
We're doing 161.
All right. So we're doing 160, 110 with no nothing. Okay. So Rhiannon's swapping the 50 for a 110 now so that we can get another view of the scale and just see if this one seems like it's been affected or not. Feel free to keep having conversations too, Anthony. Don't let me take over with my technical bullshit. I'm just trying to work through this in a way that can at least, I'm hoping people can follow along with the problem and what we're trying to do to fix it.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, I was just typing into chat if anybody else had any questions while you were talking, so I wasn't trying to talk over you.
No worries.
TJ Michael was asking, he heard Rochester, but wasn't sure what state, so I told him it was New York, because there are a lot of Rochesters.
Not Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Minnesota would be closer to me, though. My dad's up in Duluth. I can't imagine what kind of snow they're probably getting.
Yeah, this is weird too, dude. Check this out. So, I don't know. Here, let me see if I can make this like, I don't know. Yeah, that's good. So see how the skew is set to 0.9960?
Mm-hmm.
It should be 1 because it's 1 for all of them. That's what I have recorded in the spreadsheet. But all of the other measurements are the same. 1.0644, 1.0018, right?
Huh.
Yep. And then 0.9793 and 1.0014. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, just set the skews back to 1 because that's what we recorded from the test. But I don't know why the value would be different after running the... Huh? For the scale right now, I have 90.6262 and 83.1710. But what we don't know is are those numbers right now that we've deleted the core file, right? So let's see, I guess just another test. Try to use a good amount of the workspace so we can really kind of push the limit. Yeah, we may just, doing the scale testing is so quick. We may just redo them all anyway, but yeah.
Lens correction is probably the most.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to do the lens corrections again, which is nice. And that's one of the reasons I'm like so glad that we had the spreadsheet, because if we didn't have the spreadsheet, we wouldn't really know if those numbers had changed because you wouldn't have any record of them. So thankfully we don't have to do that. If this one's if this one's within 1/10 of a millimeter, then I would say they're probably all fine. But we'll see. That was a mega oversight on my part. I didn't notice until we were almost all the way through all of the lenses too. Which typical.
Yeah, I caught that part when you noticed, and I was like, "Ooh, that could be a problem."
I'm gonna run to the back real quick, Rhiannon. I'll be right back. Oh no, just kidding. I'm staying.
So Resin said she's getting a new base plate for her UV and is going to be using the UV this weekend.
Like a breadboard kind of a thing?
I guess her base plate that the tower attaches to came tapped. One of the holes was tapped crooked, so she couldn't attach the tower. So she's been waiting for a replacement base plate.
That's obnoxious.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've considered so many times, like, just straight up removing the towers from all 3 of these base plates and just mounting them to the work, like the wood table. But I haven't done it. But I've thought about it, or at least like maybe going online and seeing if there's someone who custom CNCs that stuff large enough to cover the tower in one single like base plate. with all of the holes machined into it, like all the way across, so they all shared one. Like that would be really cool, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's off. Okay, so yeah, great. So let's fix these. So we got our answer. So it's off considerably. So if you do your lens corrections and then do your scale and then remove a core file, your scale will have to be reassessed, essentially.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. What it shouldn't change is the red dot settings. The red dot should, yeah, it should be right where we left it because that doesn't really have anything to do with this. So we don't have to touch that again either. So yeah,
core file doesn't save that, the red dot offset and whatnot.
Well, yeah, core file doesn't really affect that at all because that offset is just an addition or subtraction to the XY coordinate based on where it thinks the red laser is, which doesn't have anything to do with the warp. The warp is going to be adjusted after the fact as like a multiplication product, regardless of the additional adjustment you've made to the red laser. I know it just kind of sounds like word salad, but yes is the answer. It's
yes.
fine.
Cool. Good to hear.
So yeah, guys, if you're ever in this situation, just double check that everything you've written down or screenshotted during your lens corrections, which you should be doing, matches what's in those correction fields after the core file is deleted, and then redo your scale.
But if you never load a core file in the first place, you won't have to worry about it.
You won't have to worry about it. Yeah. Then it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Our problem was when we started making copies of our Lightburn device profiles for each of the different lenses, the original one that all of the copies were based off of had the core file. Right. So all of the copies had the core file.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, if you were there for the transition from EasyCAD to Lightburn, that might be an issue running into. But well, I guess no, because the 9-point just came up in the last year or something, right?
Yeah, it was not always there. That was definitely a newer feature.
So, but anyway, if you're starting today, or you just ordered your laser today, or it's coming in today, then I would say don't touch the core files. Don't even mess with it, because like Kyle was mentioning yesterday, when CloudRay sends out their machines, they use a generic profile for their lenses. So you're not going to be spot on. Even though you have a core file in there, it's not going to be specific to that lens, right?
Yeah, not even close.
So
yeah.
I wouldn't even waste the time. Just do the 9-point. It takes a couple minutes, and you can definitely, with more practice, do it faster too. But that way you have the faith and confidence in your machine that it's going to be exactly where you want it to be when you hit fire.
Yeah. So.
Very cool. Resin said, Anthony, my hubby asked me last night why we don't have any of your laser tape. I'm like, I forgot to order it. So I'll be ordering soon. Hey, that's cool. I sell the stuff, but mostly because I bought a bunch to use it too. But I just wanted to share the wealth. And like I said yesterday, I'm not trying to get rich off anybody. You can buy it off of Amazon if you want. Buy it from me. Just use it because it's a super handy tool. I use that stuff for like literally everything. Whenever somebody brings me like a one-off item that I'm gonna have to mark on, but I wanna make sure that it's gonna be right the first time, I slap some of that tape on it. I use my lower power settings and run it over. And then I'll send a picture to the client if they're not here and just be like, hey, how's this look? And 9 times out of 10, they're like, hey, that's perfect. Or if you're like this lady that brought me a marble pen base, like from the old school banks. I misspelled her son's name. So that's another reason to do it. She's like, there's only one H in his name. And I was like, oh, wow, I'm an idiot. Let me go ahead and fix that. But yeah, it's a great tool. And it's just something there. It's like a layer of protection to cover your butt if you do screw up, because then you can send that proof to your customer and just be like, this looks good. Yes. And then if they come back and say, hey, you misspelled my son's name, well, I sent you a picture of this thing that had exactly how it's going to engrave it on it, and you said okay, so how are we going to fix this? So
I do the same thing, but I send digital proofs usually. I'll like take a screenshot of like my page in Illustrator or Inkscape, and I send that over after saving the file.
Nice.
Smoke Show wants to know what's a roll cost over at beamituplasertape.com.
If you was like $6, and if you buy 2 rolls, it's like 10.
Yeah.
And then
$5 flat rate shipping, regardless of how much you get, right?
Yeah. If you order 100 rolls, then you're going to pay $5 of shipping.
Yep.
And I'm going to eat my hat, but whatever. Like I said, I'm not trying to get rich. I just want to help people. You know, I want them to have a quality. It's something I've tested the heck out of. And my wife uses this stuff too. She uses it with her crafting. She uses it as like to lift when she cuts stuff on her Cricut. She uses that as like almost a transfer tape or whatever. And it's just, it's
obviously we're using it. You're literally seeing it be used right now. It just marks so well, dude. It's so bright and easy to see, especially with the fiber.
This one's done.
That one's done.
You want to clarify in your spreadsheet the ones that we need to redo?
I'm going to go in order now that we know we need to redo them. So I'll just work my way down the list. So this is the first 110. All right, let me double check the serial. We're on row 21. And I'm going to adjust the scale based on your screen now. So we're at 96. Oh my God, that's a huge discrepancy.
Yeah, it was pretty off.
And then we have 87. That's another like 5-point discrepancy. 36, 70. All right, so next up, let's do the 70 because that's the one we skipped over.
Jack in the shop asked, how do I pipe my 60-watt CO2 tube through a beam combiner into my fiber galvo? I don't think that's something you want to do.
I don't think
you'll
that's
probably end up damaging stuff.
Yeah, the mirrors aren't made for differing wavelengths like that. Maybe there is a beam combiner out there that'll do it. Like a good example of that is Epilog's M2 Fusion, right? Which will do that. It will pump a fiber through the same laser path that it pumps its CO2 galvo through, or CO2 RF tube through, in order to reach the material. But I'm pretty sure that's proprietary, like material stuff happening in their space. And since those are one of the very, very few lasers that are made in America, it's probably not something that you're going to find on the Chinese market or reliably on the Chinese market. So unless you have a very, very specific solution to the wavelength problem, I would not attempt that. Plus, on top of that, with f-theta lenses, you need to have matching wavelength values, right? So you can't push a CO2 beam through a fiber laser f-theta lens or vice versa. You'll damage or mark the glass. I mean, just think about putting like a normal glass under a CO2 laser, right? You're marking that. It's gonna shatter. Whereas like the zinc selenide is a very specific formula to allow that CO2 laser beam to pass through the medium without damaging it, or UV for that matter. There's a reason. This is interesting. There's a reason that CO2s and UVs in galvo format do not run their lasers through fiber optic cables as a delivery system. And it's because the laser inherently at those wavelengths will destroy the fiber optics. So you can't just swap things willy-nilly with wavelengths. It's all very, very specific materials, very specific mediums to allow passage of the laser. And that's why we shoot our CO2 beam from our RF tubes and our UV beam from our UV laser sources directly into the galvo scan head, because you just can't push that stuff through fiber optic cables. I think we knew you were kidding, Jack, but it is important to mention for sure for people that don't know. Focus for the 70. Your focal point for the 70 millimeter is 114 millimeters. You did re-export the 110, right? And then you did switch profiles to the 70. Okay. Just making sure. Just feel like I got to say it out loud.
So K and A Pop asked, are jump delays and timings different for different lenses on the same laser, or will all lenses on that machine have that same timing?
That's a really smart question to ask, and there's a very technical answer for it that I will try not to get too over my head into. But essentially, the delay, the jump and delay settings should not be changing from lens to lens. The lens doesn't directly interfere with those values, but, and this is like a giant ass but with a giant asterisk, the larger a lens you use, the longer distance your laser is traveling from like the far left to the far right of the field, or the far top to the far bottom, etc. And in doing that, you will change how noticeable those adjustments you've made to your timing and delay are, and they will feel different. So what do you do with that information? I would at least analyze, acknowledge that you can see differences between lenses for non-lens related reasons, and adjust your timing and delay accordingly, especially on the larger end, right? So get your numbers dialed in on like the 50, 70, whatever. That'll probably, big asterisk, probably carry you through like the 150 to 200 range. 200 plus, you really want to start looking at those values again, because they will probably require some adjustment just due to the distances being traveled by the beam during scanning. And those distances are going to make the values feel like they need to be adjusted, or things, little problems with your jump and delay that you didn't notice on the smaller lenses may start to show themselves at those workspace sizes. So it's definitely something to pay attention to. It's not inherently broken because you've changed lenses, but it is something that you want to look at and decide whether or not an adjustment is needed, especially on the long end. There's also the speed end of things. All of this that I've just said also applies to the speed settings, right? So do I need a different timing and delay setting based on the speed that I have my laser set to? And the answer again is no, usually, until you get up into like the post 2000 millimeter a second range. And then the same advice. Little things that you never would have noticed or seen, even with a microscope on a smaller lens or at lower speeds, will become noticeable at higher speeds. And at that point, you might think that some adjustment is needed. So two things there, and you'll want to keep an eye on those as you expand out in your workspace size and as you move up in kind of your speed class, because those will affect the results that you're getting.
Very good.
I tried to keep that brief, and I did a terrible job.
But you explained it well, so some answers just can't be given in short form. Let's see. Yuel Adamas asked, have you seen any galvo gantry lasers? And I got sent a video by, randomly out of nowhere, I was sent a friend request from a lady that works with GZ Tech. And we've messaged back and forth on Messenger, and she sends me videos from different things every once in a while. And she sent me a link to their Facebook page that showed a galvo gantry M8 MOPA laser that was engraving and then cutting a mirror. And that was a cool video. Kind of neat to see.
I know someone whose name I'm not going to name that has a very expensive, very, very expensive gantry galvo laser from Trotec. And for all intents and purposes, it's like horrible. They hate it with a passion, because the gantry portion of that is just so, it requires so much tuning to get
I
it
bet.
to move exactly where it needs to move, to do things in the seamless nature that you would expect from a machine like that, moving from gantry section to gantry section as the galvo does its thing. Very, very, very difficult to use. So I would probably not recommend that for most people. And like that's the kind of laser, like, who I'd recommend that to? Like Alex Campbell, like the guys that just have hundreds and hundreds of endless hours to sink into calibrating that kind of stuff. Because once you get it dialed in, I'm sure it's great, but it just takes an immense amount of work to get it to perform the way that you're advertised it will perform out of the box. So
Yeah,
that I would be very leery when looking at things like that, and take the amount of prep time it's going to require with a grain of salt. That's my input.
Totally.
So being ready to confirm on data.
Okay, we're confirming the 70 millimeter data. Skew should still be 1 all the way down. I've got your new X scale at 89.5653. Did that change?
But this is not new. I haven't actually done the scale.
Oh, you didn't do the scale yet. We're just talking about. Okay, so bulge 1.0767, trap 1.0037, and then Y bulge 0.9884, and Y trap 1.0010. Okay, great. All right, now you're going to do the scale test for the 70. Sounds good.
All right, so TJ Michael asked, Anthony, what types of lasers do you run? I have several diodes that I kind of cut my teeth with. And then I have a fiber laser, a UV, and then I also have a CO2 gantry. Been eyeballing some CO2 galvos, but that's probably next year thing for me once I get a little bit more money flowing. But yeah, so I have like the 4 big wavelengths covered. There's green lasers out there that I'm kind of intrigued by, but more or less because of the novelty of it. I think it would be cool to have, but I don't have necessarily a use case for it. So that's a down the road thing, maybe one of these days. But yeah, UL Adamas said we need to start working on programming AI system to automate getting these systems calibrated. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably need some really high resolution cameras and sensors and stuff to make sure that all got lined up properly. But that'll be kind of cool.
I don't think it's a software issue. I think it's a hardware issue because we have to take really precise, repetitive measurements of things that are physically in front of us in the real world, and then feed that data back to the computer. I think if these lasers shipped with that kind of hardware, I think the software could handle it no problem, but even just setting up like light burn camera is kind of a tremendous undertaking. It's not a simple thing. And that's a very basic camera. That's not like a super high res one that you would need to measure tenths or hundredths of a millimeter or what have you. So I think that really comes down to like a hardware issue. And I think a system that could do that would be pretty cost prohibitive as far as, our average viewer is concerned, at least.
Yeah. Cause I mean, the distances that we're working at, if you're using a 110 lens or even like a 50 or a 70, the fisheye effect of any camera that's going to pick up a field size is going to be pretty severe. So trying to get accurate measurements with that kind of fisheye going on and all that, that'd be kind of rough. But I mean, it'd be a cool thing. It'd be really cool. And then there's a gentleman with a name in, I'm guessing, Cyrillic that I can't read. The outline is not aligned with the engrave. Is that a timing issue? Thanks, newbie here. Typically, if you have if you're doing an engrave on metal or something, and you have like a halo effect going on, or it's shifted, so you have like the main part of the engraving, but then there's like another part that's kind of shifted. That's typically like a timing issue, right?
Yeah, definitely. Unless you're talking about the red dot, in which case it would just be a red dot offset adjustment. But if you're talking about the actual like contour of the filled mark, so right, we have our hatch lines back and forth that fill the image, and then it'll do like a final outline around the outside. That's mostly an EasyCAD thing, by the way. Unless you specifically tell Lightburn to do that, it won't do that. But if that's what you're noticing, so if we're talking only about engraved lines, then that would be a timing issue. And if that's something that you want to address, go check out the Laser Everything Guide to Timing and Delay, which is extremely, extremely thorough. It gets very in depth. Timing and delay is something Rhiannon and I will be going live with soon as we continue to dial in our fiber laser. We're doing the first step right now, which is kind of like lens calibrations. But then we'll have to get into machine calibrations. And when we're starting to work with the machine calibrations, that's something you'll see live from us here as we move forward with this process. But we already have a full and very complete guide on that topic. And I would definitely look that up. Just type in Laser Everything, timing and jump, or timing and delay, something like that. And it should come right up. It's a very, very good video, very thorough, and should get you where you need to go to resolve that issue.
Yep, I've linked that video many a time with people that are having timing issues. I told Kyle day before yesterday, I don't think I mentioned it to you, but I sold my lasers only machine, my 30 watt.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, to a guy that lives here in town that I've done some work for, and he's done some stuff for me too. Like he owns some like heavy duty fabrication equipment and like a CNC plasma and stuff.
Yeah.
And so he was interested in fibers and stuff, and I was like, well, if I upgrade machines, then I'll keep you in mind. And then I just kind of saw that one sitting gathering dust while I just used my 50 watt all the time. And the number of times that I've used both machines at the same time is just like I can count it on one hand, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I'm being kind of stingy just sitting on this machine that's gathering dust and I'm not using it. And why not just bring another guy into the fold? I mean, he's watched the channel before. He has a diode that he messes around with, and he just kind of wanted to take the step up to the fiber world. And I was like, you know what, dude? I texted him. I was like, I've been thinking, and you know, if you really want that fiber, I feel like I'm just being selfish by holding on to it for like sentimental reasons, you know, because it was my first fiber laser and all that. And so I was like,
get after it.
We'll get you hooked up. So we have another fiber laserer in the community now, and he, like I said, he subs the channel, and he's watched, and he went through the whole Galvo crash course and texted me a few times, and I just referred him back to different videos and stuff, and he's done a great job. So kind of cool, exciting. Nice. It's nice to have that, and he still brings me business because he doesn't have a CO2, and I do like acrylic work for him and stuff too. So it's like we have kind of a cool.
You know what's nuts about competition in this industry too is like a lot of people like can do something, and that doesn't mean that they want to or are going to. You know, like I have a ton of equipment here. Like I can 3D print anything with this resin printer. I mean, it's so good. But like if I need a part for something, I'm very likely just going to order it. You know, because it's just easier, and I don't have the time. I'm a laser guy. I do laser stuff. I like to play with my 3D printer. It's fun to play with, but I'm not going to use it for a part that I like really, really need, or something that I need quickly, or if I'm in the middle of a bunch of jobs or a bunch of YouTube stuff. I'm not going to sit here and try to work out the 3D model. Like I'm just going to pay somebody to print it, you know?
Right.
And so I think there's a big overlap there with that kind of stuff too. Did you see this guy's name is Thanos? That's dope. Ready? Okay, we're ready for scale. Yeah, he says he was talking about the contour, and the guy is excellent, and he ordered a digital microscope, which is a good idea. That is the very first thing you need to do in order to be able to tackle that problem. So I'm glad that you got that on the way.
Oh, okay. It's Greek. Sorry for misidentifying the characters.
What?
This one shouldn't be such a significant count.
Okay, but this is the 70
yeah.
Scale.
Yeah.
Okay, 90 point. 9292. Cool. And then 82.1848. All right, recorded. Good to go. The next lens up is 110-2. All right, it's 1:30. I'm officially starting to get worried. Kyle has a fucking bout of violent diarrhea right now. Yeah, we can check from the 110-2 measurements really quick. I have 90.5103, 1.0596, 1.0024, 82.7594, 0.9750, 1, and 1.0007. Okay, so once again, we've removed the core file, and the results that we got from doing the native Lightburn warp correction are in the system. So it sounds like you don't have to worry about losing that if you accidentally do your lens corrections. It is just the scale that needs to be readjusted, because this is the fourth lens now that we've checked on, and all of our values seem to still be there.
That's good. Did the skew go to like 0.9995 again, or did it stay?
Yeah, every time it seems to be doing that, but whatever. It could be, that could be anything, dude. It could be core file related. I have no idea. Yeah. But what is for sure is that when you make your scale adjustments, it is taking the core file into consideration, not your native Lightburn lens correction values. So definitely, if you do scale on a core file and then switch or activate your Lightburn lens correction, you do have to redo scale. That's the lesson I'm learning right now.
There you go.
So I wasn't really sure how that was going to shake out, but it's good to know for sure.
It's a good lesson to learn, especially for newbies, people who are getting started. So that's.
Yeah, Kyle would be just like, I knew that. But he's not here. Sucks.
Too bad. Hopefully he's okay.
I'm sure he's fine. Probably just knocked out.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't mean. I clicked the wrong one.
Right. So,
these glyphs are confusing.
Yeah, I know. I can never get it figured out either. I always have to do like 3 screen changes before I get the right one. Let's see. We have 26 watching right now. Awesome.
Nice.
If anybody has any questions, let us know. Jack in the shop says he still doesn't have any cameras hooked up to his.
That's fine. You're not missing out on anything.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I mean, I use cameras. My phones, but I use these little. I buy them at Walmart. It's like, what's it called? It's basically a suction cup that you suction cup to your windshield. Skosh. So it's like and it's got a magnetic end on it. So then you put a little thing on the back of your phone and it magnets to it. But I have those suction cup to the side of the Galvo heads, and then I put my phone on it to record through. So.
Yeah. Oh, it's 177. Again, they're identical. Yeah, I could never calibrate one of those cameras to be accurate enough for me to be comfortable using it. I'm just too picky. I'm just too OCD, and it would never meet my wild expectations that I have for it. So.
Could sympathize with that. See, Jack said he was bragging about finding cheaper slate coasters at Michael's versus Amazon. Had a 100 set order, made all the trays waiting on slate. Michael's is bigger and would not fit. I had to sand all 400. Holy smokes. So by trays, you mean like coaster holders?
Kind of what I was picturing.
I put a cool on Thingiverse, like a 3D printed coaster holder that is designed to hold square, and then you could also download one for round coasters. I printed it out once with a wood filament, so it like looked like it was made out of wood. It was kind of neat.
Sick.
I haven't ordered slate coasters in forever. They just don't seem to really hit around here for some reason. And I've got a bunch of wood ones sitting on a shelf over here that nobody really seems interested in either. So I don't know.
I haven't ordered them because every time Cloud Ray or JP Plus sends me anything to show off on the channel, it always comes with like coasters. Always. Every single box, dude. Like I've never not been sent coasters. And it's like, okay, I get it. You guys sell coasters like we have so many of them. Good. I promise our viewers know.
I mean, they are a good material to have and kind of cut your teeth on. And if you're in a market where people like those things, then they do sell hot. Like Jack said, he had a 100 set order, so that's
I mean,
400 coasters. That's crazy.
In the time that like I've had that material available to me, I've never really sold a set of coasters as coasters. I think more often I end up doing, they kind of end up being like nice little picture frames, and people really like that, you know, doing even like the like 4x4 kind of photo on like the coaster size piece, or even, you know, the kind of like placemat sized ones. I just had a lady, I drilled 2 holes in the top of one with a drill press and ran some like twine through it as a hanger, and she had like a huge family portrait engraved on it, and it's like hanging on her wall now. Yeah, it was a big piece. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, there are definitely other ways that those can be used other than just like for something to put a drink on that customers will see value in. So I'd recommend trying some of that stuff out if you're having trouble moving them.
That's a great idea, actually.
Slate resolves photo detail incredibly well.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Jack, is that like a distillery or brewery, or what kind of order was that? Curious to know. Drum Rocker 83 says, I just got a 30-watt fiber to start up with. Do you suggest something to protect the bed? Best suggestions for safety, nervous of injury. Any suggestions for starter materials? Well, we just went over one. Slate is a great starter material.
Didn't change at all.
Slate's pretty forgiving, and it's very responsive to the fiber laser. Is that what you did that portrait with, the fiber, or did you use something different?
Oh, no, dude, we used the fiber. Yeah. I did that with the 60-watt SFX, actually, because at the time I thought that the 80-watt Mactron was broken, which it wasn't. It was just user error because I'm an idiot.
The wrong lens.
Yeah, the wrong lens. But yeah, I did it with the 60-watt, and it came out great. I didn't need the 60-watt for it. Could have done it with 30 watts, no problem.
Yeah, 30 watts a great laser. I mean, I pushed a 300 millimeter lens with my lasers only 30 watt that I had for almost 3 years now, and it's a great all around laser. I mean, I don't know if yours is a Raycus or Max Source or a JPT, but mine was the JPT LP, and it was just a super durable and great performing laser for what I asked it to do. I just happened to get an opportunity to pick up a 50-watt JPT-LP SFX, pre-owned, but at a great deal, and I jumped on it. And that was, I think, a great decision, both like for the business and like just me personally knowing lasers and learning a lot. I learned a lot trying to like dig into that thing and get it back up and running. So it was kind of cool. To protect the bed, I mean, I might sound like at this point I'm just trying to plug my own stuff, but I always cover my bed with a layer of the black tape. And
It's
most
180.
errant beams will get caught by that, especially if you're using like a rotary or something up higher where if the beam does wander off, it is like spread open enough that, or defocus enough that it's not going to cause any damage. But I always coat my beds with the black tape to give it a little bit of protection. Or you can use, if you're doing like deep engraves, like have a paired piece of steel to put under stuff if you're worried about it blowing through. I don't know.
I don't know, dude. My beds are thrashed, and it doesn't. Other than the way that it looks aesthetically, it's not like it affects anything. You know, it's just.
Right.
And I feel like no matter how hard you try, unless you do the tape thing, I guess that would work pretty well. But like, I feel like no matter how hard in the past I've tried, how much effort I've put into protecting my beds, I always end up marking them somehow, and that's just. I've just kind of come to terms with it.
Yeah,
So, it's a workspace. It looks like it does work.
Yep. And there was a guy in Discord the other day who was like, how can I protect my bed? Because, I'm going to be so mad and it's going to mess with my OCD if I accidentally mark it. And I was like, well, the best way to prevent from accidentally marking it is intentionally mark it and put something you want on it. That way the first mark on it is something you intended to do. And then anything else that happens to it is just, whatever. But
yeah, I mean, if you do accidentally mark it, my advice for dealing with OCD is to just scribble all over it at that point, because it just make it a big mess, because a tiny little thing like that just barely makes it not brand new anymore, I feel like is way worse than having something that looks just completely worn in and kind of like well used, but that's a personal opinion.
Best suggestions for safety: make sure you're wearing eyewear for one, and make sure it's appropriate eyewear for two. We just had a long conversation yesterday about eye protection, and no IR seems to be the big consensus that everybody's come to for like what you want as like the cream of the crop eyewear, right?
Yep.
So that's great. Cover your eyes because you only get one pair. And then as far as like materials, we had another long conversation yesterday about what not to engrave and different things. Vinyl is something you want to stay away from. Make sure you have adequate air extraction. And just, you want to move as much air as you can out of your workplace to keep fumes and stuff from causing damage to you or your equipment. So. If you want to hear all of our suggestions, you could go back and watch yesterday's video.
Yeah, yesterday's stream, dude. The first one that we did on my birthday was like fine, but yesterday's was jam-packed with really thoughtful questions that got very complete answers. So if you missed yesterday's, make sure after the stream's over you go watch yesterday's too, because it's just another like 4 hours of this, and people were in it. They were on it. We didn't stop answering questions the entire time we were live. It was very busy. And so I highly recommend that to you guys if you didn't watch yesterday's.
Jack said it's for a power company, the slate coasters that he did. 3DHP's here.
What up?
All right, and then K&A Pop asked, what's the current flow that Alex is doing, modifying current device profiles and then exporting them out? Each device profile is for a lens.
Well, right now we are fixing a mistake that we made. We had core files loaded in when we did some scale corrections, and those threw our scale corrections off. So Rhiannon is currently working through all of the lenses that we've done the initial setup for, and correcting those scales, and then re-exporting the device profile so that if we need to re-import that in the future for whatever reason, it will have the most recent up-to-date data. Each profile is a lens, and right now we're working on calibrating all of the lenses that we have for the fiber laser. I believe it's 12 lenses. that we're working through. We have 2 left that haven't been touched at all, but we're not going to do them until we finish going back and correcting the scale on everything we've done so far, so we don't forget and we can keep track of where we were. But when we were doing the rest of the lenses, and again, you can see a lot of this on yesterday's stream or at the beginning of today's, in which I go really in depth, step by step, through the process that Rhiannon is doing right now. The basic workflow is copy an existing device profile for the laser, do your focus finding, so you find your focal point, right? And then she is doing lens warp corrections, and then she's adjusting the scale to match so that things are the right size. And then last but not least, she's aligning the red dot laser to meet expectations on where the mark should fall in relation to the red dot. So that's kind of the pattern right now. Once all that's done, if you don't re-export the profile, the next time you load that profile in, say you get a new computer or you have to reinstall Windows or something, you'll be importing bad data. It'll be the data from the copy and not the data that you just went through and did all the calibrations for. So you need to make sure that you're re-exporting so that that backup of the Lightburn device profile is the most recent data. So that's something that she's been doing at the end of every step. And then we use the newest generated one. We make a copy of that, and that becomes the next lens. And the cycle continues. So that's what we're doing right now. What am I supposed to be looking at? RS1. Scale is updated. Okay, I will make those notes. So another part of this, guys, is I'm going through and tracking all of this data manually in a spreadsheet. So if something happened to the device profiles that we're saving, copying, backing up, etc., we literally have all of these values written down in a spreadsheet for every lens and laser combination. And it is more complicated than I'm making it sound. And I have done a few explanations of why we're doing all of this work. Again, more towards the beginning of the stream. So if you're coming in late, make sure you're going to the beginning and watching that after the stream is over, because we do get very specific about why we're doing every single piece of this that we're doing. And I think it's all very important. So this is what the spreadsheet looks like. And I am just looking at Rhiannon's screen here as she does them. Let me see, where did that go? That's here. And just making sure that these warp correction fields are being copied into the spreadsheet in the appropriate place. And I believe a blank version or like a sample filled out level version of this spreadsheet is available on the files database section of the website as well, if you'd like to download it to be able to do this sort of thing for your own machines too. Sorry, what is this, RS1? Okay. Got it.
The great thing about Lightburn is that you can switch between devices inside the program versus the EasyCAD days when you had an icon on your desktop to launch each device with a different lens size.
Okay, so it looks like minimal adjustments on that one, a couple percentage points. Nothing huge.
UL asked if anybody's tried the Atom Stack 20 watt pulsed. I think it goes on a gantry. So I'm assuming that's a diode laser since it's Atom Stack.
Yep.
Which means it most likely does go on a gantry, because I don't remember seeing anything about Atom Stack making a Galvo system yet, but I might have missed out on that.
20 watt pulse. I think it goes on gantry. No, they do have a 20 watt fiber source. While the diode lasers are pulsed, we talked about that on yesterday's live stream too. That was a very, very good question from somebody. Atom Stack fiber source. You can use these in a here it is, the MR20 1064 pulsed fiber laser module.
No way.
I haven't tried it. I asked them for one a long time ago, and they did not feel like they wanted to send that to me. But I thought it was very interesting, and you could probably do some really neat stuff with that. especially given the size of the workspace on a gantry laser. Some of them are, as big as 400 by 400 or 400 by 800. You could do some really interesting work with these. But I have not had hands-on experience with it, though it is something that piques my curiosity. Say a link, Anthony, in case you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Actually, I vaguely remember seeing something like this before.
Probably not, but we should anyway.
That's kind of wild.
412, 1, 6.
So that would actually be kind of a neat little doodad. Looks like about a 400 by 400 millimeter area that it works on. No, I've never tried that, but that'd be something really neat to.
That's cool, right?
And definitely don't put vinyl stickers on your laser bed. No, an errant beam could hit it and release some very dangerous chemicals to you and your machine. Drumrocker83 said, thank you so much. It's a Gwiki. I don't remember how to pronounce that. 30 watt, I caught on sale for it to be okay to get started with. So it's probably like a Raycus or a Max then, maybe.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's it, right?
But it's a good source. You just don't have the kilohertz range that the JPTLP does. So other than that, it'll be a good workhorse. I cut through like 1.8 millimeter sterling silver to make these lapel pins for a company for their annual awards. So it's a very capable machine, and it'll hopefully serve you well. So Resin said she's gonna have to go back and watch yesterday's stream because work is stupid and kept getting in the way.
You really do. Yesterday, I can't undersell it. Like, yesterday's stream was fire. There was some good shit going on yesterday. We're having like a chiller day today, but yeah, yesterday's there's a lot of stuff in there. Sorry.
Yuel asked another question. Said, how do you go about making an image larger than your laser area size? And Lightburn has a function in it called printing cut, but that is limited to gantry machines, right? I don't think there's a function like that for the Galvos.
This is a Kyle question that I don't know the answer to. Print and cut is very much Kyle's nonsense area, and I think that is accurate, but I could be wrong. But I believe that you're correct.
Yeah, I'm like 95% sure that print and cut doesn't exist in the Galvo.
Yeah,
world,
so if you're doing if you're talking about a Galvo laser, you don't. You get a bigger lens.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, but if you have a gantry laser that you want to use, actually I talked Gearant and showed him some videos to watch on how to get it through. He wanted to do these cutting boards, and he's got I think a 400 by 400 atom stack machine, and he was doing a little bit larger than that. So the print and cut feature just has you put inside your design, you're going to put two elements that aren't going to be engraved, but they're used as markers for the system to reference. So basically, if you had something that was, your workspace 400 millimeters, but you have something that's 600 millimeters. So at the midway point, you could put like two X's that are tool lines, and then you move the laser to the center of each one, and you go up to laser tools, start the print and cut, mark number 1, then you move the laser to mark number 2 and set that. And then what Lightburn does is it figures out, okay, if mark 1's here and mark 2's here, then the artwork is going to be referenced. It gives it just reference points so it knows exactly where it needs to do the engraving. And that sign that I showed off yesterday, I'm going to turn my camera so hopefully I don't make anybody seasick. That sign right there is like 5 feet long. And it's something that I made on my 3-foot bed CO2. So I used print and cut. So that was kind of my introduction to that world. But just looking at it, if you get up real close, you can see some like really fine lines where the images were sliced. But other than that, I mean, just looking at the sign from a few feet away, you can't tell. And that was probably mostly, any error was probably my fault. So yeah, printing cut.
This is RS2. Those are bigger changes.
I felt it's one. I think the height is a little off, but the width is fine mostly.
Mm.
Something.
It's like the height was
Well,
fine, mostly, and the width was pretty far off. 96, 73. Okay. Cool. Good to go.
Yuel Adamus said, "My dream idea is to build a gantry setup that's portable and set up and be able to do large areas even on the walls." That's a cool idea. That could be a fun project to work on. There are some, I think, Laser Pecker and what's that other company? Like they make this thing called the Spider. I think it's like Tyvek or Ty.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that thing got horrible reviews. I was gonna take one, and then somebody told me not to. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah?
they like roll as they mark, and they know how far they've rolled, so they know where to like mark the next thing or whatever. But I don't think it works on walls.
Well, there's another one that like has this arm that swings out, so you can basically fold it up and then move it and then set it up somewhere. And the x-axis is this big arm that swings out, and it's got like some ridiculously large work area. But my big concern would be like having your x-axis out that far. Like, how stable is that machine going to be? And the Laser Pecker one that I saw was like almost the same thing. It was like, it just seemed like stability would be an issue if you're trying to get that x-axis moving at any amount of speed.
Yeah, I would definitely classify that as like niche experimental stuff.
Yeah. Jay Bake says, "I've learned so much from the entire Laser Everything team over the years. Thanks so much for the hard work and great content." Same.
We're trying. It's hard to stay focused and serious, but I do my best. And of course, we're nothing without our volunteers. Mr. Anthony over here isn't making a dime right now. He's just hanging out of the goodness of his heart, as he does often. So, we're glad that we can help. That's why we do it. This is, unless you're Mr. Beast, this isn't the industry you sign up for to make a ton of money. So, thanks to our volunteers, thanks to the Laser Master Academy. Again, that's 95% of our revenue comes from people who voluntarily donate their money to the channel over at masters.lasereverything.net. If we didn't have the LMA, I'd be working 9 to 5, and you guys would be getting a video a month. So, there's a lot of different things that go into what makes Laser Everything successful, and it's mostly other people. So, we're really grateful to be in the position that we're in, and we're glad that it's helping you for sure.
Dude, I don't know if you saw that when I panned over to look at that sign, but that's the status of my outside right now.
Dude, I took a crazy video this morning because Miranda's family lives in California. Mm-hmm. And I got this video of just like a massive snow squall. It was just like white, like just a shield of white outside. And I was out in it trying to wipe off Miranda's car so that she could go to the pharmacy today. And I took a quick video and sent it to the family chat, and they were like, "What the fuck?" Snowy day for sure.
Yep.
150. Okay.
Directed text said, "I wonder how that fiber cable will stand up to all the motion on a gantry." That's a great question. I mean, it looked like it was kind of like thickly wrapped, even more so than maybe, I don't know, just in the pictures I saw, like maybe thicker than even our fibers. So maybe they're putting that extra thickness around the fiber to help keep it from bending as much, so that that motion wouldn't necessarily cause any damage. But that would be an interesting thing to test and see how much, if you're using all four corners of that workspace, that's 400 millimeters of movement in each direction. So
Business says days like this make me so happy I work from home.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I still worked from home. There was a little period in laser everything history where I just did everything from the house, but
I
that
find
is
I'm far less productive if I'm working from home, though.
dude, totally. That's
Too
why I
many
came back.
distractions.
That's why I came back to the shop, because there's just too
Yeah.
much going on at home, especially with all the fucking kids. I just have too many fucking kids, and if I have too many fucking kids, you have way too many fucking kids.
For sure.
So I feel you on that, dude.
Yeah. And then it's just too easy for the wife to be like, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? And you're in the middle of something. And so I don't want to tell my wife no. So 90% of the time I'll stop what I'm doing and go do whatever honeydew she had. So
Oh yeah,
it's nice to have that physical separation. And it's also nice to know that when I'm home, I'm home. You know,
Yeah.
aside from like doing the podcast on Tuesdays or whatever, like when I'm at home, I'm usually not worried about work. I do have my CO2 gantry in my garage. So there are sometimes, lately a lot more time than usual, but there are times where I'm working from home, but still that's just like I can shut it down and it's just done. So
yeah. My wife recently evaporated my home office. There's nothing left of it because she wants to spread the kids out into separate rooms. So I no longer have a home office at all. Now I have a desk in the living room. That's what I was graced with keeping. So I can do like a few kind of informational things or like check on the LMA or whatever from home. But my access to technology, which is the thing that really sucks my time away, is no longer a thing that's available to me at the house. So when I'm home, I'm definitely home. And that is super nice.
yeah. So UL said he found a gantry extension that goes up to 900 millimeters for one. Yeah, they have a lot of extensions. The Nijis I used to use a lot of, you could expand up to like 1,300 millimeters, I want to say. Or maybe it was 1,030 millimeters, 1030 or 1,300, one of the two.
Yeah,
But yeah, that
Niji's
was-
well known for the Max, dude. They were like,
Yeah.
that was like the first one where they were like, hey, what if we just made the rails really, really fucking big?
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure
I
Niji
think
did that first.
stock, it was like 460 by 810. And then you could buy new rails to make, the 460, turn that into over a meter. And I
Yeah.
still have I think it's a Niji 2 Max that has the extension rails on it. And that thing literally took up a whole kitchen table. I just moved a kitchen table downstairs into the basement
Yeah.
and threw that on top of it. I had enough room for like a laptop and a rotary, and that was about it. So they're cool machines, and having all that extra space just means that you're going to spend even more time than a normal diode job.
Yeah.
Because diodes are awesome, but they're not known. Well, they weren't known for their incredible speeds. It's actually kind of cool to see some of the speeds that the more modern diodes are using, even if they are kind of cheating. But yeah, they're definitely a lot quicker than they used to be.
And they're still slow.
And they're still, yeah. Rosa says she's way more productive from home than in the office. Coworkers like to bug me when I'm there. At home, it's just me. I don't have kiddos. Yeah, I think it depends on like the kind of work that you're doing too. And, you know, if you have a dedicated spot where you can just like, that's where you work from and the distractions are minimal and all that, it's probably a lot easier. But yeah, I could definitely see how not having your coworkers around to come and bug you office-based style about TPS reports and
Resin's
staplers.
lack of parasitic monsters is probably helpful too.
Yeah.
I feel like Rhiannon looks at me all the time like the kids are like screaming and beating each other's heads in with hammers or whatever it is that they do. And Rhiannon looks at me like I'm like insane, like I've lost my mind, that I decided to have more after the first one.
Right.
And she just like does not get it at all. And it's a crazy thing to do. So when you don't have to deal with that, I would definitely assume that will help you get more work done.
Yeah.
Especially you, dude, with the traveling fucking circus over there. I still can't believe, like, when we met at LBX and I just saw the little parade behind you, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Yep.
that was crazy. You're a crazy man.
I am a crazy man. Part of it's because of them. But I wouldn't trade it for anything, man. It's awesome.
I love my kids. That doesn't make them any less a monster. They're definitely
Right.
monsters. They're just
Yeah.
my monsters.
I agree. Yeah. Vinny said his are grown and moved away. Youngest is 35. Nice. Yeah. Well, even if they're grown and they move away, they're not always gone.
Yeah, I'm still a thorn in my parents' side.
Yeah. The resident said that's
I'll
very
haunt
true.
them
I
till
have
they're
no
dead.
idea. How many kids do you have, Anthony? Yeah, I have a grand total of 8. 3 adult children that I married into when I met my wife. And I have 5 boys between the ages of Kason is our oldest. He's going to turn 12 in a couple weeks, actually a week and a half. And my youngest is 6. So I have a 12, 10, 9, 12, 9, 8, 7, 6. Is that enough kids? 12, 9, 8, 7, 6? Yeah, that's enough kids. So yeah, we have almost all of the ages covered.
TJ ordered 4 rolls of tape.
I just got that email. Thank you so much, man. I'll get it out in the mail ASAP. I never wanted kids either, Resin. And then I just kind of, over the years, became a softie. And yeah, my first wife had a daughter, and then my wife now, she had 3 kids when we got married. And we wanted to have one and decided she had to have a medical procedure before we got married, and we couldn't have any kids. So we ended up adopting our 5. We wanted to do 1. We just wanted 1. And then the universe planned on 5 for us, apparently. So that's cool stuff.
Yeah, I never wanted kids until I met Miranda, and then when I found someone, I was like, "Oh, you could be a good mother." Then that like kind of changed my mind.
Yeah.
But I was adamantly against having kids until I had them.
Jay Bake said, I'll order some tape. Did you have a link? It's beamituplasertape.com. So it's, I think it's, sometimes you have it linked in the description.
I don't think I have it in the description today. I'll add it after the stream, but it's https://beamituplasertape.com. Boom. There's the link in chat for you.
Cool. Thank you much.
The non-Jolly Star 175 is next.
I have one of those laying around. I need to, do you know if you can buy like the sacrificial lenses separately for those things?
I don't know, dude. That is a good question. I've never tried.
Because the whole reason I got this 50 watt SFX for such a good price was because the people who used it blew out their lens, and it was a Jolly Star because it's an SFX laser.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. It's definitely among the higher quality lenses that I own. I was getting some questions about it earlier. I don't know what the optical material is. I don't know if it's fused silica or quartz or what, but I've never even looked. I haven't even looked to see if you could just buy a Jolly Star lens.
So if you,
Oh, here, let me make that large.
See, you can kind of see in the middle of the lens right here.
Yeah. Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, there you go, right there. That's what caused them to buy a new lens. And when they bought a new lens, and I think this is I like to bring this up as often as I can because it's an awesome learning opportunity for people, is when you buy a lens, the space between the bottom thread here and the top of the lens here is very important. Because if you have too short of a spacer, there's usually a piece of the galvo head that's going to block the lens from going too high and smacking into your mirrors, but it won't fit in your spacer. And if you have too tall of a spacer, because there's is it like 34 and 24 or something like that? There's a 34 millimeter
something
one.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a 34 millimeter spacer and then a 24 millimeter spacer. So if you measure from the base here to the top, you'll notice that some lenses are 10 millimeters taller from the bottom thread to the top of the lens. You'll notice that some lenses are shorter from the bottom thread to the top of the lens. Well, this one had the 34 millimeter spacer in it, and they ordered an Opex lens that was 10 millimeters shorter than this lens. So when they put it in the laser, it was too far away from the mirrors so that the beam wasn't focused properly, and the mirrors were kind of overshooting the lens with their scan angles, I think.
Yeah,
So
it affects your workspace, so you won't get your full workspace.
it would only engrave in the
lens
middle
at the
couple
beginning.
inches of the field. Yep.
Yeah, and it'll mark the bottom of your lens, which is
Yeah.
not great either. It can heat it up or melt it over time or destroy the paint and cause fumes and gases and smoke to accumulate on the scan head mirrors. It's really bad. You definitely have to pay attention to that.
Yeah. So if you ever order a lens, just pay attention to that. And the spacers aren't very expensive. You can get them usually for like $20 on AliExpress. But I've done this on live streams before where I show people like the underside or the inside of the galvo head. And you can see there's like a little recess where the lens goes into it before the mirrors. But here you can see that this is the spacer, and the lens sticks about 10 millimeters, 12 millimeters up from the top of the spacer. And if I went and grabbed the Opex lens that they ordered, it was perfectly flush with the spacer. So there was all that space that it was away from the galvo mirrors. And because of that, it would only mark in the very center of the field. Yeah. So they didn't realize that different height lenses existed, and they ended up selling the machine. And I think they ordered like a Thunder or something. It was like one of the enclosed ones.
Yeah, the distance from your galvo mirrors to the input aperture of your lens matters. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
And not all, I should mention, not all of the lenses or not all of the scan heads have those preventative lips to stop you from damaging your scan head mirrors. So if you do, yeah, on a lot of machines, if you put a lens that's too tall into the scan head, you're just going to smash your mirrors, which is not good. So, and once you knock those scan head mirror motors like out of place, they're virtually impossible to fix. You have to replace the scan head at that point because they're aligned and positioned very, very precisely to give you an X and Y axis. And once you mess with that, it's over. So it's something you really don't want to touch ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the laser's only 30 watt, had a ZBTK head on it that had the recess in it, and then my Sino Galvo did too, so I apologize. I should have said that not all will have that, but the two.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to, I've seen a lot more trash lasers than you that just don't have that level of engineering built into them. I honestly, when you said that, that's kind of one of the first times I've even heard about it. I didn't know that was a feature that some lasers had. Most lasers that I've used, again, most on the lower end of the spectrum, have not had it. So it could be either way, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, and that thing that we talked about yesterday with the heads. So one of the questions earlier was like, what's the workflow of what Alex is doing? And like we mentioned, each lens has its own profile, right? But in addition to each lens having its own profile, each lens and machine is going to end up having its own profile. Right now, they're working strictly on the Mactron, right?
Yeah.
And so every lens is being put into the Mactron, and they're setting up profiles for that. Eventually, I'm sure they're going to be moving on to the SFX, which is a completely different machine with possibly a completely different galvo head on it, which means that each lens, all 12 lenses all over again, are going to have to be put into that machine and tested. Because I noticed, like, when I had both fiber lasers, the 50 watt had a measurement, it was like 484 millimeters from the bed to the bottom of the lens for the f420, the 300 millimeter lens. And then if I put it into the 30 watt, there was a 22 millimeter difference between the focal point on the 50 watt machine and the focal point on the 30 watt machine. So each lens has its own profile for each machine. So that's something to keep in mind if you have more than one machine.
Rhiannon,
Even
can
though
you
you have a
toss
lens
me
dialed in for that one, it's not necessarily going to go
focus stick
and work.
again for that demonstration? Yeah, that's why. Nope.
This one?
No. Like
Oh,
a
like a-
yeah. That's why, guys, each of these focal sticks that we cut for our final lens and machine configuration have both the machine's serial number that we've assigned it and the lens's serial number that we've assigned it. So this focal stick is only for use with this specific machine and lens combination. This will not work if I take this lens and put it on a different machine. Right? This will only work with my 5 watt Mactron UV laser. It will not work with a different one if I was to have a second one. Or like Anthony was saying, if I cut a stick for the fiber, the Mactron fiber, and then take it over to the SFX, that's not going to work. So this is very specifically for this lens on this machine. And to make sure that this all matches, I've also marked this lens with this serial number. So the lens itself has this serial number on it. And then in our spreadsheet where we're tracking all of this, you'll notice that the data that we're putting in over here on the far right side, all of this data over here on the far right is tied very specifically to a serialized lens and a serialized machine. So it's when we do have the SFX, all of these lenses will be repeated in rows dedicated to the SFX laser. So we'll see all these fiber lasers listed a second time with the SFX's serial number, and then the lens serial numbers that those lenses have been marked with, because they're different permutations. So that is very important. I'm really glad that Anthony brought that up, because that really, really matters. So every lens gets a serial, every machine gets a serial, and then every focal stick has the machine lens combination of those serial numbers marked on it, so you know exactly what that's for. So that is what we are doing right now, is trying to get all of that data recorded and all of our focal sticks cut, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully that helps make a little more sense. You're noticing my 2000 jump speed. Let me see where I had that written down. So yeah, I do. Yeah, I had 4,000 on there. Since then, I've gotten a little more conservative with my jumps. Jump speed, if you go back and watch that video on the jump and delay timing, jump is the least important part of that video. And essentially all you're doing by altering those values, let me show you again what that looks like here. All you're doing by altering these values is shaving off some of your runtime by either making the jump perform faster or slower based on the speed and distance that is traveling. So what I opt to do personally is I just set these all to a default value that will always give me the best mark. My jump settings, very specifically, not delay. Delay has specific settings for each machine, and that's very important. But the jump settings, I basically set mine to maximum delay and a minimum speed of 2000 to always guarantee that I will get the best quality out of it rather than trying to save myself time. I could move the jump speed up. We could go to 4,000 or 8,000 if I wanted to, and we might see some quality issues. We might not. That's not necessarily a given, but I know at 2,000 or under, my jump is always going to consistently provide quality over speed. And that's what's important to me. I don't really care how long my lasers take to do the job. I want to know that I'm getting the best mark possible. And so setting these, and again, the min and max are both 500, right? So I haven't lowered that minimum value at all. It's always set to 500, regardless of the jump distance and regardless of the jump speed, so that I'm getting the best quality out of it. This? This like darkness? Yeah.
The time savings on that would probably be fairly minimal too, right?
Hold on, Anthony. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's cool. Alrighty. Snow still coming down. Let's see.
Like that?
Yeah.
All right. TJ said you should have one of your 85 kids package it up for you. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, going to work for peace and quiet. That's very true. During the summer, though, it's not peace and quiet. This place is loud and rowdy. So, yeah, hopefully some of them will get involved with what I do in the future. Show some interest in it. They all kind of are fascinated because it's lasers, you know, who wouldn't be? But it's very cool. If anybody else has any questions at all that aren't about space lasers or UFOs, feel free. Let's see. We have 20 people watching right now and 19 likes, so that's pretty decent. I'll throw in a 20th like because I just tuned in on the channel. Do you recommend returning the Gwiki 30 watt for JPT 30 watt MOPA? Am I missing something significant? It's quite the conversation to have. I recall a live stream or a podcast from like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, where basically, and this is where I made my purchasing decision for what I bought. The JPT source is a good source. The MOPA though, and Alex basically said, if you don't know you need a MOPA, then you probably don't need a MOPA. And that's kind of an oversimplification of what he said probably. But essentially, I agree. If you don't know that you need a MOPA, you probably don't need a MOPA. And the MOPA is going to give you a much broader kilohertz range and pulse duration adjustability. Necessarily saying that you need it or that you should return your laser for that, I think, for one, a 30 watt MOPA is going to cost probably considerably more than what you paid for your laser just because of the source. And two, I think that you picked a really good starter laser. It's not going to make more power. It's just how you can apply that power, I think, is the biggest difference. So a 30 watt laser, if you have like the MOPA adjustability, yeah, the Q pulse or the pulse duration, pulse width, people call it, I think is the proper way. I say pulse duration because that's how long the pulse lasts. So yeah, the MOPA does give you the adjustable Q pulse, and you get like, I think 1 to 4,000 kilohertz range or something like that, which in all honesty, I don't think I've ever used over 300 kilohertz on any of my lasers so far. So, I mean, take that with a grain of sand. If you're doing very niche stuff like work on plastics or very specific materials, there could be a use case for it. But I think that you probably, if you got a good deal on that 30 watt that you have or have coming, that, you know, learn on that and then start making money with it. And then the possibility down the road of upgrading the source or just upgrading the entire laser is definitely there. Vinny says he uses 350 kilohertz for brilliance. I've never used any laser inks yet, so I could definitely see how that would be helpful because you're going to be introducing a lot of heat without the ablation. So 350 kilohertz on brilliance does make sense because what you want to do is heat that laser ink or laser spray so that it bonds with your substrate and then rinse off the rest. So that makes sense. Thanks for the input on that, Vinny. So just kind of, I guess, a simple answer to what you're saying without knowing specifically what you plan on doing. You don't need a MOPA. I always joke that, you know, I've got these fancy lasers and I put, you know, dad jokes and fart jokes on cups and cutting boards for a living. And I mean, if that's mostly of what you're doing, then I'd say you probably don't really need a MOPA. But if you expand into a field that would require the MOPA, then that's when I would make the recommendation to get it. I'd love to dial in a great black and yield mark as opposed to ablating the material. I guess, is that a Z mark? That's, yeah, the Z mark setting that's referenced is that, yeah. That usually involves a defocus. So you're kind of manually doing what other machines can do through control or manipulation of the laser signal. So by defocusing, you're just lowering the energy that the laser hits with, which increasing the kilohertz kind of effectively is doing the same thing. So you can get a good black mark by defocusing with the laser or by hitting it with a decent size.
Are you tackling the returning question?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and I referenced what you had said in a podcast years ago about, like, if you don't know you need a MOPA, then you probably don't need a MOPA.
Then you probably don't need a MOPA. Yeah, I mean, one of the other things too that I haven't said a lot on the show is that outside of like scientific uses, literal scientific uses and experimentation, for the sake of explaining things to you guys and making content for the channel, I do not use the MOPA features on my laser. I just don't. One of the nice things about the JPTs is the larger frequency range that you get out of it, but there are ways around that, and I know so many happy Rakis and Max owners that literally would never need it, and it's not a big deal. You know, I would keep the laser you have now. If you find somewhere down the line you end up needing a MOPA for a specific task, that's a different story, you know, but I certainly wouldn't like make that change now. We're talking about doubling your cost over something that you quite literally might never touch. And we do run a job shop here. We run a job shop. We do work for customers. I was just out there helping Rhiannon with one a minute ago. That's where I ran off to. And I, in my day-to-day work, the things that regular customers pay me money to do, I hardly, if ever, touch the MOPA features. I just don't use them that often. You don't need them unless you need them. And if you need them, you know. And like Anthony said, if you don't know, then you don't need it. So I wouldn't overcome.
And by MOPA feature, I assume you mean the Q pulse, right?
Q pulse, yeah. We're talking about Q pulse.
Q pulse, yeah. Okay, I just want to clarify.
What is this, Rhiannon, that I'm looking at? This is corrected for scale?
Yes.
Okay.
So J-Bake, yeah, the Z-Mark question we did. And then I have a MOPA, so should I increase the frequency, turn down the Q pulse and power? All right, so if you reference you should have come with like a source sheet that came with your laser that gives you specifications on the laser source that it came with. you can reference that and see at each Q pulse step. And I think this is a common misconception too, is that you can put in a random Q pulse number and it's just going to be that Q pulse. The way JPT sets up their sources, you get, I think, 7 or 11 presets in the Q pulse. So it'll be in steps like there's continuous wave, which is if you put it at, I think, 1, it like does some simulated continuous wave thing. I've never really gotten a straight answer and figured out how to do that or what the benefits are to it. And then there's like a 2 nanosecond Q pulse, and then it jumps up to like 12 or something. So you'll see there's like actual incremental steps in Q pulse, and each one of those has a range of kilohertz that the laser will operate inside of, and then it'll give you like a peak number too, where if you're at 2 Q pulse, your peak kilohertz is going to be X numbers, where that's where you're putting out the most power. So I guess if you wanted to get a good black mark, you don't have to mess with the Q pulse, but you can, and then you can reference that sheet to see what your kilohertz ranges are to do some testing with that if you want to do like test grids or something. But
298.5.
I've had good success with just manipulating only the kilohertz range and the power in order to get good black marks. And I've gotten some really good black marks that my customers are always very happy with. And, you know, I've done like some corporate cards and stuff like black mark on stainless steel, and I've never had any complaints. They love the way it turns out. So you can get a good black mark just manipulating kilohertz and power and speed and line interval. If you want to introduce the added complexity of Q pulse, lots of testing, and you might get the same results as if you just mess with kilohertz and power. So
the function there with the MOPA, as Anthony mentioned earlier, we're talking about the energy being delivered to the material, right? And you can emulate that in a variety of ways. Just because the MOPA kind of makes it an easy switch, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't do something without it. When we are doing a black mark, we get the black mark because we are applying enough energy to the material to heat it without applying so much that we ablate it, right? That's the trick. That's how it works. And there's a bunch of different ways that you can apply enough energy to something to heat it without ablating it without using MOPA settings. So it's not like an exclusive club. When we developed the original ZMark setting, that was done on a 30-watt JPT LP source, which didn't even, we weren't even really talking about MOPAs back then. That was just, what we had available. And it works fine because that's where that setting came from in the first place. And where was it? I just saw it. Like Keith is saying here in chat, I bought a MOPA just to have the capability, but all the LE settings are done without MOPA in mind. Most of the settings are below the power cutoff frequency, so 10% at 25 kilohertz isn't really 10%, which is a really good point. So we tried to keep those settings as universal as humanly possible so that anyone can come in with any source and be in the ballpark, right, to be able to pull these settings off. And from what I've seen, they work pretty universally across the board with just a small amount of adjustment from laser to laser. So, I don't know. My 2 cents on that. This is for Jolly Star.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Corraldo says, good evening. My first time seeing you guys live. I was told about your channel by the guy who was setting up my Inlays Desktop Pro. Awesome. Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Thanks for tuning in.
Glad someone could get you here.
Let's see. K&A Pop said, what are all the MOPA features? Just related to color on stainless steel. Yeah, I mean, the difference between a MOPA and a non-MOPA laser is, one, you get like the increased kilohertz range, because like your typical Q-switch laser is going to be like a 50 kilohertz to 100 kilohertz range. You might bottom out at 20 and go all the way up to like 80 or 100, and some of them are more limited than that. And then you get the pulse duration, the Q pulse adjustability. So you can adjust how long each pulse is not just the frequency of those pulses. So like a JPTLP source is fixed at 200 nanoseconds. So that's how long the pulse is going to last. And then you can adjust the frequency of those pulses to an analogy that's commonly used is like sandpaper grit. So with sandpaper grit, the lower the number, the more removal of material you're going to use. And that is kind of like the way frequency works as well. So your lower frequencies are going to remove the most material. Your higher frequencies are going to be used to kind of smooth out the material. So yeah, the most notable MOPA feature would be the Q-pulse adjustability, and then you have the benefit of the additional kilohertz range too. Because like, I think most of the MOPAs go up to like 4,000, right, Alex? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I would say 4,000 to 6,000, depending on what you're getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And relating it to color on
We're not
stainless
touching
steel
Jolly
is,
Star at all. Okay. Sorry, I'm just confirming things with Rhiannon.
that was cool. Yeah, relating it just to color on stainless steel is probably one of the most common uses of it, I'd say, is people seeking out those colors on metals. Another great use for a MOPA laser, I think, is in use on plastics. A lot of people use MOPA to control how much energy they're delivering to specific plastics in order to get a desired mark. But I think one of the most common things that people try to chase with a MOPA laser is colors. And I think I saw somebody in here mention that they wanted to use their MOPA to get, yep, J-Bake said, sweet, I'll re-reference that once I nail a black mark. I will continue my search for a darker red. So colors on lasers can be like a really intriguing thing, and it can be a huge time suck too, because like you have a lot of variables to keep in mind when you're looking for a specific outcome.
So I can just compare.
The like composition of the metal that you're trying to engrave on is going to have a huge impact on that. And even using like the same, I don't know, like 3034 stainless steel, or I'm probably using an aluminum term or something, but you could use like one type of stainless steel and then get another batch of the same type of stainless steel, and there could be something slightly off, and that could change your output.
Fix the skews, but everything else is fine. Yeah, dude, even Kyle and I say on the podcast all the time, the humidity of the room affects MOPA colors. And it's one of the biggest lies that the industry loves to tell about why people should upgrade lasers, man. MOPA color sucks. It takes a lot of work, a lot of work. And even when you get it, it is not the way it is represented in like graphics and printers and like, media and things like that. So what I recommend doing when this issue comes up is go watch everything you need to know about a Galvo laser. We bring this up every single stream. I bring it up in like every episode of the show ever. Go watch that video, because we have a whole section of that video dedicated to MOPA, what it is, what it isn't, what matters, what doesn't matter. I mean, it's pretty thorough, and it's meant to throw a rock at the illusion of MOPA colors and kind of make it a little more realistic.
So some of the work I do or have done, and just recently I had another round with him, is I have an acquaintance who is a PhD, and he is working with some startups. And I can't really talk about what they're doing, but it involves fiber lasers and UV lasers. And he has a doctorate in like material science. So every time he comes over and rents one of my lasers, we spend a lot of time like talking about different things. And I think it'd be maybe a good podcast guest to have like a super sweaty, nerdy, like long form conversation about like material science. If you ever wanted to, I'm pretty sure he'd be down. But like he said, the same exact thing Alex just said, was that the humidity in a room can make a huge difference. Like he was talking to a guy that is doing work kind of collateral to what he's done, and they were talking about how they spent 3 months dialing in settings on a laser for a specific task, and then they ran into 4 months of getting completely different results because with no changes in any of the settings. And it turned out they had transitioned from wintertime to springtime and summertime. and the increased humidity in the air was actually skewing their scientific results and the outcomes of what they were trying to do for whatever project they were working on. And they failed to account for that. So they installed an HVAC system, and all of a sudden the settings that were working 4 months ago are working again because they had the humidity and temperature control. So we joke about, phases of the moon and stuff like that, but like literally a breeze or additional.
I know you're like, oh, the tide is coming in. We won't be able to get light blue.
Right, yeah. Mercury's in retrograde. We can't do yellows, but
Yeah.
we can joke about that, but there are like so many, like dozens of factors that are going to come into the outcomes that you get, even with the same settings. And you could have somebody with the same machine on the other side of the country do something with one material, and you pick a similar material and try to reproduce it and just get radically different results just because of the environment that you're in versus the environment that they're in. So
yeah,
it's really cool. Like he explained to me why green on titanium might not be the best pursuit. And then I managed to get kind of a weird tealish green, and he explained like in depth about how it works and why you get colors on metals. And it's a really cool conversation that we had.
Yeah, I'd love to have him on. You can definitely run that by him if he's interested. More than welcome.
Yeah, I'll bounce it off.
That would be that's what we've talked about is basically my limit of understanding about it. I know you can do it, but like I feel like there's a layer I could go deeper that I'm capable of comprehending, but I would need someone to explain it to me. And he sounds like the perfect person to talk to about that.
Yeah. And like he explained the whole green on titanium thing. It was like you've got your metal, and then you run a laser over the top of it, and it creates an oxide layer. And when you see green, it's because light passed through the oxide layer, reflected off the metal, came back at you through the oxide layer, and the wavelengths that made that travel were green. So it's like the thickness of the oxide layer, and then actually like he pulled out the titanium sheet and slid it in his microscope, and you could see like the crystalline structure of the titanium and how it was mostly kind of a greenish color, but there were like some purples and some golds and stuff because of the way that the metal had actually laid and settled when it was forged or whatever. And it was just a crazy cool conversation. So yeah. I'll hit him up. He's a pretty busy guy. He's got a few kids too, but
sure he is.
If he can spare some time, I'll see if we can have a couple hours to sit down and have a conversation about some stuff.
I like how Jay bakes after the dark red, which is like the notorious OPA color. I feel like.
And I actually got a nice dark red with my 30 watt.
Yeah. I've never seen a dark red with my eyes. I think Kyle's been able to get one too, but I've just not been able to do it.
This one's not the best representation, but this is just one of the ones that I was able to kind of get. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. This isn't like the darkest red.
No, but it's red.
But it's a decent, dark red. And the way I got that was actually stupid. It's super complicated. I basically had to run an engrave and then run a higher frequency engrave that got me like a blue color, and then run the engrave over it again and erase the blue. And if I ran it again, the red kind of showed up.
You want me to do this one? Rhiannon is discovering actively the extreme depth of field you can achieve with a 300 millimeter lens.
Oh, so is that the 300s in now?
Yeah, so I'm going to go over and do an assist and find the center of that depth of field, because one of the things we were talking about earlier was it stops being the point at which you're in focus and it becomes the range at which you're in focus. And trying to find the middle of that is really the key at that point. So I'm sure you are. I'm going to just come over and give it a listen and see what I can do about just making sure that we're like right in the middle of that. you want to be in the middle when you find your focal point so that you know you have a little play in both directions and you can make decisions accordingly. So I'm going to go see what I can do about that. I'll be back in a second.
Do you have maybe like a piece of steel that you can run a little bit more power into without it warping?
Yeah.
Because that might help. That's what I found is I'll use like the 0.8 millimeter stainless steel cards on the 400 or the 300.
I have exactly that.
That might help. Yeah.
Can you grab that in the front office with all the cards? We have a steel business card, like it's like brushed stainless, and we'll try that for sure.
Yeah, because I'll have to run like 80% power on my 50 watt just to get like a good bright spark, so you can tell the difference of what's barely in focus and what's like solidly in focus. Resin said, very interesting process, Anthony. It was an accident that I ran across it, to be honest. Like I was just messing around with something, and then I was like, I don't like the way that looks, because it wasn't quite the right blue. So I just ran like a low power, high speed, like white finish stainless pass over it, and then ran it again. And I was like, wait, is that red? So I actually have some business cards that I made that, like the bird and the Facebook logo for Twitter and Facebook are both blue. And then the Instagram logo is like a reddish color. And that's just something I ran across on accident. And Resin says, bless you, Alex.
Thank you.
Jay Bake said, I have a great reddish pink, which is a base layer, and kind of a white. Second sweep delivers a red. I'm also making it difficult. Yes, you really should try the 200 because you're getting a more energy dispersion as far as instead of like focus with a 110 versus a 200. So if you look at it like just in spot size alone, if the 110 generated X size and then the 200 was roughly twice that spot size, you're looking at like 1/5 the energy density relative, possibly, just because the square area in nanometers or whatever is that spot is, because it's twice as wide the way circles work. If you had two 10-inch pieces versus a 20-inch pizza, the 20-inch pizza is way larger than just two 10-inch pizzas, the square area of it. So you could end up with like much less area, or much less energy density. So going from a 110 to a 200 could be a big difference in color. So I don't know if it's like 1/5, but it's significant. I wish there was a way to measure that, like an easy way. If you could shoot if there was like an instrument that measured energy density, not just energy delivery.
I know, it's so funny.
Resin said, cool, Anthony. Do you mean the business cards? Because I thought that was kind of cool. And I still don't have X on my business card. I leave the little bird because that's so much cooler. Let's see. Frode. It's pretty easy to understand why red is, though. If you heat a spot of stainless with a blowtorch to red hot and cool it down, you inspect the color pattern on the outside, and after you see colors. Yeah, and that's roughly what annealing is. Like the process of annealing and like actual like metallurgical work is like you're heating it to a point where it like changes colors, and depending on the amount of heat that you apply, the color is going to vary. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Or I could just have you and Alex come to my house and configure my lasers for me and deliver me a customized library. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, that's a lot of work, man. And that try to find red, it's tiny. So yeah, okay. So what you're saying is if you just heat the metal and then look at it like microscopically, you'll see much less red than everything else.
So what we're gonna do here is we need to get something.
That's what I'm picking up. Resin said no one uses the X. It'll always be Twitter. Yeah, fair enough.
Well measured. System thickness. I think a whole stack of wood right there.
I think Jay Bake just is try and maybe invest in a couple larger lenses. when I said yesterday, I don't know if you were on the stream or not, but I said yesterday that like my favorite lens was an f3.8, which is like a 250 millimeter lens. And Kyle had mentioned you don't really see a whole lot of those. It's kind of an oddball lens, not something you see a ton of, but it's something that I think both Kyle and I picked up on Amazon days back a few months ago, and it was like a $40 lens or something along those lines. So it was an f3.80. I think it's like almost the perfect combination as far as like maybe doing cups and trying to do annealing work. It's almost the perfect combination of field size, energy density, and like just like it worked great on cups for removing powder coat. I thought it did a great job. I did batch work for the last job I did where people were, the company had paid me to make these little cards that had like their company slogan on it that they hand out to new hires and whatnot. And it got a great black mark. I managed to do 0.5 millimeter stainless cards without it warping too much. Very minimal, like you could see a little bit of a ridge on the backside, but nothing significant. So it's a great all around lens, I think. And if you want to mess around with colors, you're going to have to master the ability of applying the heat energy to the metal without causing the ablation. So I think that's a good tool. I think the 300 millimeter lens opens up the spot size maybe just a little too much for most lasers, where you're going to get way lower energy density, and then you end up just overheating the metal. So I have a calm marker, so I'm not sure I can go much higher than a 250, 280 due to the tower height. Gotcha. Yeah, if it's one of those all-in-ones I've seen, they tend to come with a little bit shorter tower. So, yeah, being able to focus.
Yeah, you'll have to go smaller. So I just had to stack some wood on top of our work area and then measure from the top of the wood to the bottom of the lens, and then add the thickness of the stack of wood in order to get the focal distance for this, which ended up being 473 millimeters. And that's going to be a big focal stick when we cut it.
Mm. You don't have like a 500 millimeter machinist ruler or anything?
Probably.
That's what I use. Like I got one with my UV from Hayocean, and it came with like a metal.
I'm sure I probably do.
Ruler.
I really like being able to see through the ruler. I really like the clear acrylic rulers because then I can kind of I call it like meniscusing, the lens to see where like the front disappears or the back disappears behind the front to get like a really accurate measurement. And I find that's harder to do with opaque rulers, but it would certainly be easier. Especially on lenses this big. Does it fit? Well, then, yeah, you're going to have to make it smaller. It's not ideal, but it's not, we don't have a lot of options. We don't really have a bigger. Yeah, we don't really have a testing surface big enough for that. You could maybe get one of the like 3D printer trays or something and maybe tape that off. If you really want to get the whole thing. What percent are you at?
33.
Well, there's no way that's right.
Yeah.
Because you're already larger than. Let me switch over to the PC so I can see what you're doing. It is not projecting a 100 millimeter box. Yeah. That is for sure. It's taking up almost our entire work area, but it thinks it's projecting a 100 millimeter box.
That doesn't have the core file loaded on it, does it?
Right? That's what I'm thinking. Did you check for that yet to see if it has the core file loaded on it? Yeah, no, it does not. Okay, that's good.
Huh.
Yeah, just start over.
I think I ran into that with my 300 too, though. Like where it was trying to make way too large of a box.
Yeah. I think the math kind of starts to break down at this scale that they're using to.
Yeah, that's kind of what Kyle was saying, right? Is like light burn for some reason.
Like 150.
The fringe lenses seem to kind of peter out a little bit.
Wait,
Sorry,
what?
I'm making a cup of
Go
coffee
back.
real quick.
Go back. Yeah, change that to 3, and then change the bottom one to like 150. Still massive. No, it doesn't seem to be changing. Well, grab one of the 3D printer trays.
If you went in and adjusted your scale before doing the 9-point, would that maybe shrink that square down some?
Yeah, you could certainly try that. Anthony's recommending going into the laser settings and just dropping the scale, like literally, and then trying to do the correction. Well, just go to like 50-50. Doesn't matter. We're going to have to fix it anyway. And then hit OK, and then try to run the 9-point. Same thing, like 300, 150. Nothing.
Huh.
Why is it doing that? That is so bizarre. Look at how big it's projecting this when she's commanding like 160.
Yeah, like I said, I think I ran into the same issue with my 300. I just don't remember how I worked around it.
Yeah.
And I know Kyle would know the answer.
Try some like stupidly small number. Try like 10. Nothing. What if you can you change the field size? Make that like 150 and then make the size of the box output like 75. Nothing. It's not changing at all.
Wow.
That's so weird. Well, you're going to have to coat something in a big enough piece of tape to run the test. I don't know, dude. That is weird. The trays are over here. You could try a tray. The 3D printer trays might be big enough. Well, one of Chris's pieces of ply, like his giant ply pieces. That looks like it's got to be big enough, right? I mean, that's okay.
EJ said, did you try turning it off and on again? I almost recommended shutting down light burning and opening it again, but I didn't.
That's not a bad idea. Try that. I don't think turning the machine off and on again will do anything, but I think that restarting Lightburn can do it.
Maybe. I don't know. Even the best software acts kind of funky sometimes.
Nope, still giant. But that fits, yeah.
Not only software people too. Yeah, that's true. Whatever software we're running sometimes gets a little wonky.
It was 473, but it was 1. 458. Can't believe it's only 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I've probably got about a half hour left, and I'm gonna have to head out.
It's all good, man.
Got to get my wife her car back, and then go figure out what I'm gonna do to fix mine's.
It's not the top measurement.
All right. So TJ Michael says, what's the difference
45
between the
plus 3 is the
JPT
last
fiber
one.
versus JPT LP fiber? Is the JPT LP a MOPA? All right. So JPT is a company. JPT is a company that produces laser sources. They make a lot of different ones, including like UVs and stuff. But as far as fiber lasers go, and the ones that we most commonly refer to, we kind of, in like layman or slang terms, call a JPT LP source just the JPT. And then we call the JPT M7 sources the MOPAs. When in reality, technically, the LP still has MOPA technology, because MOPA stands for Master Oscillator Pulse Amplification.
Power
Or is it
amplification.
power?
It was
Power
really close.
amplification.
It's
Yeah.
not
So
adjustable.
what's that, bud?
It's just not user adjustable on the LP sources.
Right. Yeah, the pulse duration. So basically, the LP source has the MOPA technology baked into it, but it doesn't have the Q pulse adjustability, like Alex said. So we kind of like in slang just refer to the LP source as a JPT laser or JPT source, and then we refer to the M7 as the MOPAs. So they're both technically MOPAs, but the M7 is the one that has the pulse adjustability, and then the LP is the one that has a wider kilohertz range than most of the other lasers do. But the LP, I think, is capped anywhere between 400 and 600 kilohertz, I think.
Yeah, it's like 400. For all intents and purposes, we generally refer to the LP series of lasers as like Q-switch lasers. We treat them like Q-switch lasers because in most aspects they behave like Q-switch lasers, even though they're not. So when we are talking about a MOPA, we're talking more accurately and specifically about a laser with Q-pulse duration adjustment capabilities, not necessarily the actual MOPA itself.
Right.
So yeah, but it's definitely confusing.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything you're saying is spot on. Yeah, 100%. So
yeah, so if you hear us refer to just a JPT, it's typically going to be the LP series that has a broader kilohertz range than normal lasers, but still far less than what the M7 does. And so, yeah, it's kind of LP is 0 to 600. I think some of the sources, the newer LPs, actually go to like 400 now, though. I noticed, I was looking at a source sheet recently that I was surprised that I think it only went to 400. So, but hopefully, TJ, that answers your question. And thank you, Vinny, for the input on that. I think our 30 watts, because I think he has the LP too, the 30 watt LP like I had from Laser Everything. And yeah, that one capped out at 6.
yeah.
So yeah, that was a great question though. And it's unfortunately not a super clear answer, I think, but I did the best I could.
No, it's accurate. That's what's important. Oh my God, this is a giant box.
Yeah.
I forget how big the 300 is. I mean, this is way bigger than a square foot, so it's definitely, the scale is whacked out for sure.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see where it's going to mark.
You would think that changing the percentage value, though, in the test or the 9-point correction, that would, God, that is huge.
Yeah, the box it marked is definitely smaller than the box it was framing. I'd say that's way closer to like 12-inch square, which is about what it should be.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, the
Vinny
caliper
said
should be
yeah,
able to do
same
that.
rapid. I don't know if you caught that or not, Vinny, but I actually sold my 30 watt JPT to a local guy here that I still do a lot of work for. So Down to one fiber laser, but we had another
Just don't
fiber
move it.
laser user in the fold. So
You can't do it. That's so funny.
TJ said, Hey Ocean has a 50 watt JPT-LP for 4100 and a 60 watt M7 for 4400. So I might as well get the 60 watt if my thinking is sound. I mean, the additional power is going to be a definite yes. For, I mean, is 10 watts worth the $300 to you? I would say personally, yes.
I agree with that, but I think it's definitely more about the added wattage than it is about it being a MOPA. I think is the real benefit gain for the $300.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, there are ways to mess around with the pulse duration because I think the pulse duration will go up to like 500, right? So you could kind of mess around with like pulse duration and maybe, I don't know, maybe get faster engravings. I don't have a MOPA. I've never been able to mess around with it. My scientific mind like would love to get my hands on one and just geek out for like a week straight and figure out like all the different nuances and ins and outs of it. But that's just not in the cards right now at the moment. So
Yeah,
one
well,
of
like
these
we
days.
keep saying, you're not really missing out. So
Yeah.
they're just not that important.
I just
That's
hate
like
that
it's like the
most of
big flash word. You know, it's like, oh, MOPA, and people hear about it, and then everybody wants it because they want the best thing, they want the most capable thing. But it's just, I don't know. I think it's a lot of marketing, dude. I think a lot of marketing's gone into pushing MOPAs and giving existing fiber laser owners a reason to upgrade. And I use that word lightly, you know, because we have the big move from YAG to fiber, which we covered yesterday on the show. And so all these companies got to make new fiber lasers and resell to the same customers. But I'd argue that jump had far more benefits to users than moving from Q switching to MOPA. And it's just, you know, they want to sell more machines. And it's just not that important for most people.
makes sense.
It's not an objective fact. That's just, you know.
Yeah, I really hate like there are certain companies, I'm not going to say any names, but they advertise, like I see commercials all the time where they're doing like color engravings on a piece of stainless. And they're like, you can do colors too. And I'm like, oh my God. People that buy this laser for that purpose are just going to end up
so
yanking
mad.
all their hair out. It's Do any of you have Max C Index? Saw it on your Black Friday sale, and I'm infatuated with the premise of a factory-like production. That's the sliding x-axis that Kyle has, right?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, and he
Yeah.
loves it. He loves it.
Yeah, I'd love to see more material on that because I had like, I think I talked about it when we were doing that video. I had a bronze plaque that I made for somebody that they send me a lot of. I typically would have probably just said no, kick rocks, but they're a jewelry store around the corner that sends me all of their engraving business now because he just doesn't want to have to deal with it. So I was like, I'm not going to tell you no because you send me a lot of business and I appreciate that. So they brought me a bronze, or no, I ordered the bronze plaque, but they wanted for a bench downtown. Our downtown area has a lot of benches, and then you can pay to sponsor a bench or whatever, and then put like an in memoriam or something on it. And so I ordered this bronze plaque, and it was like 7 inches long by like 3.5 inches wide. And engraving that would have been so much easier on that index because I could have used a smaller lens. I could have used a 110, maybe to 150 millimeter lens with a lot higher energy density than the f3 290 I ended up using, I think. Or maybe I used my 330. I think I used the f330. So that's like, what, 100 and...
330 is 220.
220. There you go. So I think that's the lens size that I ended up having to use because of the size of the piece of metal. So the energy density was way lower. And when I say it took nearly 3 business days to do this engraving, I'm not even kidding. And it was such a huge time suck for me. But having that index, I could have used a much smaller lens, you know, because 3 inches is only what, 75 millimeters. So I could have used my 110, or even now that I have a 70 millimeter because there was a border on the artwork, I probably could have used that. And with that thing sliding on that x-axis, I could have probably knocked that out in a matter of hours,
Yeah.
versus spending almost days to do that job.
Yeah.
So that's an excellent use case for something like that, in a way that would have really improved my quality of life for the better part of a business week. But
Yeah, he's only had positive things to say about it from what I've heard, behind the scenes or whatever. I'm waiting for his like rough cut of his review. He's done like a full review on it, and
Oh, nice.
he's just kind of chopping together a rough cut because he said he had dozens of hours of footage that he recorded during his time with it, and it's just too much to like send. It would
bet.
just take too long to go through if you didn't know exactly what you were looking for as far as like the points that he wants to make in his video. So he's chopping a little rough cut together, and then he's going to send that over, and then I'll put the finishing touches on it and kind of give it some brevity, and then we'll get it out for people so they can check it out. But just spoilers, man, he's fucking all about that thing.
And what is MSRP on that? Like 1,200, 1,500?
It's like $1,200 to $1,500. Yeah, that sounds like an appropriate range. Yeah.
I mean, that's a decent rotary right there price. So, I mean, but that's a big hunk of metal too.
you.
So I think depending on your needs and requirements, I think that's like for like batch processing or manufacturing or whatever.
I have needs, Anthony. TJ
said he's one email away from Pascal getting him a 60-watt MOPA. Yeah, the conversation on MOPA is, I think, like Alex said, the extra $300 is going to serve you way better as far as wattage than necessarily the MOPA functionality. So look at it as investment of getting a 60-watt machine for $300 more than a 50-watt machine. Because if you looked at a 20% price increase over $4,100, that'd be like an extra, $800? So in theory, you're getting $800 worth of laser for $300. I feel like getting the workpieces directly in the Galvo is awesome. Yep. Get out that 50 millimeter, 300-ish in shipping. Oh, the index is $300 in shipping. Oh, okay. Well, they don't sell those on Amazon Prime, do they?
Also, it's big.
So, yeah, it is. It's huge. I think it's very similar to that machine that they had set up at LBX, right? Like that first vendor that was selling the blanks and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that thing's big and beefy. It's a big hunk of metal, so I can imagine the 300 in shipping. It's definitely going ground freight and not, Air Express.
Yeah, that shit's going on a train, dude.
Right. Yeah, I would feel comfortable ordering the 60 watt versus the 50 watt. I mean, that little bit of energy could definitely help. I have a 50 watt LP I'm happy with, but I mean, like, Tim Allen used to say, the more power, right? Ooh, ooh.
Cool time, baby.
Okay, so Frode has an interesting rabbit hole question here. I hear the JPT M8 gives more power than M7 even at a lower power rating. So, man, I want so badly to get my hands on an M8 source too, because those things are like black magic to me. If you look like from like a statistical like spec standpoint, the M8s don't seem that exciting because versus the M7s, they're way more limited in like pulse duration, adjustability. Their kilohertz ranges are different. And sometimes like the pulse energy, strangely, the pulse energy sometimes seems to be a little bit lower than the M7s, if I remember correctly. But somehow the M8s deliver the right amount of energy to cut glass. So I don't know what kind of black magic is inside those things or what it is that they're doing, but
I don't know, dude. I cut glass with my UV. I don't even think that's that special.
Yeah, I have too.
They're so much more expensive than a regular fiber laser for one party trick, and I'm like,
yeah.
I think I'm good on that. I mean, I'll review one if I ever get sent one or something. If one falls into my lap, I'm not just trying to kick it into a dumpster, but I'm not going to go out of my way to spend my money on one.
And
either.
from what I understand, to even like begin the glass cutting with the M8, you have to get it like to the 80 watt range, and to like quickly cut through glass, it's like a 200 watt laser. So now you're looking at all that extra power. The source costs about as much as a Toyota Yaris does.
Yeah.
So then you got to worry about probably liquid cooling the source, probably liquid cooling the head. I mean, it's not.
Or I could just do it with my UV that I have now. It's a 5 watt laser. It's literally 5 watts on the UV, and I'm cutting through glass.
Yep.
So, and it can do a bunch of other things besides that. So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. Maybe I'd change my mind if I had one in front of me, but
yeah, that's kind of my thought process too, is like it would be cool to just test it and see like what it can do. Because I've also read that like you can get a true black mark on bare aluminum with it, which is something that I guess is not easily attainable. So I don't know. Hey, look who showed up.
Oh God, he's awake. Just in time. He can come relieve you.
Frode said, is it good safety to put head under laser while it's power on state? Static electricity can trigger laser on and burn some hair off. Yeah, I would say that you should probably treat a laser like you do a firearm and don't aim it at anything that you don't want.
I know. Yeah, I know. It looks like Rhiannon's sticking her head directly under the laser, but it's kind of like, I'd say like parallel to the laser. I don't think you're like on an intersection. Let me allow me to change your perspective. Hold on.
It's like, how safe is it?
Your head's not under the laser. That's a little dramatic. So this is where that laser head actually is in relation to that material. It's not that one. Yeah, that's the CO2 Galvo, which definitely looks like you're jamming your head directly underneath that, even though you're not. But her head's more next to the laser, and yeah, I guess it could technically do like a power on while her head is in that general area, but she's certainly not like putting her head in the path of the laser, I would argue. I
thought that was a general question, not in reference to what Rhiannon was doing.
Talking directly to Rhiannon.
Gotcha. I guess hence the winky face at the end. That makes more sense then.
That is stanky. Yeah, don't try this at home.
So Kyle said the 100 watt M8 is what I see people doing glass cutting on videos that have no context info. Wattage is just how you're delivering the wattage via the pulses. Yeah, it is. Just like comparing pulse energy though, it's weird. So I don't know. Maybe I can talk to my PhD friend and see if he can look into that and maybe make a little bit more sense of it, because he's like super genius level. He's like working on the UV. He's like, okay, so if I calculate this speed with this long of a pulse and this and this and that, and he's like, okay, I need to do like 1.7 ns or something, and it inputs it and gets the results he wants. So I think that maybe I'll put that on the list of questions that we could ask if he wanted to come on the podcast. Keith said, okay, UV, 5 watt versus 15 watt, just a time consideration or more nuanced? I think it's probably more nuanced than just time, because with any laser, you're going to get a broader usable, correct me if I'm stepping out of line here and wrong, but like if you have a 5 watt UV and a certain size of lens, the energy delivered within a specific part of that is going to be, where you're getting the most advantageous use of it and creating the effect you want. So if you're trying to engrave on glass, there's a certain range of that lens that you can use on the focal distance where you're going to be delivering enough energy to engrave that glass. With a higher wattage laser, I think it's going to be more forgiving because you can move a little bit higher up in that focal range and you're still going to be delivering enough energy because you are sending more energy out of the laser. So you have a little bit larger focal range, I think, in my opinion. I might be wrong. I don't have a 15 watt UV to compare it with, but it seems to me that that makes sense, that you would have a broader usable focal range. And then I think just, yeah, the amount of destruction you can do within a certain amount of time, that time frame would be lower. So, yeah. Tell me if I'm wrong, Kyle. Are you still there? Alex must be going potty. Did the explosive diarrhea go to him too? But yeah, I think a 15 watt UV, you kind of, there are additional complexities to it too. Like most 5 watts, you're going to do air cooled. 15 watt, I think I don't believe that actually there are air cooled 15 watts out there. I think GZ Tech does 10 watt air cooled, whereas I think all of the 10 watts JPT makes are water cooled. So if you have a 15 watt UV laser, you're almost definitely going to have a chiller to run that machine. So you have to keep that in mind. So there's the maintenance on the chiller, the added complexity of something potentially breaking.
What
Bob
are
from
you?
We Do Widgets popped in and said, here, but not really here. Just wanted to say hi. Wish I could actually hang out and watch for a bit. Well, it's good that you were able to pop in. I appreciate that.
Rob, make a focal stick from this 300 millimeter lens.
Oh, yes.
What were you? What were you stepping out of line about and being completely wrong about? Because I was on a call with a customer and I completely missed it.
Keith Edridge had asked if okay, UV 5 watt versus 15 watt, is it just a time consideration or is it more nuanced?
Mm-hmm.
And I said I think it's a little bit more nuanced because one of the things to consider is that using more power, you're going to broaden your focal range a little bit because
you'll definitely see a pull on the depth of field, at least
okay.
a little bit, But I mean, on something like the UV, a little bit goes a long way, right? So it can definitely matter if you plan on doing a lot of curved surfaces. If you even want to think about doing like laser projection, like lens projection onto like a glass, right? Like a rounded glass. Having like a 10 or 15 watt laser is going to be a big game changer for you. I can project over very, very small amounts of curves with my 5 watt, but that is the one reason I wish I had a higher wattage UV. For most flat applications, the 5 watts is plenty, but the second you start touching things that are curved, it's not like the fiber. You definitely run into trouble quickly.
Or even if you're dealing with like cheap glass where the surface is like more rippled, then you can run into an issue where as you're engraving, it'll hit a spot where it just stops engraving. And then a couple millimeters later, it'll start engraving again because it was just like enough of a ripple in that glass that it dropped out of focus and then popped right back in a couple millimeters later. So
has Kyle said where he is yet? Kyle, where the hell are you?
I don't know. He said, hey, and then he said, I'm good. And
he's got violent diarrhea, dude. I know it.
Yeah. And let's see. Frode said, I've known one with both M7 and M8, and he says it's generally about 10 to 20% effective on, or more effective on most materials, aka 30 watt M8 will do almost the same work as a 50 watt M7. That's super interesting. And I'd love to be able to explain scientifically or understand scientifically how that works. He said, that's good. I'm very self-conscious about my CO2 gantry glass work. Yeah, I mean, you're using the best tool that maybe you have access to, but it's definitely not
what do
the
they
best.
say? The best camera is the one you have on you. Right? So it's kind of that situation, man. I built this whole business. This entire business was built on doing glass work with a CO2 gantry. I didn't have access to a UV until I was well into spoiled territory. You know, it's not something that everybody has or can get. And if you're doing it the right way, there's nothing wrong with doing most glass work on a CO2 gantry. It can do very, very nice work. It's a different kind of mark. It's a different pattern. You're not going to get the same kind of detail out of it that you're going to get with a UV, but that doesn't mean it's bad. For the vast majority of applications, it's perfectly acceptable. And I wouldn't feel self-conscious about it if you feel like you're knowing what you're doing with it, then you're probably doing good work with it.
And I feel like the only people that are really going to know the difference are the people that are deep into it, like us. Like if you took a CO2 engraved piece of glass to just your general customer off the street and was like, does this look good? They'd probably be like, wow, that looks awesome.
Yeah, I feel like in general you should probably ignore the opinions of like snotty, stuck up YouTube personalities, because they're generally out of touch. So if you think the work looks good, it very likely does.
I agree. Or if your customer thinks that you do good work.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if the customer's happy, who gives a shit?
Exactly. I mean, there's things I kick myself in the ass for that my customers were perfectly happy for. And I'm like, why? Why am I beating myself up?
Dude, we just had a crazy example. This guy just came in and picked up a knife like 15 minutes ago. This guy was in here. He picked up a knife. What? Yeah, and he sent Rhiannon back here to get me because he thought there was something wrong with it. So I'm like, oh God, he doesn't like the mark. The Z mark doesn't look good on like the brushed finish or something, or like I refinished the entire handle of that knife with a brushed finish because I messed up the mirror finish and I couldn't get the mirror back perfectly. So I just ended up brushing it. And I was like, man, he's going to have a problem with this. And so I went up there getting ready to get chewed out for this work that I did. And it turned out that the bone handle just had like this little bit of like dark blackish grayish like coloring to it that he swore wasn't there before. And so I showed him his proof pictures and I was like, dude, this was here the whole time. Like, and it had nothing to do with any of the actual work that I did. But I was like super nervous about like, oh man, I screwed this up. I screwed that up. I was so nervous waiting for him to come get it that he was going to notice something. And he ended up noticing something that was a quality of the item the entire time that we had it in our possession. So it just, it happens.
Yeah. See, Kyle said there are 10 watt air cooled ones coming to market, but 15 is likely for sure requiring a chiller. Yeah, that's, I think, kind of what I was thinking. I want to say the lady Katie, I think is her name, CADY from GZ Tech, the one that messaged me. I think she was talking about 10 watt air cooled. And then they had like some 18 watts. I think there are like 40 watt UVs out there right now, which is insane.
Yeah, Anthony gave me an idea of what settings he uses on these steel cards. I would not use that one though. I'd go get another one. Do you see how warped that one is on the bed now? So I would get a fresh one, and then we're gonna dump like all of the power this thing can dump onto it because it gets really loud right at the center. Yeah, that was a good pro tip, dude. I've never focused a 300 lens with steel before, and I think I'm only gonna do that from now on.
Yeah, you got to just really like hit it hard in order to get a good reaction. So having that thicker card definitely helps out. I've got a big steel plate that I use sometimes too if I'm trying to find a good focus. But
just to jump ahead, I see Brandon's asking, was the brush and mirror finished done by a grinder with a laser? Generally, you're not going to be able to do that kind of material finishing with a laser. Those were done with a Scotch-Brite wheel on a grinder. It's how I ended up doing that. And a regular buffing wheel. Yeah.
See, Resin said she went 5 watt because she didn't want the hassle of the chiller yet, which is understandable. Kyle said raging explosive diarrhea, you know how we do. Keith said, yep, it's either a UV laser or a sandblast cabinet, which whenever the funds are there next. I think the UV is probably going to be lower maintenance and a lot cleaner.
Dude, targeted
But-
blasting sucks so much ass. Have you ever done that before? Like cut a mask and like done targeted blasting?
No, I've only ever just used them for
Dude.
cleaning.
It is so horrible. I don't know how anybody has ever in the history of mankind made money doing that. Like, it's so nitpicky and time consuming, and just like any little thing goes wrong and you're like recutting your mask again, or you know, like if your sandblaster isn't maintained right, or you're not using the right grit shit, or you're not keeping your shit clean. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong, and it's just so tedious, and it just sucks, dude. It sucks. If I was sitting there and I had to make a choice between a UV and a blast cabinet for glass work, dude, like UV all day, every day. There's no,
Yeah.
it's not in my mind, and I've done both personally. Again, this is my opinion, not an objective fact. Targeted blasting, I should say, because I love blasting shit in my blast cabinet. I've had so much fun with it since I've gotten it. But I'm doing full surfaces, not selected areas, you know, and it's just a nightmare, dude. It sucks.
Yeah, I imagine like just between pre and post processing alone, the UV would be just a huge time saver versus that. So, because I mean, having to cut and stencil and tape, and I mean, you got to protect the rest of the surface from the sand too, right? So,
Yeah, it blows, dude. It's not fun.
Yeah. He said he runs into it often where customers think his work looks awesome and he's overly critical. I think that's going to be most of us, dude. I think most of us are so deep into it that we look at something and we're like, oh my God, that's terrible. I really screwed that up, and people are over the moon. Speaking of knives, 2 days ago when I was recalibrating that lens, it was to do a knife, and I wasn't super happy with the mark that was left behind, but it was the best I could do without digging too deep into the knife, and the guy loved it. I sent him a picture, and he was like, that looks so much better than I ever dreamed it would. You're awesome. And, you know, so I think we get a little too into the weeds with stuff, and like, it's nice to be hypercritical, I think, because that means that you're always going to exceed your customers' expectations, but just don't beat yourself up over it. I think is probably... Kyle said time for project completion is huge. UV is going to save you hours, yeah, versus sandblasting designs. I mean, what they said. I agree. I think like just with the mess and the prep time alone would probably, for me, it would be a no-brainer to get the UV versus the glass cabinet. But is that laser running or?
What? No, she's preparing the focal distance test for the second 300 millimeter lens I have for fiber.
Gotcha.
We're doing every one. We're doing every fiber lens I own, even the dupes. But this is the last one, and then we're done.
Hey. He said more lasers, more better, thumbs up, and I agree. I think diversity is cool. Definitely being able to do different things, and each one has its own strengths and weaknesses, you know, so having the full spectrum, pun intended, of lasers, or at least, you know, commonly available ones, just makes you more capable. You know, people dog on diodes all the time, but there's a time and a place where they come in super handy. And, you know,
like bamboo.
And then there's the time that you want to use your CO2 versus the diode or whatever, you know, and
cutting wood
or acrylic.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to have all your bases covered for sure. And then you can tell people what I tell them all the time. It's like, hey, you know, if I can physically do it safely without killing myself or destroying my machines, I can engrave on it. Bring me something, bring me anything. Bring me titanium or a potato. I think I can engrave on both of them. So. And Resin agrees, yes, always more lasers.
Your call, dude. We're the last one.
I think they're talking about imposter syndrome. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you guys are imposters. You know, you guys are super knowledgeable. You know a heck of a lot about lasers. And
The fact that you're here at all means that you know more than 99% of people that own lasers.
Yeah.
So
Let's see what it is.
I got to step away for a sec.
no worries.
A little short.
Well, shorter. Good. We like shorter.
Okay, maybe we can do it.
Oh my goodness. No wood required.
45.
445?
45.
45 is 450. 450 even?
It's 49.75.
Okay, 450 it is. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I was just making sure. 450. Done.
Okay. Then.
Geraldo says, I don't even know what my laser can do. It was bought for me to use at work, and they just got me a rotary unit. Well, what kind of laser did they get you, man? Because we could probably let you know what kind of stuff you're capable of doing, what you're not capable of doing. Interested to hear. Oh, the Enlaze Desktop Pro. I'm going to have to look that up. Not super familiar with Enlaze Desktop Pro. Let's see. Looks like a fiber laser system. So you can mark metals, some dark organics. You can do some thinner metal cutting if you really have to. But really, primarily, your target with the fiber is inorganics. So metals, stones, things like that will end up working really, really well. You want to try to stick to darker colors for better energy absorption. Things you want to stay away from. Wood is not going to fly super well on that, if at all. Depends. Like a nice ebony, you could probably get away with, but outside of that, you're going to struggle. You can mark on some plastics, but others you can't. It gets really kind of nitpicky. The fiber really doesn't like some synthetics and seems to do fine with others. Some of them are very, very dangerous, and some of them are benign. So that can go a bunch of different directions. And yeah, I don't know that I'm missing too much else. I mean, the whole thing behind the fiber is that you can mark just about every kind of metal, and that's its primary use case. It's really what you're aiming to do with your fiber laser there. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, if you work in engineering, manufacturing metals, then that sounds like the perfect laser for the job. So you should be in great shape.
Just be really cautious about some of these metals and engraving on them.
Yeah, some things you want to stay away from, like galvanized metals, typically have hazardous byproducts. So that can be really not great.
And I don't know, like what vaporized inconel, whatever that word is. you know how bad that stuff is to breathe in. So just I would like use a respirator or something and just like be very cautious because like metals that are high in nickel, you don't want to be breathing, you know, stuff like that in. So
which is like so many alloys.
yeah. Let's see. Into Branding said, what's the best option to do focus on a UV with different lenses? Do you mean like finding your focus or like consistently putting it in focus? Because the focus sticks are probably the best option. And if you have a CO2, you can cut those easily, or even a diode. And if you don't, then there are places you can go to have those made.
Generally, when I'm looking for focus on a UV, I end up doing the ramp test, and it's pretty easy to do on a UV because the depth of field is so shallow across the array of available lenses. So when you're in focus, you know it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to mark off at that point. Yeah, so put a metal business card, like a painted or anodized metal business card, at 45 degrees, perpendicular to the direction of the beam that the beam is being projected from, and then just mark a ladder of lines, each, you know, a millimeter or 2 millimeter step away from the next, and check those lines out and see which ones are melting the paint and which ones are actually ablating it. It should be pretty self-evident pretty quickly where that focus is. If you need to, after that, you can do another set of steps, another array of lines with a tighter distribution within that range that you suspect is the focal range. And you can use that and something like a digital microscope to really, really dial it in because you're looking for that thinnest line that is actually ablating. And that should give you your answer.
Yeah, TJ said Inconel is a nickel chromium based superalloy. So
Yeah, you don't want to breathe either of those things in. So
no,
because chromium's nasty shit too. So
yeah,
respirator up on that for sure. Make sure you have a strong exhaust system supporting your work with that. Want to keep a negative pressure. Oh, nice. You're whipping now, dude. Now you're going real fast.
I feel like the blue is just less okay.
You're so close.
Must use the whole roll of this.
Okay. I'm caught up. The unit is sealed with an extractor. Good. When are you doing the dot size measurement for the chart? Very soon. I wanted to get through all of the obnoxious lens stuff so that we could put all of the obnoxious lens stuff away physically and get that out of our workspace. Once we're just working with the cards and marking those, then we'll be using a lot less space over here, and I can move some of my workstation over to the microscope so we can start examining those. So very soon. We're on our last lens now. This is our final stretch for the lens corrections. So we just need to adjust our scale and get the red dot lined up, and then we'll be moving on.
very cool. Well, I got my car warming up right now, and I'm going to have to cut out in the next couple minutes. So I'll probably just say my farewell. And,
yeah, all good, dude. Thanks for hanging out for so long today. It's been a long stream. We're going on 5 hours.
Yeah, crazy. good though. A lot of good conversations and information coming out of this. So,
Yeah.
thank you guys for sharing your time, and thank you, Alex, for having me. And
Of
you
course,
guys have
dude.
a fantastic rest of your day.
Yeah, have a safe drive home, dude.
I will. Thank you very much.
The Drowning Bud wants to know, does air blast help cleanliness? It can. More than cleanliness, I feel like an air assist setup on a galvo laser really helps with getting the material out of the laser's path, rather, so that it doesn't interfere with continued passes or trying to achieve additional depth. So that would be the real benefit of having one, I would think. Kyle actually has an air assist system for his galvo laser, and he's pretty fond of it. He would probably have some more comments for you on that. So I would look forward to hearing what Kyle's opinion is about that if he ends up joining us today. Rhiannon, I wasn't even looking. Did this one do the same size thing?
What's that?
Like just the giant box that you couldn't change when you went to do your lens warp adjustment? Yeah, you just ran at full
But
size.
it was that same
Yeah.
similar size.
Interesting. Crowley wants to know if it's possible to get colors with metals. Yes, it is, and it's pretty difficult. So if you want to learn more about that, we did talk about that on this stream already. And I think it's best summed up by our episode, Everything You Need to Know About Galvo Lasers. Just go ahead and type that into YouTube search and watch the section on MOPA lasers specifically. It really does a good job, that episode, of checking your expectations so that you know what you're getting yourself into and the kind of work involved in making that happen. It's not something that isn't possible. It's absolutely possible, but it's a lot more work than the people that are marketing the lasers want you to know. And we do a good job summing that up in that episode. So definitely go check that out if you haven't already watched it. Again, it's called Everything You Need to Know About Galvo Lasers, and watch the MOPA section of that video. Kyle says he'll be joining us in about 5 minutes, so it'll be nice to see Kyle.
About the steel.
About what?
The steel. It has said one about the.
Oh, yeah. I will ask him about that. Drum Rocker wants to know, do you use HEPA filters for your lasers? I've been thinking about building an enclosure with exhaust and using a filter like the bento box I have in my 3D printer before getting started. You can do that. They do better with galvo lasers than they do with gantry lasers because of the amount of material you're trying to filter out. But with that in mind, you really should be exhausting. It's better for you and your work environment in every imaginable way. So if you can exhaust instead of extract, I would really, really, really recommend that you consider that as an option. But HEPA filters are fine as a stage in a multi-stage filter setup. Typically, you'll see it like a pre-filter just to save the actual filters, longevity and improve their longevity. And then you'll see something more along the lines of a HEPA and then a carbon filter for, the various smells and kind of volatile bits. So you do see that setup. You can build your own or find them pre-configured, and they do technically work. But if you have access to any opening to the outside world at all, I would really recommend exhausting instead. Over the years, whether I've been in my small office, a garage, or even at home, I've built custom kind of window rigs to hold the fan and exhaust straight outside. And that's always going to be my number one recommendation to everybody.
don't know what it did, but it's now 75.
Wait, what happened?
You can hit it into a rectangle or something. I must have like clicked the extra button.
Let me see. Pull up that page, the other page.
I just changed it,
Oh, okay.
but I don't know what I did before.
It does. That does look much better.
Probably just,
Cal saying you also need to be careful with laser byproducts of engraving. It's far more dangerous than 3D printing byproducts. If you get the filtering wrong, you become the filter with your lungs, which is so true. You really do have to take the utmost care in your safety when you're doing stuff like this.
put 190 instead of 119.
Ah, that'll do it.
I was like, something's wrong. Okay.
One 119 and 190 are very different numbers. This sheet is looking so good, guys. We are really getting this thing filled out. We've done just a massive amount of work over the last couple days, and I feel really good knowing that we have this here now. Tom wants to know, question about marking stainless steel. I use the X-Tool laser marking spray. Is there a substitute that can be used in a pinch? If I'm not super familiar with their marking spray or its ingredients, but if it's just the same as like regular old CO2 laser marking spray, you can check out, I use Brilliance laser inks. And Brilliance works very well. I use it with my CO2s all the time. I haven't really used it on a diode, so I can't speak to its capability there. But it is inexpensive, and it's been my go-to for a long time. So I would check out Brilliance laser inks, see if what they are offering is viable for visible blue light lasers. And if it is, that may be an option for you. They have really small like sample cans you can buy very inexpensively, so you don't have to commit to a full can in order to test it out. So I might try one of those. If you go on the buying guide, I think we have a discount code and an affiliate link to their shop, which helps support the channel if you're interested in that. So if you want to check that out, look up Brilliance laser inks, and they may have what you need.
practice manually, maybe it's it's just, it's weird what it does. That's
You're so close, Rhiannon. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
well, I just don't know why I did it because I fixed my value last time. And it was like, no, you didn't.
Hmm.
Allow.
Ooh.
$120.
Great.
20.
You did it. Huzzah. Let me copy those over to our sheet.
Don't believe I wrote this.
So we got 94.1260 and 86.4421. Got it. Just need those red dots and we're good.
So far, it's pretty close. Okay.
Yeah. Okie dokie. 0.82. 1.010. 4. 0.8. And 0. Done, dude. Yay, we're done. We did it.
Okay. I'm done.
What do you want to do now? Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good idea.
Company's sake.
Yeah, we should probably knock those jobs out real quick, especially now that we have the lasers ready. Oh yeah, you don't want to do them? All right, I'll do that, but I'm not going to be by the mic. What camera, if any, would you suggest for fitting to the Galvo? There's an entire guide on Lightburn's website. So I'd go to lightburnsoftware.com, look up Lightburn camera. They sell some ready to go, kind of out of the box, that are guaranteed to be kind of the right angle and scope for what you need in order to follow the rest of their setup guide for the Lightburn camera functionalities. So if that is what you are looking to do, then that is what I would recommend as your starting point to finding that information, because they really cover it in depth. They wrote the software, they know how it works, and so they're going to have the best camera suggestions for you as far as that goes. If it was up to me, I would just buy one from their website for use from their software, because they're tested, they know what they're selling you, they're kind of stripped down and ready to go as far as mounting in one of the 3D printed cases and such. And I think that's the best way to start. So that's what I would recommend. I haven't spent a ton of time with Lightburn camera, but I've spent enough to know that they certainly are far more knowledgeable, at the very least, about what you need or don't need in order to use that feature appropriately, because it can get complicated. So that's what I would do. I would try to maybe start there. And if you have questions along the way, we'll do our best to help you out.
Hey guys.
What's up, buddy? Oh, how you doing?
How you do? Oh,
Huh?
it's been interesting.
Mm.
How you guys
We're
doing?
we're fine. We're on hour 5.5 of our stream. And
Nice.
Rhiannon just completed lens corrections for the last fiber laser lens. So all of our fiber laser lenses are warp corrected. They all have their scale corrected, and they all have their red dot corrected and aligned.
Nice.
We did have kind of some weird problems. So I forgot when we made the initial copy of the Lightburn device profile that was used as the clone base for all of our profiles for all of our lenses.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to remove the core file. And so we went back through and we removed the core file from all of them. And luckily, even though Lightburn wasn't using them, it remembered our
Settings.
warp correction settings, essentially.
Nice.
Yeah. And kicked them in. But U on all of them was like 0.99 or 9662 or something like that instead of 1, which was weird. So I'd Rhiannon and set them all back to 1. And also the scale corrections that we had done were all wrong. I'm assuming they were based on the numbers from the core file instead of the numbers from the native lens corrections.
Yeah.
So went through and did fixes for all the scales, but I wasn't sure why the skew was messed up. That seemed weird to me. So
The core file may have had skew
as a
added
value.
into it. Yeah. So when you removed it, it was basing the values off that or something.
True.
It sounds like you had a much better time with that than other people I've helped with that, because other people, granted, it was back before 1.7, so maybe they introduced some better optimizations, but when they removed the core file and reran their test,
Yeah.
They got a fairly different value when they were actually double checking their correction.
We didn't rerun the test. We did remeasure.
Remeasuring to make sure that what you're putting out isn't crazy wrong.
Yeah, we redid like a square to make sure that the scale was right and the scale was wrong, but they were still squares, like they were clearly being corrected for and looked appropriate. So we didn't bother rerunning the lens correction.
Yeah, so
because
that's fine.
The values in the boxes after we removed the core file were the same. They didn't like change after we removed the core file. So I just kind of made an assumption that those were correct, and they look correct, and the boxes are still measuring square. So
yeah, all good then.
Yeah,
it's a weird interaction between the core file and then the manual correction. So,
well, we went over at the very least how we chose to deal with that today.
yeah.
So that was something we tackled. But here's check this out. Here's the spreadsheet, dude. It's looking so nice and full.
Nice.
My
OCD is happy.
Yeah, mine too, except for the missing spot sizes and the missing 300 millimeter lens from the UV is still not there as well.
You'll get there.
I think we didn't fill that out because I don't have a tower tall enough for.
Yeah, it was a physical limitation.
It was a physical limitation. So I'll need to
range.
Get a new tower for that in order to do that one. But everything else is more or less filled out. We also never did, while we did our spot size and focal distances for all of the CO2 Galvo lenses, we did not do lens corrections for all of them. So I'd like to go back in at some point and do those, but that's not going to be today. Today, from now on, especially now that you're here, and Rhiannon will be sitting in my seat in a minute, I actually have some customer jobs to do, so I'm going to be working on those while you guys are manning the ship or whatever. Are you good? Are you sure you're good to be here?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. So if that's the case, I'll just throw the camera over to the laser area and I'm just gonna start
whipping it out,
getting these knocked out. Yeah, when Rhiannon gets back, I'll have her switch between the views so you can see what I'm doing in Lightburn and on the beds.
We get to see Alex whipping out projects, baby.
Just as a recap, the 3 projects I have to do are the replacement ornament, which we're going to do on the UV. So I have to take this centerpiece out of the middle of this ornament and mark it with the UV and then attach it to the old base, which has different coloring than the new one. So we have that. We have our 2 brass joint holders that somebody dropped off. And we have this brass or copper door knocker thing. This really looks like some kind of patina or stain. I don't know what this is under here, but we're going to find out. So
it's likely plated steel or something.
Yeah, since we already have a video of me putting the artwork together for this, and we have a video of me already ruining this, I'm probably going to start with this one because you guys won't miss out on too much. And then we'll take a closer look at these as I get there. But I'm going to walk off if you're good. Are you good?
I'm good.
All right. Well, good to see you, buddy. I'm glad to hear.
I'm glad to be here. I will add to the camera answer that you gave too. I think the answer you gave is good. The one thing I will add is if you go to Lightburn and go to help up on the top, the help drop down, there is a camera help tool that educates you on what camera you need based on the resolution, the focal height that you need to hit, and etc. From where you're mounting it. So based on the angle of the camera and its resolution, it will tell you how close or how far it can be and still get your entire bed into frame, and what the minimum and required height would be to mount it to hit those values. So I would say that is also a good spot to hit on, because even if you go to Lightburn directly and buy their camera, they have several models of camera, or I should say they carry several models of cameras to fit different people's needs. So if you wanted more resolution, for example, to see just a little bit more, but you're having issues with fitting the entire bed into the frame, it may swing you to one model versus another. But hope that helps. Yeah, correct. So the Galvo is going to need various focal height changes. That's why your minimum is going to be very important. So if you're using this on like a 50 millimeter lens, you may not get a camera that's going to cover exactly what you need and still be able to focus. Versus if you're doing like a 70 or a 90 or a 110 lens, you're probably going to have a much easier time. So you're going to need to account for a lot of different variables. So what I would suggest is look at your focal heights for your lenses and type in the field that needs to be covered by the lens. So if you're doing a 300 lens, for example, a 300 work area, you would put in 300 by 300, and then that would be your field size in the help tool. And it's going to tell you what the minimum focal height is for each type of lens in order to cover the entire area. Because the dimensions that the camera are different in terms of what it outputs. So like a wide angle camera versus a non-wide angle camera, you're going to have different viewing angles. So for example, if you have a super wide angle lens, you're not going to get a ton of height because it's stretching the frame left to right. It's not a square output in terms of viewing angle. So, and that's what you need for Galvo typically. So if you're using a wide angle lens, you're going to see that you need to back that lens up in order to compensate for the lack of viewing angle up and down. The tool gives you all this information. So I would really recommend just checking that out. It's not super complicated by any means. You literally just type in your field size and it tells you what the camera can do based on the specs of the camera and the minimum height it's going to require. And then you just tune the camera for that height when it's in focus.
Yeah, it's folded the second 300 millimeter.
I hope so. Hi, Kyle. How's it going?
What up, lady?
Not much. Just
Sick of lenses.
a long day of lens correcting for 3 days.
Understandable. You guys have been at it for over 5 hours, so
Yeah, it was a lot.
you rocked out though. You got it done.
Yeah, I do feel like I learned more about lenses from doing it.
I'm excited to see your reaction if these corrections translate in any way to another laser or not.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because that would be pretty huge.
Yeah, that would be nice if they work out.
Maybe from
Yeah.
Alex says he thinks it's unlikely.
Yeah, I never, ever, ever, ever count on it.
Yeah. But at least we have a working laser with all the lenses set up now.
Into Branding says, can Alex talk through his learnings and what changes he has made and why? I think it's in reference to the ornament that he's redoing.
Ah,
I don't know if you want
Alex
to
is away
translate
from
that.
the mic right now, but
Yeah.
Alex, when you are done with the ornament, can you talk through your learnings and what changes you made and why?
I think the camera he is having pointed at him might have died.
We're using no, it's just dark.
Oh yeah, we turned the lights off for the
There you go.
Oh, okay. I got you.
infrared.
We just are completely switching lasers. I've explained it. You can talk through it, Brandon. You know exactly what we did.
With the ornament, we used a fiber, and we thought it was just metal, and then there was like a weird coating on it, and it started like raising up and getting all gross. Yep, bubbly and stuff. And so now we're just using the UV on it instead. We bought 2 more on eBay. So we have 2 to mess with. If this one doesn't go well, then we can make the next one better. And then there was a slight color difference on the outer side, but really the only thing we needed to replace was the middle medallion. So yeah, hopefully the UV works well on it. I think it was just a weird material coating it.
Infrared. Yeah, I turned the lights off because I can't see the UV laser framing. It's reflecting off the metal.
Could you hear that, Kyle?
No, I didn't.
Alex just said that he turned the light off because he couldn't see the UV framing the metal. So that's why we're in infrared mode right now.
It all makes sense.
Yep. But we'll turn the lights back on later. It is kind of cool looking. Yeah. And on this ornament, it's a baby's first Christmas, so we're putting the name and date of the baby.
That's super cute. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and the lady's been pretty nice. She wants this by tomorrow, though, so it's kind of like need to get it done.
Top priority.
Yeah, this is the main thing to finish. I think everything else they were pretty relaxed as long as it's before Christmas, but still told them that it wouldn't take that long, so
Nice.
yeah. Have you been working on any fun projects, Kyle?
I have to do a couple of glass ornaments for my
Okay.
realtor.
Nice.
Small batch, like maybe 12. So maybe I'll do a live stream on that tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
Because those ones I can actually share.
Nice. That'll be cool.
And then I've been working on thoroughly testing the longer Nano Pro, which is a diode galvo, kind of like the F1, but it does not have fiber integrated, so it's not a dual source galvo like the F1. So just diode, but it's been pretty nifty.
Nice.
And I'm thinking maybe if there's interest, I will do a live review on that too. Do like a half an hour and a half. We'll just do some material testing, talk about my thoughts. Or I'll just do a structured video. We'll see.
Nice.
And then
I saw Into Branding also asked, did we lose money on the ornament job? I want to say we did. Yeah, maybe breaking even.
Bucks, and I think the replacement ornaments are
Yeah.
27.
Yeah, so we have kind of a base price for engraving being $30. and I'm pretty sure we just charged her the base price. So after buying 2 more ornaments, they were around $10 each, and then I think there's like a $5 shipping-ish thing, so probably around $30 in the end, but breaking even. Don't love it, but we were happy that we found the ornaments because I could only find them on eBay. So.
Yeah, at least it being a wash versus a huge loss is nice.
Yeah.
I remember back in the old days when Alex was upstairs from there. What the hell was the expensive at? Oh no, the paper moved it. I remember Alex doing some expensive designer thing, and he ended up having to eBay it, and it was like expensive as shit.
Yeah, I've heard a couple stories from back when he worked with Michael, and Chris worked there for a tiny bit too. So
yeah.
Oh, and Into Branding asked you a question, Kyle.
When is the video coming out on the Air Assist for Galvo? We could do that pretty soon. I wasn't doing anything in any particular order, so but we can knock that out. That's not a big deal.
For it.
What Alex looks like he's doing right now is that talc.
Yeah, that's baby powder.
So what the talc does with a UV, often what you'll do is use a piece of white paper when you don't have a red dot, because it's using a really low UV beam in order to give you framing. And that really gentle blue light is really difficult to see on a lot of materials. So on metals, on glass, on pretty much anything that isn't the right color, it's going to be very difficult to see, whether you have lights on or not, to be honest. So you have to give yourself like a piece of paper or something like that in order to see where it's framing. And the white talc can help because it removes a lot of the sheen and it gives some white tinting to the surface of whatever you're marking. So just a pro tip. Works great on fibers too. The laser will generally laser right through it. I've never used it on UV. I've always done the white paper method, but
Alex keeps moving it with the paper though.
yeah.
That's like a round bottom, so it just wants to slide.
Yeah.
If it's being a real pain in the butt to stay in one position, you could always just get it positioned so that it's properly vertical with the hole, and then move it with light burn. Just use the arrow keys and shift and control.
Did you hear Kyle on that one?
Yeah.
He said, yeah. He said it has kind of a rounded back, so it's just wants to move a lot.
Kind of like me then.
There you go.
My rounded bottom.
What?
My rounded bottom.
No, he said kind of like me then.
His rounded bottom.
Yep.
Alex has a rounded bottom too.
Yeah.
It's not exclusive. TJ says. Ooh, go ahead. TJ says, once the camera is calibrated, for the love of everything holy, do not touch it. If I understand correctly, the height difference of the work will change the perspective of the camera. Yeah, that's completely accurate. So the problem is with a Galvo, you are constantly moving up and down, and that camera needs to be mounted to the thing that's moving up and down, or else it's always going to be out of perspective because, again, with projectoring a view. So in the case of a camera, it's in reverse to a Galvo, where if you move a Galvo up and down, you are physically changing the scale of what you're engraving. If it has enough focus and power to mark it. The camera is kind of the same thing, but from a viewpoint instead of a power perspective, where if you have it tuned and set to your focus height and you're out of focus, it's going to be a problem. So if you move that camera or tilt it, you're now skewing what the camera is tuned for. So hope that helps.
Also, Alex,
And
someone
very good
had a
point.
suggestion of putting the paper down, use a pen to draw around the parameter, and then put the pen over the pen mark. So,
I think I am having such a hard time seeing this because I'm crazy out of focus.
oh,
And I
there you
don't
go.
know why. I think I grabbed the wrong focus stick.
He grabbed the wrong focal stick, so he's crazy out of focus. So maybe it'll be easier now.
Maybe not.
Or not. Well, in Two Branding's idea was not a bad one, so.
Amber says, I have a question. I'm sorry I haven't been here for long. What kind of fiber laser would you require to pretty much engrave on any metal or maybe cut metal at certain thicknesses? So there's an enormous asterisk with an answer like this because it's super open-ended. So it depends on what you want to cut. If you're trying to cut sheet copper, for example, and you have a requirement on the size of the cut. So, for example, if you need to cut it 6 inches by 6 inches, which would be like 150 millimeters square, you're going to need a fair bit of power because copper requires a really high power density at focus in order to affect at all the metal that you're marking. So you really need to factor in essentially the hardest material that you're going to be working with as your kind of baseline, I would suggest. So if all you're going to be working with is steel and maybe some silver and gold, and you're maybe cutting out little pendant necklaces, for example, you could probably get away with like a 30 watt if you're willing to spend the time and allow it to cut. If you want to speed up the cutting process, more wattage will help, but you also need to do the additional tuning, and you maybe need to add in some supporting modifications like an air assist in order to more effectively cut better and faster. So it also depends on your expectations of speed and quality. Engraving quality shouldn't be affected generally, but cutting and speed, you're generally trading off quality versus not quality when it comes to trying to cut with a galvo and the post-processing required in order to make that a better quality versus using like a gantry fiber cutter to do the cutting for you so that you can use the galvo laser for just marking. So I guess it kind of depends. If you have an idea of what those requirements are, like what your materials are, it would help because in general, every metal reacts a bit differently. So if you're cutting brass sheet, for example, at the same thickness as stainless steel, at the same thickness as copper, they're going to require different settings and they're going to have different result expectations from that. But just engraving, Alex ran the engraving shop for years on the back of a 30 watt fiber laser, a JPT from Actron, and it did the job. It will mostly be mild steel and maybe some aluminum. What kind of machines do you have? If you have one, which one you recommend? Well, we don't, little distinction. We don't sell machines, right? We test them. We recommend them. But that's as far as we go in terms of that path. We don't sell our own machines or anything. So if you're sticking with aluminum and mild steel as like 99% of your workload, and your sheet material is a reasonable sheet material, you're not going to be cutting like 9mm thick plates or anything. Ooh, look at that.
What I'm talking about, baby.
My feel good level watching that powder move across the surface as you engrave. Yeah, that came out nice.
Yeah. Much better than the first one.
Sorry if you guys can hear my dog chewing on her chew toy behind me. If that becomes a problem, let me know.
I can't hear anything, so I think you're good.
Fantastic. So when it comes to mild steel or aluminum, and your thickest cut material is maybe, let's just call it 1mm. You could probably do that with a 30 watt if you're willing to give it the time to do that. If you want to get a more reasonable cut time, you can move up in power to a 50 or 60 watt. Like a 60 watt JPT would be fantastic for cutting. At least those. And you could do that with a reasonably sized lens, no problem. Moving up beyond a 60 watt, you're going to start moving out of the sweet spot for pricing. The prices tend to exponentially go up after that. So like an 80 or 100 watt is going to be pretty close in cost to each other usually. The 100 watt being a little more expensive. And they're both usually significantly more expensive in some way as a step up in price to the 60 watt or 50 watt range of machine. I generally don't suggest moving up past the 100 or 120 watt range very frequently. If galvo lasers are the only option and all you're doing is material cutting, you would want to go higher. But the problem with that is your expectations for results are going to have to be tuned for what the laser is capable of. So galvo is just, it's not the best tool for the job. It's also not the most efficient. So just keep that in mind. If most of what you're doing is engraving, you're going to be fine with a galvo. If like under half or less of what you're doing is cutting, or significantly less than that, like 10%, you're going to be okay usually. If you factor in that you need to make sure that you're 100% in focus, you're going to potentially have a tapered edge because you're essentially trying to cut something with a projector, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope that helps in your determination there. We have a buying guide that has suggested brands on it, from Macron to SFX to, I can't even think right now, but we have a ton of different brands on there. We have a lot of brands that we've covered on the channel that aren't on there yet because we haven't released a final review for them. And mostly that is due to just being delayed and not for any bad reason. But we've pretty hardcore tested Macron with Alex. He's tested like 6 of their machines now. SFX, ComMarker, we have one of their pre-production units that we tested. Haocean laser, Matt has like 4 lasers from them. I have 2, and they've been fantastic. And we also have a discount code for them. It's LEYT24. We'll save you some money and also it helps support the channel as well. Let's see. I'm testing a Cloud Ray 50 watt. I think that's about it for fiber and Galvo lasers. Oh, lasers only. It's another brand you can check out. There's a lot of options out there, but if you're doing a significant amount of cutting, I would say you probably want to start looking at that 50 to 60 watt range, and you probably don't want to go above like a 150 lens, because if you go above that, you're reducing your power density and your effective ability to cut.
A little big.
Yeah.
Resin said, look how good that is. Great job, Alex, for the first one. But Alex is never satisfied.
Well,
but now it's better than this one.
tell Kyle I marked the first one at 0.1 millimeters.
Alex said he marked the first one at 0.1 millimeters.
That's the problem. Now it's fucked up all the time.
Oh, God. Wait, what's wrong with the first one? I don't.
The first
Explain
one's,
to a noob.
the first one's not center, and you can see the distance between the lines, which is not good. And the second one's gigantic, and I don't really know why.
He thinks the first one's not centered.
It's not centered.
It's
Looks
not
awful.
that bad, though.
It looks awful.
I don't think she would notice.
Why is none of that shit fun?
Alex is very picky about these things. If anything, I think that the thing I don't like the most is that it's not very dark. From it's like black, deep, but we told her that it might not match that.
Where can I find a list of machines? I'm getting one soon. Thank you for your answer. I really appreciate it. They do help a lot. Happy to help. If you go down in the description, down below the video or the stream, you'll see a link to the lasereverything.net website. And up on top, there you'll be able to go through the menu. We have a buying guide. So we cover a lot of that stuff there. We don't just recommend machines. We recommend other hardware, exhaust stuff, all the things related to the field that we cover. If you also look through the channel, if you wanted to try or look at a different brand, you can search the channel for brands too. So the other option is join our Discord or one of the other communities. If you're looking at a specific brand that maybe isn't on that list, you can always ask and see if the brand that you're looking at has a backing in some way. Or are other people in the community looking at them? Have they tested them? Have we tested them? And we can respond to that. But I would start with the buying guide. It's going to give you a good starting list, and we'll be expanding on what's included in that as time moves forward. Cuban's back. You guys are still live after 6 hours. Dang. Yeah, man.
I mean, we're kind of just working and have you guys here to join us for it. So.
Yeah, Alex and Rhiannon are beasts. I had a horrible, violent. Actually, it was a stomach bug. But as we do in Laser Everything, the ongoing inside joke is we have terrible raging diarrhea, and that's why we can't be here. Even if it's just because we have errands or whatever.
You had diarrhea the whole time.
Yep, that's how we go. That's our joke. But yeah, Rhiannon and Alex are beasts. They've been rocking for all day.
Yep, all the lenses are done. We're super happy about that. And now we're working on some jobs.
Thank you, Vince. I'll update that. I'll be right back. Just 1 minute.
Alex is polishing the one that was he did the text too large on, so it might be in the background.
Yeah, which I think I just over polished.
Which he thinks he just over polished, so that's
Who's the
cool
other one?
too. You gonna polish this one?
I have to do something. Can't give her this.
It's unacceptable. I'll let Kyle answer some of your guys' questions because I don't know, and I don't want Alex to say it to me and me have to repeat it badly. But I will ask Alex, what tool are you using for the polishing? What is
This
it?
is the Shop Fox 8-inch variable speed grinder with buffing wheels.
Okay, he said it's the Shop Fox
8-inch
8-inch
variable speed
grinder
with 6-inch.
with 6-inch
Buffing
buffing wheels on it. And that's why I don't want to repeat too much. I like your emojis, Resin. That's good. Cubing Cracked had a all-nighter working on class assignments. Ew. Gross. Glad you could join us. And Kyle needs to update links on Discord. We'll let him know that. Can we see your over-polished one, Alex?
Oh, I might go back to that one.
Oh, he
None
said
of this is going well.
he says nothing's going well. These ornaments just suck. I think that's really the ultimate key. We could only find them on eBay, so I think they're like a little bit old. They weren't expensive, but they're not easily found. And we noticed with the first one that Alex like really filed down, there's just a lot of like bubbles in the metal too. So they're pretty badly, I don't know, cast. So they've been giving us a hard time. But Alex might be a little rusty too.
It's hot.
Can Pop says, so this would be content for the channel, what to do for a piece after the lasering is done. I think they like that you are having a real problem.
Go watch the last episode we uploaded. Do you want to see the real problem?
Yeah, if you want to see how the ornament looked, go check out the last episode.
Well, how not to engrave a Christmas ornament.
Yeah, how not to engrave a Christmas ornament. But maybe we'll do some other content too, where Alex tries to fix
I
the
guess
Christmas ornament
I'm
more.
gonna Scotch Brite this one, and then if not, then I'll keep the fucking shitty polished one. But
Okay. He's gonna Scotch Brite it now. What is that little guy called?
that's a 4-inch Weber bench
4-inch
grinder
Weber bench grinder,
with the Scotch Brite pad.
which has a Scotch Brite pad on it. Before it gets to the customer, how to salvage a situation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what, did you put that in that last video too? You like
Yeah, a little bit.
polishing and stuff.
We did some
We
grinding.
didn't really
with
get
the-
a good result yet. So
we did
we're
some
still
grinding with the
continuing that
rotary
process.
tool, but
Yeah, he tried doing some rotary stuff. He has all the polishers
I'm
and
pretty good at
sanders.
saving my ass.
He said he's pretty good at saving his ass. So, yeah, mostly just that. I mean, most of I feel like behind the scenes is just continuing to polish it more. So maybe Alex should invest in electroplating.
I
know.
I could replate this
He could do that.
But that would involve this getting messed up.
Yeah, it would involve the front getting messed up, which already has text on it. So
that she likes.
The customer likes. So we don't want to mess that up. That's like what the ornament already had. So don't want to mess that up.
We
but
can plate this again.
yeah, Alex did set up some nickel plating stuff that he's been having fun with. And didn't you post a video on the not laser everything?
I did, yeah, it's on the
channel?
Make Army channel.
Make Army channel.
I'll link to it on the channel homepage.
Yeah, there's a link on the channel homepage. You guys can go check that out. We might post some other videos just with different types of tools and the Elegoo maybe at some point.
Things that aren't lasers.
Yeah, things that aren't lasers. What else are they saying? Let's see. More than one way to electroplate. Where's Matt nowadays? Matt has a teaching job, so he's busy most days doing that, and then has been around occasionally for more of the nighttime podcasts, right? So he's available at night, but we just have been doing the daytime ones this week because Alex had his birthday on Tuesday. I don't even know what day it is. I've asked like 3 times, and then we just kind of kept going with the daytime ones. So having you guys join us for all our work. Anything I missed? I missed one question, but again, I'm going to let Kyle take that one. Vince said there are more than one way to electroplate. Maybe we don't know enough. Maybe you do know. Maybe Alex knows.
Not relevant right now.
Not relevant right now.
Sorry, I'm back.
You can. I skipped one question up above from TJ Michael because I didn't think I could answer it. So you want to take that?
This one?
Yep.
Okay. TJ says, I think you can save settings for each material, height, camera calibration, and light burn. Would that work for Galvo? A lot of work to get in numbers. So here's the thing. You really want to tune the camera for the lens. And the settings that you save, I mean, you can save settings for different heights, but unless you're frequently marking materials out of focus, it's not going to help you. I would say the whole point of Lightburn and the way it's set up is that you can actually duplicate your device and create a device profile for each lens size, calibrate that lens like Alex and Rhiannon spent the last couple days doing, or a few days, because now I think this is the third. We're on stream 3. We're on day 3, baby. So you really want to, for the sake of your workflow, saving yourself time, reducing the number of potential issues and errors you have, human errors and computer errors, because you can easily swap stuff by accident. You really want to have a device profile set up for each configuration. And then going beyond that, having a library profile of confirmed settings for each combination as well. Because the settings are going to be wildly different going from, for example, a 110 lens to a 300. Because if you try taking those 300 lens settings for removing powder coat, for example, off of a tumbler, and you apply that to the 110, you could blow a hole straight through the outer layer of the cup and break vacuum. So they're going to be wildly different, right? So for that reason, I would set up a library for the lens, and I would stick to the settings on that. And when it comes to camera calibration, it's camera calibrated by the device profile. So as long as you're not using multiple lenses under a single device profile, it won't be a problem. If you have them separated like we do, it won't be a problem. But when it comes to camera profiles, you always want to be in focus. Always. Hope I covered that in the potential variety of things I missed.
And then also Vince said some links on Discord need to be updated too.
Yep. I gotta cover that. Thank you for updating me on that. That's a my bad. I never updated when the link changed under the new configuration. Again, I need to update that.
And then I think we got most of the other ones.
Yay! Into branding. Where's Matt nowadays? Matt's educating the youths.
Yes, I was saying that he's on the later podcast.
Yeah, this is a little early for him. He's still working his day job right now.
Yeah.
And probably getting ready to eat dinner with his family, actually.
Does he eat early?
Yeah, he's
The clock.
If Matt was about 20 years older, he would be on the the discount plan at the diner.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, he's on East Coast time too.
Yep. Matt is a super early bird when it comes to eating. And I'm being a little sarcastic. I think he eats dinner at like 5 or 5:30 or something, but his schedule with meals is, or at least dinner with his family, is super regimented, which is probably pretty healthy actually. But he's got those young kids that go to bed early, so they eat
that's fair.
They eat at that earlier time. It helps that both of them are teachers too, so it's not like they're coming home at 6 o'clock from work or whatever. They're
it just works for their schedule.
Yeah.
An early morning house.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell he does it. He stays up late and then wakes up at like 5:30 in the morning with his kids. Dude's crazy. Respect to that. I would die.
Same. I have a hard time waking up to get to this job.
Cuban says, finally doing adult things and using the money I make to save up for a down payment on a house for next year. I have until August to save up $38,000. So let's hope for crazy busy next year. You got this, man.
Woo.
You can do it.
The dream to get a house.
Yep.
Kyle's working on that.
I am. I've been on and off on the house hunt for like 4 years now. And just in the last year, I've been outbid on the houses me and my other half are interested in like 7 or 8, 9, 10 times. I lost count at this point, honestly. The housing market here in my state are just ridiculous still. I'm sure it's crazy elsewhere, but we're still getting like the last house we got outbid on, they did an appraisal gap of like $80,000. So what that means is if the bank determined that the house was only worth, for easy numbers, let's just say 200,000, which I would never find a house for 200,000 in my state because my state sucks. But that means beyond getting the down payment, the buyer would be willing to put down additional money past what the house is worth just to win the bid. And that would come out of their pocket, not the mortgage. So I would say mentally prepare yourself for a crazy housing market if you're buying in August, because it's only going to pick up in terms, well, housing in general picks up in the middle of the year. In the winter, it slows down because kids are in school. People don't want to move when it's cold out, et cetera, et cetera. But in the summer, you got families who are moving. You got people are out of school and taking vacations so that they can swap houses. That's when a lot of housing changes for workers happen as well. So when you're changing locations, etc. So be patient. Don't stress yourself into having like IBS or something.
Well, I've completely screwed this up again. Look at this. I don't know what it is about whatever the hell this is, but I'm just having like the hardest time with this material, dude. Of course, it's not gonna.
More hands.
Restart the camera.
How polished is the material when it first comes in?
Pretty polished.
I mean, you can show the other side.
Yeah, it's matter. Hold on.
Is it silvery or is it like a rose gold or is it?
No, it's like silvery, dude, but it's fake ass bullshit.
Yeah,
Is what it is.
So
here's the front. I don't know if you can see that. It's almost got like a pewter look to it.
Yeah, it does.
But it isn't. It's not that. And then here's the back after me trying to remove nonsense from it. There's bits of gold and silver that are wearing away. And at the base of this, there's just some kind of like gross alloy that's filled with holes. It's
this one actually looks less holy than the.
Well, yeah, because I haven't gotten that deep yet.
Yeah.
But just trying to get this just an even color is just so hard, dude. It's disgusting, and I'm having a really hard time with it. I might have to do like a laser sweep of the back or something,
just to even out what you're getting.
Yeah, because I don't know. Maybe I'll blast it. I can take the front off and blast it real quick.
Another thing, you don't have any like Rust-Oleum silver or anything, do you?
No.
So one thing that I've seen on like the super fake metals, sometimes they're not even plated; they're just straight up sprayed and polished paint, and that is basically as close to the coating as I've seen, and I've seen people actually polish that. The problem is I don't know about flaking, but you can basically engrave through it down to the base metal. But,
I'm gonna go blast it real quick.
All right, for science.
For science. Yeah, here's the other one that is a little. Oh. Also has kind of that color on it. What laser are we using? We used a fiber on the first one that failed, and then we used a UV on these two, which looked okay, but they were pretty faint and not centered. / one of them, the text was too big. Let's go back to this.
Yeah, can we come put the area in, please?
Yeah. Okay, you said, so what's happening with this ornament before we see it? Is it just not getting the mark or engraving and reacting differently? Getting the mark or engraving.
The material itself is just a weird material.
Yeah, this time the engraving worked, but just wasn't quite centered or was too large. And so Alex wanted to polish it to get a better mark, but then after polishing it, it's just reacting weirdly and changing color, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's got like a really cheap plating job on it. So as he's polishing it, it's like instantly going through to like almost the base metal, and it's discolored rather than cleaning up. Rhiannon, just so you know, I muted you while that's going because that was deafening. Feel free to unmute, or I can unmute you in a minute when that's done. I think it was just the air compressor.
Yeah, sorry, Alex. Put the vacuum on so I didn't get blasted in the face with sand.
It's almost a pretty good look.
I can't imagine why he wouldn't be blasted in the face with the sand. I thought that'd be enjoyable.
That actually is like not a bad.
It's got the same texture almost as the front. I feel like they almost did just paint.
Why isn't this focusing? Focus.
Likes the stuff underneath.
Excuse me.
Oh.
There it goes. You got it.
Okay.
Forehead.
So yeah, not a bad look, but I've still got those bits of gold
Color, yeah.
on there where I gotta get that off, but I think I did that without damaging the front.
Yeah. Looks good.
I mean, yeah, it almost does look like.
Looks like garbage.
Maybe you could do that to this one. No, this still has the off color.
Yeah, this one didn't melt because they did it on a different laser. They're doing it on the UV. So the benefit to that is it's significantly less heat. It's not going to like melt apart. But it's significantly harder to align because he's got that blue light. There's no red laser for helping alignment, and that mixed with the material is just being a butt. So
yeah, the material is not great. But no melt, so maybe that's a better thing.
Yeah,
I mean, the first
great
one-
start, not melting.
Cuban says, just wanted to know, have you guys had luck with selling on website? And when it comes to shipping and advertising the website, how should I go about doing both of these things? You have some options there. So if you want to do the simplest thing possible, right? If you want to be as hands-off as possible, you could do something like Etsy. And the reason why I suggest that is you can basically not have to worry about sales tax remittance because they do that. They handle that as the marketplace. So as a storefront, you're hands-off when it comes to taxes because they take care of it. Another thing that's nice about that is you don't have to go to a different place to get your shipping labels. You can get your USPS USPS and UPS labels, I believe, through them. So you don't have to worry about getting a discounted like business account with any of the carriers, because you're already getting a discounted rate through them. And unless you're selling something like the size of a coffee table anyway, in which case you're going to have to figure out like freight shipping. But if you want a simple method of getting started to introduce you into the world of online selling, that's not a bad option. Another thing is you don't have to worry about website upkeep. You just have to worry about your items. So if there's a code update for security through like Shopify, where you're updating stuff and it inadvertently bricks one of your add-ons that you're paying for, you don't have to wait for those things to be updated, because Etsy is fully integrated with itself. There's nothing to fix. So it's a very simple platform in that way. Now the downside is you don't have full control over everything. So when it comes to SEO and how your stuff is marketed, they do that for you. So that's the downside.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second, Kyle.
Do it.
I just want to show an update. So I just took the bench grinder to it. Or, the belt sander, rather. Oh my God, why is it so hard? I took the belt sander to it and gave it like a brush. I don't know if you guys can see that or not.
Looks beautiful.
Yeah, but it doesn't match the front, which definitely has that more blasted kind of like fake pewter bullshit on it. So now I've got this taped off, and I'm going to go blast the back of this, and we'll see if it matches. So I just want to give an update before I moved on. Anyway, that's
fingers crossed, buddy. Hope it works good.
Yeah, and I'll try to mute when Alex does his compressor or whatever.
Like I'm big. Unless you have to pitch it.
So going back to the website stuff, if you're okay with getting a little more hands-on, getting your full website built, doing SEO, managing your listings as individual things, and each getting individual pages, something like Wix or Shopify or even Squarespace will give you more options. Now you also have the add-on of, do you want to have customers, do you want to have them have the ability to upload graphics and customize digital versions of the products that you're engraving for them? Because if you want something like that, you're probably looking at more like a Shopify or a custom site, because something like that is going to require a tool like Zakiki, which allows you to essentially give your customers a web tool that you're essentially uploading the product, and you're giving them a virtual way of designing it where they're doing the designing and you don't have to. And then you essentially get the finished design, which you then drop onto whatever the product is and engrave it. Some people don't like that complexity, and some people do. There are also other tools out there that aren't Zakiki that allow you to do customization to different degrees. Or you could just give people a text box. If all you're allowing them to change is text and a logo, for example. So you got some options. But those are the considerations I would do. I'm guessing you're referring to Zakiki. Hold on. I have it favorited. I'll just give you the link to the site. Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 sec. So here's Zakiki. So the downside to that is their integrations are limited to a couple different sites. You can get it done on Etsy, but the problem with that is the customer has to check out and then they're emailed a link to customize the product. So they have to purchase it before they can customize it. And a lot of people don't like that, but it is doable. But as far as I know, they added Wix to this. That's cool. So if you're already working with Wix, there's your option too. But they also have an API. If you're paying like a web developer, they can work it into your site that way. When it comes to shipping, integrating something like Pirate Ship or ShipStation is nice if you're doing high volume. If you're not, then just having a free Pirate Ship account. I don't know how much it is anymore, but there's a monthly subscription fee for it. And it also depends on what you need. They have pricing tiers depending on what you need, from what I remember. So when it comes to shipping, you have a ton of options. There's a ton of different shipping integrations that you can use for all the different web platforms. If you're doing volume shipping, like if you're selling a lot of product, you're going to find that those are fine. But if you're doing low volume, sometimes you're paying a lot more than you need to for subscription and for pricing. So what a lot of people do for small batches of stuff a month is they'll actually just set up a free account with like Pirate Ship, and they'll manually drop the information into Pirate Ship, print a label for everything, and go that route with just a label printer. Just because it's more cost effective sometimes if you're not doing enough volume. Resin's got to do some adulting. Boo. Sorry, Resin. I'm sure we'll be here for a little bit. Alex has a couple jobs left. I don't know where he's going to be at after this, but we'll see. It's 5:15, so I don't know what their time schedule is. But love to see you if you got time later. Come on back. Have a great night if you don't make it back. Wish you luck with your adulting. If you guys have any questions in chat, feel free to drop them down there, and we'll keep firing away.
I'm almost done. I'm going to make one more revision, but
that did really nice.
It did really nice. I missed a spot of the gold up at the top here, and I just sanded that with the belt sander, but now you can see that line there. And that's really bothering me, and I think I can get it like perfectly smooth. So I'm going to hit it one more time with the belt sander, just really gently, just to smooth all those lines out so they're going the same direction, and then blast it again to get it uniform. But yeah, there's the back, and there's the front. I mean, it's barely...
Yeah, that's a lot closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, they're clearly different. They're clearly different, but they're very, very close.
Yeah.
So I think that that's going to do the trick. But anyway, I just thought I'd pop in again. So I'll be back in another minute or two, but I do just want to kind of try to get this right. Also, the blue tack, super nice. You ever use blue tack, dude?
Not in a long time.
Dude, it's so nice. You just take it and you mash it onto a thing like this, and now you can sand or buff or whatever without having to hold the edges of the part and like nip up your fingers. It's so handy.
Nice.
So, yeah, blue tack. I don't know. It's a
That's
pro
cool
tip.
as hell.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in another minute.
All right. See you in a sec. Kyle, do you do any 3D designing? And if so, what do you design on? I just got my Bamboo P1S, and the university I go to offers software. Had you wondering. So I actually use a software called Shaper 3D. It's SHAPR 3D. It is a subscription software, but it is way cheaper than like Fusion 360 or anything like that. But it's pretty good. When it comes to 3D design software, you basically have two different styles, right? So you have essentially, my brain is having a hard time coming up with the verbiage because I don't use it very often. So you have essentially software where you can go back and make edits to the history. So if, for example, you make a series of changes and you realize that one dimension of your object was off, you can actually go back in history, change that dimension, and apply all the changes that you did, and you don't have to completely redesign and redo all the steps. Or you have the type of software where you have to build everything from scratch again. There's pros and cons to both, but they actually just released versions of the software that do both. So I thought that was pretty cool. And yeah, I just enjoy it. They actually have like a built-in little training program, so it gives you like step-by-steps on how to do everything, which I thought was really awesome. So it's got like an integrated training program in it, which is nice, sort of, if you want to think of it that way. So I'm not sure if they offer it at your school, but I've enjoyed it. It also saves all of your designs remotely. So if you lose your computer, drop it off the side of a building, or run it over with a car, everything's saved to your account. So if I design something on my computer, and I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't sleep, I don't have to get up and go to my computer. I can pull my iPad out and I can fuss around with designs on my iPad. And it's compatible with Apple Pencil. So yeah, cross OS / hardware. And that's mostly what I use. If you want something free, you can do something like FreeCAD or Tinkercad. Those are both valid and decent options as well. I needed some added complexities for some of the stuff that I'm working on that are a little difficult or impossible in those, or I just don't know how to do it. But that's also possible too. But hope that helps.
All right. Well, this is about as good as it's going to get, and I think this is part of. I think this is the part of the day where I quit while I'm ahead, and just accept that this is how it's going to look. So again, here's the front for you guys. It's upside down. Here's the front. This is the original finish. This is growth paint or whatever. And then here is the back. And I think that's
when your manually finished side looks way better than the side from the factory, you know there's a problem.
Yeah, I know, but it's just
how it be.
Yeah, that's just how it be. So, thank God for the sandblaster, right?
Yeah, it saved you on this project. That was that's instant gratification win right there.
Yeah, totally. So next, I'm going to just jump back over here to the UV laser and get this wrapped up. So hopefully we can pull this off and do it right this time. So I'm going to go do that next.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. Into Branding says, don't forget to adjust the font size and check your settings. I added the last part. Ooh. I bugged out for a minute. I thought the paper got moved and it wasn't the camera. Nice. That came out beautiful.
All right, I could hear you. Thank you. And now I have to reattach the original ornament center to the original ornament base, this piece, to this, because this was a very specific color, and the two replacements that I ordered were not this color. So I need to use this one, but I think we've successfully saved this project. I left my pliers over there. Apparently. As far as lessons learned, I should have been more sketched out by this material. I should have seen more red flags than I did. And I probably could have avoided this by doing it on the UV the first time. Because that's really what this needed, but I don't know if this is going to go back on. Well, probably not. I'm going to go get, I have really tiny key rings to use instead.
TJ says, how many years have you guys been doing this?
Too many. I'm over 10 now.
Alex has over a decade of experience in the industry.
We count time with Michael, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, over 10.
Yep. My experience in the laser industry is limited to, I think we're on 4 years now.
I mean, that's still plenty.
Well, we're going into 2025. So January of 2025. Yeah, like 4.5 years. Something like that. I'll have to think back on that, but I think it's about that. Experience in trying to educate myself on lasers is longer than that, but hands-on experience is really limited to the last, I think, 3.5 or 4.5 years. I've been learning about laser stuff and investigating building my own for like 8 years now or something. but beyond that, just hands-on experience. Yeah, that's it.
Oh man, that barely fits. Ugh. I don't know if that's going to cut it.
Is it a different mounting piece, like
This is literally a key ring that I have. It's like a small key ring.
Gotcha.
The pieces that I had to bend and warp to get off of this were very damaged from me removing them. But I think I might have to try to do that anyway, because that's just too low. It's hanging too low.
Does your ornament hang low? Does it wobble to and fro?
Yeah, it's D, all of the above.
Into Branding says, Matt says B+, could do better.
Matt?
I don't know. I'm missing the context.
If we're talking about Mr. Bodiford, he can shove it.
Into Branding said that. TJ says, okay, good to hear, because when I'm listening to you guys, I feel like I'm a window licker. Only been doing this for a few months.
Christ.
Oh, man. Nah, don't say that. Honestly, the truth of the matter is, just like in any industry, there are people with a year experience or 6 month experience that have been interested in this forever, but only entered into the industry recently. But they know a ton because they pick up on it, and it's like second nature to them. And then there's people who've been in this industry forever that they still learn new things every day. And really, that's the reality. Is if you're doing this well and you're still trying to learn, you're doing the right thing, because there are very few people who can make a living in the laser industry just doing a single thing and not adding to it or varying on it or adjusting what they do or trying to do better. That's just not how industry works or business works.
Well, I mean, like
that's
anything
true to lasers
in the world, I think the people that act like they know everything know the least. It's not. There's always something new to learn. There's always something changing. There's always a different technique or methodology. It's not that static.
How does that saying go? The smartest person in the room is the person who knows how little they know.
Yeah.
Just having some humor in the sense that you're never going to know everything, and the best thing you can do, even as an educator, is continue to learn. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You're educating yourself. A lot of the point of being in the business of laser engraving, especially if you're running your own business, is you're the educator for yourself. Even if you come here to learn, you're still taking it upon yourself to learn, right? We're just content. We're not shoving it down your throat in a classroom setting, right? So
I think that the majority of the stuff I know today, I know because of people in the laser everything community, not because of I came into this with some kind of like powerful background. I think I had a strong base, but a lot of that base knowledge that I had when I started the channel isn't that useful to me anymore. So much has changed. I've learned so many new ways to do things from so many new people, and it's just it feels antiquated at this point.
Another thing to consider too is that there's so many ways to do stuff that the only wrong way to do it is the way that could get you hurt or is unsafe. But there's oftentimes a dozen ways to do something that could give you a completely different or varying result as well. So that's where sharing within the community is also nice too, because you can learn from others, you can teach others too. And if somebody's stuck, all you have to be is one step ahead to be able to help them. And now you're the pro, right? So, yeah.
This is so hard. This is the hardest part of this whole thing so far.
I would have such a terrible time with that because my fat, lanky sausage fingers. I feel like you got it.
It's fine if I like hide where the 2 points of the ring meet behind the back of the ornament. I might be able to get away with it, but it's definitely not good. I'm sure they make a tool for this.
Oh, they do. They do. I wouldn't even know where to find one other than maybe Amazon, but
Like what I would call it when I was looking for it. It doesn't matter. I don't have the time. It's irrelevant.
yeah, but now I'm curious.
Oh my god.
One of the options would be like wire bending pliers. So it's kind of like needle nose pliers if the outside was rounded and designed to pull against a rounded object rather than pinch.
I know it's upside down. Here, flip it over.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I think I just squeezed it just the right way and got lucky. So it actually looks pretty round again, and then we'll flip it over. And here's the actual customized side with the back. Sorry, again, everything's upside down, so I'm struggling a little bit, but I think that'll do it.
Looks good.
God, that was a fucking pain in the ass.
Had to earn that one.
Yeah, I sure did. That was something. I learned a lot about finishing shit on this project.
Yeah, it was a good educational moment. And a good in practice use case for the sander and the blaster.
The blaster, the belt sander, the grinder with the buffing wheels on it. I used a lot of tools that I don't really have a lot of experience with to get this done. So
Anna Pop says that was a $500 job, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Minus a couple zeros.
Yeah.
Holy crap, dude.
Sometimes the pay comes in the form of education.
I gotta send a picture to my wife because she, along with anybody else who watched the episode that I did about botching this, knows how horrible it looked before. So I think she'll appreciate it in its finished state. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the episode of me destroying this ornament, go watch it because it's pretty entertaining. Miranda's in my phone as Mrs. Laser Everything. Okay. Well, I don't even know what to do with myself now. I don't like bag this up or something. Came with a bag. I don't really know where it is. I'm gonna go find that real quick before this gets destroyed. All right, guys. Well, with that, I think I'm going to wrap up for the day. I got to get home to my family. This stream's been going on for 7 hours now. And we will probably be back tomorrow. I've got to finish these jobs still. We've got the door knocker, we've got the 2 joint holders, and then we have to do a bunch of spot size measuring. I know people were waiting for that today, and unfortunately we just ran out of time before we were able to get to that. So I'd like to do that tomorrow because that is really important for me to get done. So we'll do that tomorrow, guys. If you're excited for that, make sure that you're subscribed and hit the notification bell so you get notified when we go live. But you can also find out that we're going live by following the Discord, the Facebook group, or being a member of the LMA, the Laser Master Academy, which you can find over at masters.lasereverything.net, which helps support the channel. And we post notifications all over the place there about going live and uploading new episodes. So if that's stuff that you want to hear about, make sure you go follow us at those places. If you're interested in other non-LMA ways to support the channel, because that can be a lot for some people, make sure you go head over to lasereverything.net/support. We have a Patreon. We've got a coffee page. We have a Libera Pay. So there's a lot of different ways that you can support the channel, and they're all over there. So, you know, I can't stress enough that everything that we're able to do here at Laser Everything is because we are supported by our community, and we wouldn't be here without you guys. At 95% of our income as a business is people voluntarily supporting us on those platforms. So it really is important, and we wouldn't be here without you. We'd be working 9 to 5s and uploading an episode a month on the side, and I don't want that. You guys don't want that. So lasereverything.net/support if you want to find out all the ways that you can help support the channel. But that's it for today, I think. I really do have to get home. My body hurts, and I haven't even been doing the majority of the work. Rhiannon's been doing everything while I've been flapping my mouth. If you missed yesterday's stream or the day before it, there have been tons of great questions over the last couple days because we've been streaming really consistently. And there's so much information in there that we didn't cover in today's live stream. So make sure you go watch those too. They're not quite as long as today's. I didn't intend for today's stream to be 7 hours, but they are jam-packed. I mean, like every moment is just loaded with like great questions, and we tackle some unique stuff. Plus, you get to see the fiber laser kind of calibration and setup process from the very beginning, with Rhiannon starting with the very first lens and kind of working our way through that and answering questions related to that. So I think you guys will get value out of that too. If you haven't already watched them, make sure you do so. Is there anything I'm not mentioning, Kyle?
No, I think you hit on everything. Smash that like button, hit the bell icon, and yeah.
Yeah, smash the like button on the way
we'll
out.
See you on the next stream.
Maybe leave us a comment. We love comments.
Yeah, hit the refresh button when it ends.
Yep. And buy some blue tack. And all of the tape that we used today was brought to you by Beam It Up Laser Tape. So go buy some tape from Anthony, because I'm sure he'd appreciate that too. All right, guys, we're out. Thank you so much for watching one last time, and we will see you in the next one.
Bye-bye.